Declare open this public hearing of the Standing Committee on Regional Development, Infrastructure and Transport's inquiry into local government funding and fiscal sustainability. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet today, and I pay my respects to their ancestors and their elders past, present and future. I extend this respect to all Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples in their cultural and spiritual connections to Australia's lands and waters. In accordance with the Committee's resolution of 28 August 2025, this hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the inquiry website. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the committee. I now call on representatives from Regional Development Australia, Tasmania and the City of Launceston to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Excellent. So James McKee, CEO, Regional Development Australia, Tasmania.
Caitlin Roach, Regional Development Coordinator, Regional Development Australia, Tasmania.
Sam Johnson, CEO, City of Launceston.
Nathan Williams, Executive Leader, Delivery and Performance, City of Launceston.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good morning, my name is Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi, which is regional area, North East Victoria.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, the Hunter and Mid-North Coast region of New South Wales.
And Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
And Anne Urquhart, Member for Braddon here in Tasmania, which is North, West and West Coast across to King Island, as I think all of you would know.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you, Chair and committee members, for the opportunity. We note that we've tabled an exhibit in advance of today's hearing, which we believe offers an opportunity for a practical response to a number of the challenges that have been raised through the inquiry and its iterations. While we're not a local government representative organisation, we work extensively with councils across Tasmania and feel firsthand the pressures affecting their long-term sustainability. A key message we would like to leave with the committee is that local government sustainability can't just be considered in isolation from broader regional development challenges. Across Tasmania, regional Tasmania in particular, councils are increasingly responding to workforce shortages, childcare shortages, housing pressures, digital connectivity gaps, natural disasters, and particularly changing community expectations. At the same time, many councils are asked to compete for increasingly complex funding opportunities, despite often having limited internal capacity to develop projects, prepare applications and manage delivery. Our exhibit argues that many of these challenges are not unique to individual councils, they are regional challenges that require a response at that scale. We believe that a more coordinated place-based approach that strengthens those partnerships at a regional level, reduce administrative burden and supports shared capability across local government and regional stakeholders is one way to consider sustainability for local government going forward. You may note, unsurprisingly, some similarities from the input from RDA South Australia earlier in the year. Caitlin will quickly outline a couple of these regional challenges that we see every day.
Thanks, James. As James suggested, one example is childcare. RDA Tasmania's 2025 Tasmania Economic Review found that Tasmania has the lowest availability of childcare in Australia, with 57% of the state's small areas classified as childcare deserts. In many regional communities, limited childcare availability affects workforce participation, business growth, and the ability of employers to attract and retain workers. In many cases, such as Glenorchy Council, King Island Council and Waratah Wynyard Council and more, councils have become involved in supporting childcare services because there is no commercially viable alternative. Councils are increasingly underwriting medical facilities and services, housing development, airports, and the list goes on. This illustrates a broader point. Challenges such as childcare, workforce attraction, housing and service access are rarely isolated issues. They affect economic participation, community wellbeing and ultimately the capacity of regions to grow and thrive. From our perspective, local government is often responding to the consequences of these broader regional challenges. This is why we have proposed the Regional Hubs Investment Framework. The model recognises that many councils and regional organisations are working with limited capacity and are required to devote significant effort to navigating fragmented funding programs and administrative processes. By supporting shared capability, coordinated investment planning and stronger regional partnerships, the framework seeks to help regions respond more effectively to complex challenges while making better use of already stretched local government resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and Committee, for the opportunity to present this morning. Nathan Williams, City of Launceston. As Tasmania's largest council by population, this is a particularly pressing matter for us, so we do appreciate the opportunity this morning. I'll outline a couple of key funding and policy issues which we see as particularly important and run through some evidence, key facts and impact on both our community and us as an organisation as well. So the first issue is the declining value of the financial assistance grants. So FAGs have not kept pace with increasing service delivery, infrastructure and asset renewal costs faced by councils. Local government continues to advocate for the restoration of FAGs to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, and at the Australian Local Government Assembly National Convention this year signed an emergency order advocating as such. So the impact on the community and council is a reduced capacity to maintain assets, renew infrastructure, provide community services and respond to growth pressures. Increased reliance on rates as a funding source and growing financial sustainability challenges are also a concern. So the reform requested is that restoration of FAGs to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, which provides greater certainty through long-term funding arrangements. Secondly, we've identified regional workforce shortages as a significant challenge, attracting particularly in the professional skills space, such as engineers, planners, environmental health officers and other specialist professionals. Competition from the private sector and other levels of government often exceeds local government salary capacity, particularly in regional areas such as Tasmania. The impact on the community and council can be via ways of delays to infrastructure delivery, planning assessments and community projects. There is a reduced organisational capacity to manage growth, maintain community assets and deliver regulatory services. Workforce shortages in critical professions can impact safety outcomes through delays in asset inspections, development assessments, public health activities, emergency management support and regulatory functions. So we are requesting targeted Commonwealth initiatives to develop skills development, skilled migration, workforce attraction and retention programs for regional communities. A further issue is the reliance on federal funding in Tasmania. So Tasmanian councils carry substantial infrastructure and service delivery responsibilities while operating in a fiscally constrained state environment. Limited state government funding and the absence of an infrastructure contributions framework place increasing pressures on councils to fund growth-related infrastructure. The impact on council and our community are a greater financial burden on ratepayers, constrained in infrastructure investment, reduced capacities to support housing growth and economic development, and increasing asset renewal challenges. This limits council's ability to meet growing community expectations and service demands. And we are requesting an increased direct Commonwealth investment in local infrastructure, housing enabling infrastructure, and sustainable long-term funding mechanisms that support growth in regional communities. Further issue we've identified is the growing infrastructure renewal and resilience gap. So councils are managing ageing infrastructure networks while facing increasing construction costs, high compliance obligations, climate resilience requirements and growing community expectations. Asset renewal demand is increasing faster than available revenue sources. The impact on council and its community is by way of deferred infrastructure renewal, which can result in deteriorating roads, bridges, stormwater systems, public facilities, parks and community assets. This increases safety risks, maintenance costs and the likelihood of service disruptions for residents, businesses and visitors. So we are seeking established dedicated long-term Commonwealth funding streams for local government infrastructure renewal, asset resilience and climate adaptation, with a particular focus on regional councils managing extensive infrastructure networks. A further issue we've identified is cost and responsibility shifting from federal and state governments to local councils. So councils are increasingly expected to respond to community issues that extend beyond their traditional role, including homelessness, community safety, public health, place activation, emergency management and social support services. Local governments often contribute funding, staff resources, facilities and coordination despite having limited revenue to do so. The impact on our community is, again, growing pressure on the finite ratepayer-funded budgets, which reduce capacity to invest in core infrastructure and local government services. Community expectations continue to increase regardless of whether the councils are a responsible authority. And the reform we are seeking is greater recognition of the role local government plays in addressing national and state policy challenges and establishing a dedicated and ongoing funding program for those matters such as homelessness, community safety and public health programs and emergency management. Thank you.
Great, thank you for the opening statements. I might start with a question for the City of Launceston. And I know you've touched a lot on that in your opening statement, but what would you say are the biggest sustainability challenges for the City of Launceston over the next decade? And can you talk about some of the measures that, as a council, you've put in place to address some of those challenges?
Thank you. Sam Johnson, CEO, City of Launceston. I'll probably answer that with some context before I get into the answer, so apologies for that. One of the biggest things in local government that I see time and time again, and this is my 20th year in local government in various capacities, is local government is a creature of state government, no matter where you go in Australia. And it was created in the 1800s, and it was created for the sole purpose on the state government and not the Commonwealth at that stage, but state governments at that time felt that they didn't have the capacity or the ability to manage roads to service properties as Australia was growing. So it created local government, and it said your form of taxation will be rates, because rates impact every property owner. Therefore, that is your contribution to have safe access to your property. Very simple, very basic. That was in the 1800s. We're now in 2026. We operate on the same taxation model that was established in the 1800s, fundamentally, now in 2026. What has changed from the 1800s is more and more councils have come, more and more society has grown, and more society has come with greater expectations. There are councils that own and operate childcare facilities because the market has failed. There are councils around this country that own and operate aged care facilities because the private market has failed to intervene. Rightly or wrongly, local government has chosen to intervene to serve its community, while still operating on a taxation system designed in the 1800s. What that does now is applies more and more pressure for us to go back through the same taxation system to get more and more and more, as communities expect and demand more beyond just having a road to service their property. For us, as the City of Launceston, I suspect for many councils around the country, is we look to state and federal government to fill that gap, and we continually do this. And in 20 years, I have this same conversation every year with the state government or the federal government, the local MP, be it state or federal, or senators or members of the House, upper house in state parliament, around how do we continue to drive these services with the same taxation system. This is why your federal assistance grants was developed, to try and fill that gap, and we sit there and try and slice this pie each and every year across all the councils. Fundamentally, I think as a nation and as a sector, at some point there's got to be meaningful reform in local government and how we actually look at taxation and how we do fee for service as a system of government. Otherwise, there's going to be continuing pressure on the federal government, there's going to be continuing pressure on the state government, and there's going to be continuing pressure on local ratepayers and local communities, because we go back to the same people every year, the same people who know that they need more, the same people who are not getting the services from state or federal, and the same people who go back to their local constituents and say, No one else is doing it. We need it. We expect it, be it a regional Victoria, regional New South Wales, the middle of Northern Territory or the centre of Tasmania. Society broadly now expects the same no matter where they live across this country. Therefore, local government is left footing the bill. So simply to answer your question, and I apologise for the long answer, where we see ourselves is we are now dealing in the space where typically Tasmania Police would be. That's no disrespect to Tasmania Police. They have short budgets, they have short constraints, they have staff shortages. But the community expect the City of Launceston to intervene where they don't feel safe in their community, which we're now doing. Now, we've employed a private security company now to operate at bus terminals that we don't own and operate. A state service, which should be protected by state funding, is now being contributed to by local government. That has to be paid for by rates. That's the only avenue we have. I can't create a new taxation system. I can't create a levy. The legislation doesn't allow me, it doesn't allow any other local government entity in this country to do that. So I have to put rates up, and I have to put rates up beyond CPI. Then we contribute to sustainability, which is the second part to your question as well. And how do we actually therefore say CPI is here, but we're trying to take more? The other component that comes with that is living beyond our means. And local government is more often than not criticised for living beyond its means. It's not living beyond its means, it's trying to give its community what it's asking for, and respectfully what it deserves. But it only has one bucket of money to do that without state and federal support. Adding to that, as a point I'd make in your opening statement, and sorry I didn't write it in your notes, is sometimes we actually make the problem harder for ourselves because our expectations continue to grow as society and as a community. Therefore, we look to people like yourselves in the federal government or the state government for grant funding. And we hope for that grant funding, and we get that grant funding, but the measures aren't in place to actually do some simple validation to say, can you actually afford this? Time and time again in my career, and I've been guilty of this as well in previous roles in my career where I've sought federal funding and got it. And then when we get the money, we go, how are we going to pay for it? How are we actually going to pay for this $25 million sporting complex? Because I've only got one revenue source, guess what? Council rates. And federal governments and state governments are too quick to hand out millions and millions of dollars to make it look good and go through election cycles and get a feel-good quick win, and we're going to win the seats, so to speak, no disrespect. But then you're actually putting burden back on those communities, back on those councils, who then have to front that community and say, it's great we got the 25 million, but guess what, I need to put your council rates up now so we can pay for this long term because I can't afford the depreciation, I can't afford the operating costs.
Thank you very much. And a question for Regional Development Australia, Tasmania, along similar lines. And I know you've highlighted some of the key aspects of your submission. Thank you for that. But what measures have been put in place by your members that you see have been put in place to address sustainability issues for local government?
So obviously we don't run a local government, so we sit in that sort of broader regional scale. James McKee, CEO, Regional Development Australia TAS. So that's where our focus has been, and so we've been working with a range of groups of councils to try and deal with some of those challenges collectively, and that's again the essence of our submission. A good example is CERTA, the group of 4 councils down south, Tasman, Glamorgan, Spring Bay, Sorell and Clarence, who we've been working with, and in fact we've just finished a piece of work with them to try and help underpin some of their sustainability, particularly around their infrastructure. So when they can actually then approach their infrastructure collectively, their ability to take out some of the cost associated with infrastructure, both getting it and also the delivery of it, and be able to work collectively on things that are common to them. So we see that as a critical way to from a different perspective to support sustainability of local government increasingly as these cost pressures come on. But that's just by way of example.
Okay. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for attending today. It's lovely to be in Launceston. One of the submissions we received, which is from local government Tasmania, they talked about an issue where Tasmania receives around 2.2%, and this is to the City of Launceston, I'll start with you, 2.2% of financial assistance grant funding because the interstate distribution is population-based, while Tasmania receives a larger percentage of the GST because the Commonwealth Grants Commission recognised its lower revenue capacity and higher service costs. So my question is, why should horizontal fiscal equalisation apply to the GST and to the FAG distribution between councils, but not the allocation of the FAG grants between states, given it goes to the heart of, your call, I think, for a largely financial autonomy? There seems to be a bit of a quirk here, and I just wondered if you've got some views on that, please.
Go for it. No, you go first.
Thank you.
Sounds like you're going to enjoy this question.
Nathan Williams, City of Launceston, thank you. It certainly is an interesting quirk. We've seen consistently FAG decrease over the years. I think it's about 0.5% of taxation revenue, and we are advocating for 1%. I can't answer the why as to how it got to this point. In terms of what we would like to see, I think that 1% of taxation revenue gives us that long-term certainty in our funding streams. And one of our key issues is absolutely being Australia's third oldest city and significant ageing infrastructure in terms of roads, footpaths, bridges, stormwater systems. We've got well over $2 billion worth of assets on our books, and the infrastructure renewal costs continually are going up and up and up, and we're quite concerned that we're not meeting the requirements annually. So having financial assistance grants increase significantly would take the burden off the ratepayers in terms of meeting those renewal needs. I'm not sure I've answered your question, though.
Well, I might just dig into it further. I mean, the issue with the 1% is that the councils, and we've had councils who've appeared that get that 1% of their revenue is financial assistance grants, and I'm sure yours is more than that. They would get substantially more if it's just a general 1%. So I'm trying to dig deeper into, are there other means of making sure, whether there is an increase or not, that councils that the councils that seem to need it more get more of it. So that's what, though there's an issue that horizontal equalisation is not being applied consistently. But what are if we dig into the formula, what are the sorts of variables that are not being taken into account that you think should be taken into account to ensure a fairer distribution? So some might be, asset base, it might be road length, what are the kind of livability factors that are not being taken into account now, do you think could be or should be?
Thank you. Sam Johnson, CEO, City of Launceston. I won't touch the GST component of your question. I'll leave that for state and federal to answer that one. In respect to the federal assistance grant, and now having worked across two states, South Australia and Tasmania, what was obvious to me at a recent hearing is with the state, the Tasmanian Grants Commission, is there is no consistently applied methodology from state to state. For example, you talk about different asset classes. In South Australia, one of the key metrics is how many marine-based assets and how many airport-based assets. Right? Not applied, to my understanding, here in Tasmania. Not that we have aviation assets and not that we have too many marine-based assets, but they're the things that can cost councils, particularly small regional councils. If I look to my great colleagues in the northern part of Tasmania in particular, where you've got small population base, small ability to raise rates, but significantly high cost assets, particularly airports. Regional airports are horrendously expensive. Having been in two councils previously with regional airports, one runway can blow your entire capital budget over multiple years with a small rate base. So they're key metrics that should be rating a lot higher. You talk about livability and the social component. I'm not aware of any major metrics. No one ever asks us how much do we actually spend on social intervention programs, for example. The Grants Commission is not going to factor in that I spend $100,000 a year on security programs to support the safety of the people at bus stops in the Launceston CBD. Maybe it should, maybe it shouldn't. Housing, homelessness programs. I don't get asked how much I spend on homelessness programs. I don't get asked how much I spend on youth development programs. I don't get asked on how much I spend on particular youth development programs or ageing programs as part of the QB MAG collection as well. So there's some key componentry around livability and what the community does and what we spend, and that might only be small amounts, but small cumulative amounts add up to quite a lot. But I'd probably zoom that question out a bit further and actually say, what are we doing consistently across the country, as opposed to putting it back to state-based grants commissions? Should it actually now be, it's your money, it's federal money, should you actually have the Federal Grants Commission now dictating to councils? Appreciate it's got to go through state government by virtue of the way in which we're structured, but maybe that's the better question, and you're in charge of the metrics consistently across all councils in Australia.
Thank you, Chair.
Great. Thank you. Ms. Urquhart.
Oh, thanks very much. I'm going to just refer to the Regional Hubs Investment Framework that you put forward, Mr McGee, and I just wanted to talk about how you've seen the framework of that. And I'll sort of approach the elephant in the room here. We've got 29 local governments in Tasmania. Is that too many? We also have Cradle Coast Authority, who I know are sitting at the back there, who do a fantastic job representing 9 local government areas in along the northwest coast, and we also have Regional Development Australia. I guess if I break down the layers, it's interesting to see that local government gets local government always needs more money for whatever they do, and I pick up the point that Mr Johnson talked about, particularly with airports. I know the King Island Council pays, I think, about half its rate base to keep the airport running. If they have to resurface or do whatever, then they have to rely on grants here. In between that, above that, we've also then got state government, who doesn't have any money at the moment, so we're getting the pull on us to actually say federal government's got to do all this because state's got no money, but we've got all these layers. How do we make that work better? Do we get rid of the number of councils? Do we actually look at the bodies that oversee them? How do we deal with that in today's sort of fiscal environment?
James McKee, CEO, RDA Tasmania. I'm feeling a little beleaguered by your question with people sitting behind me as well. I probably, rather than go to the structural question, I think the essence of our submission was that while we absolutely support increasing local government funding, we also understand the constraints that exist on budgets at federal and state level. And we think part of the answer to local government sustainability is embedding structurally a more collective approach, particularly to infrastructure. I think it could go across a range of other services and functions as well, but particularly it comes to the infrastructure question. And the question of operating in a functional region, and I'll use the term functional economic region or sub-region, allows then a collective of local governments, irrespective of whether there's 29 or 6 or 9, or I guess that's moot to the point of our submission. It allows them to operate in a way that brings efficiency, reduces overheads, administrative and cost overheads, but also allows the infrastructure and the supporting ecosystem to be more effective financially as well as functionally. So the idea that, and I think this is fairly well evidenced through a number of examples. We use the example of South Australia and how the RDAs work through a trilateral agreement in South Australia to focus on particularly the delivery and so the getting of funding and supporting infrastructure development. But I think the actual the Launceston City deal was another good example of how we still had a regional group of councils who could operate together around agreed set of infrastructure priorities for the good of the region. And out of that has come, a revitalisation of Launceston, but not just Launceston, the region as a whole, because of that infrastructure that was done collectively through 3 levels of government working together. So we think that there's an opportunity to explore that so that, yes, local government does need more funding, as you outlined, for some of the expectation increases that have been placed on local government that have been outlined already this morning. But some of the bigger ticket, particularly infrastructure, but other issues, sustainability could also be addressed through a good trilateral approach across the country, and certainly here in Tasmania, at a scale that makes sense in collectives of local governments.
Mr Johnson or Mr Williams, do you want to have a crack at that one? I'm not trying to do councils out of their positions, but I just want to look at how we manage that, particularly in Tasmania. It's not easy.
Sam Johnson, City of Launceston. That's I feel like it's a half-loaded question. I go back to my earlier comments around the current structure and the current system broadly. And you've got to ask yourself, which we ask ourselves this in local government consistently, does it support the current number of councils? And I was asked this question consistently in South Australia, where there are 68 councils. It's no different here in Tasmania, where there's 29. Some recent examples we've seen, particularly through TAS Water, where councils are shareholders and they get dividends, so they're a financial beneficiary of TAS Water and those dividends. And some smaller councils rely on those dividends to survive, to actually survive, to deliver essential services as required under the Act to their communities. And they're small councils. And any council that's reliant on investment earnings to deliver core services to their communities in dangerous territory. And I'm not having a crack at any of those councils. I feel for them. I've been the CEO of a regional council. It's hard going, very hard going, much harder than being the CEO of a larger metropolitan council. I would probably suggest that the question is, does the current structure, does the current system we have at the moment in this country for local government actually support councils, and does it support long-term sustainability? And I suspect if you can answer that question, which I would think is probably no, then you've got to ask yourselves, are we happy with that? And if you are, fine, reduce councils. But if you're not happy with that, then go back and change the system.
Okay, thanks. Thanks,
Okay, thank you. Dr Haynes.
Thank you very much, everyone, for your submissions and also for your evidence this morning. Mr Johnson, thank you for taking us back to the history of this and looking at the structure of local government and where it fits in the Commonwealth. Do you think it's time for a Productivity Commission review of local government?
Sam Johnson, City of Launceston, I think it's time for actual meaningful review of local government in this country.
Can you outline what meaningful review would be? We have this committee at the moment moving around the country. We're hearing consistent evidence about the pain and strain for local government, consistent evidence about the expanding role of local government in fundamental services that were never part of their historical remit.
One of the great debates that's been around for as long as I've been in local government is the constitutional recognition of local government. Now, I'm not suggesting that's right or wrong, but at the moment, every council in every state is the creature of the government of the day. So I exist because the Tasmanian government allow me to exist. It's as simple as that. And our relationship goes via the Tasmanian government. For local government to advance and be the strength that it needs to be, just as it has been in many other developed countries, we need to remove the conduit. We need to remove the messenger here, which is the state government. I need to be able to have that direct relationship with the federal government, just as it happens in the United States, just as it happens in New Zealand, just as it happens in Europe, so that we can actually control part of the destiny here and work together. It's not to say we don't and shouldn't work with state governments throughout the country. We need to and we should. But at the moment, we exist purely because of them, and whatever relationship you have with the state government, we are the byproduct of that. So I think any meaningful review in this country should be looking at a holistic review on how does that relationship deal direct federal to local government in Australia, just as it does in other developed countries.
Thank you. You've talked about the federal assistance grants. That's, again, consistent. We're hearing across the nation. You touched on before, I think you were talking about competitive grants and you were talking about, you gave the example of a swimming pool and $25 million. Can either you or Mr Williams comment on the competitive grants system that currently operates within the Commonwealth and the effectiveness for you to build new infrastructure or to, in fact, you've talked about sustaining old infrastructure, just how the grant system is working from your perspective?
Yes, thank you.
Competitive grant system.
I'll start, and if you feel you need to fill the gaps, please do. I give a broader view around how grants apply at the moment, and I mean this with no disrespect to any of the committee members, but all too often we see grants, particularly around election time, and it happens in state government, it happens from all persuasions of politics, where you know that certain projects are going to be pork-barreled, I think is the term the media love to use, to get certain projects up across varying communities across the country, which is lovely for those that receive them. What's not there and what we don't see is some process, some validation, and particularly from state or federal government to say, if I give you this money, Can you prove to me in your application you can actually afford and deliver what it is you're asking for? And I give an example in my career where we did get substantial state and federal funding to build a sports complex in a regional community.
Can I just clarify, was that competitive funding or an election commitment funding?
No, it was competitive funding from a federal perspective, not from a state perspective. And it nearly broke that council. As a result, we had to go through some very, very tough decisions. We had to sell our aged care facility. This is not in Tasmania, by the way. We had to substantially cut back a number of staff. We had to cut back critical services. We had to cut back asset renewal, which is the core essential of local government. We exist to maintain and service assets for our communities. We're asset-rich businesses. Because there was no check and balance in there to go, if I actually hand this money over, can the council's long-term financial plan clearly demonstrate to me that the council can afford this?
Would that not be a responsibility of the local government when applying for a grant to be sure that they could finish the project sustainably?
I don't disagree with you, but unfortunately local government can be its own worst enemy at times. And where we all want money, we all want to deliver, we all want a legacy build. Be it elected officials in local government or be it even respectfully my colleagues in local government who are there for a period of time to legacy build, to build a project to move on to the next best thing. And unfortunately that does not build a sustainable sector. What it does is it builds a moment in time, it builds a shiny object, it builds someone's ego, it builds a moment for someone to be able to go, I was behind that swimming pool leisure centre, I was behind that football complex, I was behind that airport upgrade. But what happens is those people move on and the community stay. And the bill stays with the community throughout that journey. And I'm sure there's many of examples, and maybe it's some work the committee could do and actually do a review of the last 10 years of federal grant funding that's been applied to significant capital projects to local government across this country, and then work out how many of those have been sustainable and link them back to councils and then link them back to their rate rises. I think that'd be a very interesting exercise for the Productivity Commission. And I don't say that to begrudge or say they weren't worthy of the money or that those communities should be deprived of what they've been given. But reality is sometimes by doing a good deed and doing a good thing, we're actually placing undue pressure on the very people that need to pay for it.
So if I understand what you're saying, while these projects can be important, they do have an effect, that the fundamental underlying bedrock here isn't being addressed. So we may get a new swimming pool or indeed a new streetscape, but fundamental infrastructure is not being improved.
Correct. And if I can speak from the examples of the City of Launceston, I inherited a very healthy cash at bank balance, which is lovely, and we've been building a lot of new assets, which is great, but we've been doing that at the cost of existing assets, and we have a $25+ million backlog in existing infrastructure, which means our existing roads, our existing stormwater network, our existing curbs, our existing playgrounds, our existing buildings. I have a $25 million price tag that needs work now. Simple things, renewal, new roofs, new gutters, road reseal programs, and the stormwater that no one can see, which is significantly expensive, at the cost of building new shiny things because we've got grant funding. So we put our attention into all the new shiny things, meanwhile the existing stuff stays, and that cost gets dearer and dearer and dearer.
Thank you. If I could just turn my attention to the RDAs, please, and thank you for your exhibit that speaks to the Regional Hubs Investment Framework. How would you see this framework improving the situation that the City of Launceston have just described to us? And if you could just outline for me the appetite for doing this, and we certainly have seen over many decades where there's been amalgamations of councils met with big resistance from local communities, how a hubs investment framework is actually different to an amalgamation, and where you see the advantage that would sort out some of these problems if it would.
Roach, Regional Development Australia, Tasmania. I can add some colour to some of the testimony that James gave just a moment ago around the types of projects that are using the example of the CERTA region, South East Region Development Association, that we've been working with. So Mr Johnson and the City of Launceston have just talked about some of those big ticket items that are expectations of communities when there are funding opportunities. One of the key reasons that we have been working with CERTA is to support them in their advocacy around some fundamental economic enablers for the region. So we're not talking about individual sporting infrastructure or community infrastructure particularly. There's a couple of key examples that I'll share, one being water infrastructure and the other being the Brighton to Cambridge freight route. So those those pieces of infrastructure or infrastructure projects are significantly expensive, far too much for an individual council to carry. They also share many borders with councils who have a significant worker flow in and out of those different council areas. And one example as to why those projects were deemed to be significant is that there were businesses in one of those particular council areas who were wanting to grow, hire more staff, which is useful for the rate base, but they weren't able to access sufficient transport or land that was suitable for that development. So as a collective entity of councils advocating for those infrastructure economic enablers, it means that, more work from an individual council perspective can go into some of those recreational and public livability examples that the councils have referenced. Do you want to add to that?
James McKee, CEO, RDA Tasmania. So further to that, I think the amalgamation question that you raise is always live as a challenge, and we see a model where it's first and foremost about councils coming together and working in a tripartite arrangement as an effective way of delivering some of the benefits without having to continually come back to the structural issue, which, as Mr Johnson outlined, is fundamentally an issue for the state to work through with local governments in each state. I think the opportunity for the federal government is to find these structures where they can help local government be more sustainable and effective on the ground. And these type of models, which we posited just one version of, seem to be quite effective in ensuring that federal government investment in local government infrastructure and other enablers can be effective and efficient. And again, I put the South Australian model forward as a good example, or even our very own Launceston City deal as an example of how that model can work. It doesn't cover all of local government's responsibilities, but it can cover a substantial part of particularly some of those expensive and high-level infrastructure needs, which then allows local government to spend their rate base back on more effectively on some of those maintenance issues that get lost with some of these big projects.
Thank you. And Chair, if I may, you mentioned the City Deal. We don't have a City Deal program anymore. You also mentioned in your submission the RPP, Regional Precincts and Partnership Program. Are you any of you actually able to comment on the RPP? It was set up in a way that it was you could apply at any time. I've certainly heard a bit about it from my own local governments in my area. Just curious to know from your perspective, Launceston being a pretty fine example actually of the City Deal. I was here on a previous committee and had a good look around at what was achieved in the City Deal. Can you comment on those two programs, success or otherwise, improvements that could be made, your experience of them?
So James McKee, CEO of RDA Tasmania. I can offer some comment, having been involved with the Launceston City Deal from its inception. So I think, again, the success from my perspective is that it was a true tripartite agreement based around, if I can use the language, catalytic infrastructure. And so it wasn't just infrastructure that was wanted, it was infrastructure that demonstrably would deliver a benefit for the region and not just the city, and it would catalyse private investment. So I think the figures at the moment, it was about $300 million spent between three levels of government in round terms on various projects in the city and in the region, which has generated well in excess of $600 million of total investment, largely the rest coming from private sector. So I think that word catalytic is really important, and that was certainly, I know, the original intent of the RPP program was that it would be a collective approach, tripartite approach with catalytic infrastructure that could underpin the prosperity of that region, collective of local governments, whatever it was, under the application process. I think the other really important thing, and you mentioned competitive grants earlier, The important part of that process, I think, was that it front-loaded the planning and it paid for the planning to occur, so that that burden didn't fall back solely on local government, because that's who ended up carrying most of that weight. So I think there was the intent in the RPPP was absolutely a good evolution of the city deal concept. Unfortunately, I think it became a little too broad in particularly the guidelines, which we were, as one of the RDAs around the country, were working very closely with a lot of our local government colleagues in Tasmania to make sense of and interpret, and they were very broad, so they probably didn't focus in enough on this idea of place-based catalytic infrastructure and demonstrating how it would actually underpin prosperity going forward and deal with some of the issues Mr Johnson outlined earlier, which is having an agreed set of and for that was competitive. I think one of the evolutions that could occur, which goes back to the city deal principles, is move beyond the competitive rounds to an allocative type process that's negotiated, which was very much again, part of the city deal process was a negotiation between 3 levels of government based on evidence of what would actually deliver for that region. So I think the costs associated with competitive rounds are so high. I think Roads to Recovery for me remains a really good example of a non-competitive approach to how these things can work. It's just if you add that tripartite, well-planned collective approach to those principles that underpin Roads to Recovery, I think you've got something, and that idea of catalytic infrastructure, then I think you've got something which allows regions and local government to progress and ensure that their rate bases are able to, be focused back on some of the more mundane, for want of a better term, things that need doing, the curbs and the guttering type activities. So you shift the dial away from local government carrying all the burden on that catalytic infrastructure for them to be able to be progress as a place.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great. All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Central Coast Council and the Cradle Coast Authority to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Philip Reid, CEO of the Cradle Coast Authority.
Samantha Searle, Director Corporate Services for Central Coast Council.
Vicky Brereton, CEO Central Coast Council.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Thank you very much for coming along. My name is Helen Haynes, Federal Member for Indi, North East Victoria Regional seat.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
I feel a bit silly, but Anne Urquhart, member for Braddon. Hi, guys.
Good morning. Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion. Yep.
Thank you, committee. Chair and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. As mentioned, my name is Philip Reid, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Cradle Coast Authority, a joint authority owned by the 9 councils of North West and West Tasmania. The Cradle Coast Authority provides regional leadership and delivers functions across natural resource management, regional development and shared services. Today I'd like to make 3 key points. Firstly, many regional councils are carrying asset burdens that are fundamentally disproportionate to their revenue capacity. The sustainability challenge facing many councils is often framed as a financial management issue, but in many cases it's a structural issue. Small councils are responsible for maintaining extensive infrastructure networks, despite having relatively small populations, modest rating bases and limited opportunities to generate alternative revenue. These asset portfolios frequently extend beyond purely local infrastructure. Councils own and maintain assets that support regional economies, national productivity and critical public services. Regional airports provide a good example. They support tourism, freight, emergency services, health services, business activity and government service delivery. They are relied upon by all levels of government and by the private sector. Yet the cost of maintaining and renewing them often falls disproportionately on a single local government. The same challenge applies to roads, bridges, ports, waste infrastructure, recreation facilities and often community assets. Nationally, local government faces a substantial infrastructure renewal challenge, with recent analysis identifying an immediate replacement task of between $65 billion and $68 billion for assets already in poor condition, and a much larger future renewal requirement for assets currently assessed as only fair. For many regional councils, the issue is not unwillingness to invest. The issue is that the scale of the asset responsibility has outgrown the financial capacity of the communities that own it. Secondly, councils have become increasingly reliant on infrastructure grants, yet many funding programs do not adequately support asset renewal. Grant funding has become an essential component of local government sustainability. However, many infrastructure programs are focused on constructing new assets rather than replacing or renewing the infrastructure councils already own. New infrastructure can create long-term community benefits, but it can also create long-term maintenance and renewal liabilities for councils that already face constrained budgets. At the same time, grants have become a significant component of council financial sustainability. The Australian Local Government Association notes that for almost 1 in 4 councils, the financial assistance grants account for at least 20% of annual operating revenue. We would encourage greater recognition that financial sustainability depends not only on providing new infrastructure, but on ensuring councils have the means to maintain, renew and replace existing assets before they become a larger financial burden. And thirdly, climate adaptation and disaster resilience funding must be viewed as essential local government infrastructure funding. Regional councils are increasingly responding to the impacts of coastal erosion, flooding, severe weather events, bushfire risk and changing environmental conditions. These issues are no longer future challenges, they are current financial and service delivery pressures. Investment in climate adaptation should not be considered an optional environmental expenditure. It is an investment in preserving public assets, maintaining service levels and reducing future costs. Targeted investment in measures such as coastal adaptation planning, flood mitigation infrastructure, drainage upgrades, bushfire resilience projects and strategic asset redesign can significantly extend asset life and reduce the cost of future disaster recovery. Programs such as the Commonwealth's Disaster Ready Fund recognise this principle by investing in resilience and risk reduction before disasters occur. The fund supports projects that improve preparedness, reduce exposure to natural hazards and strengthen community resilience. For smaller councils, access to this type of funding is particularly important because they often have limited capacity to absorb major infrastructure losses or fund large-scale adaptation measures independently. We're also concerned about the potential implications of moving toward a greater reliance on 50-50 Commonwealth state disaster funding arrangements. The Australian Government recently announced plans to work with states and territories on a new disaster recovery funding framework incorporating that model. While shared responsibility is understandable, there's a genuine concern that fiscally constrained jurisdictions may find it increasingly difficult to meet their share of resilience and recovery funding requirements. For Tasmania, where the state government is already managing significant fiscal pressures and where infrastructure demands are spread across many regional and remote communities, there is a risk that reduced state capacity to co-invest could ultimately constrain resilience and recovery outcomes for local communities. In our view, sustained national investment in adaptation, preparedness and resilience is one of the most cost-effective ways to improve local government sustainability and reduce long-term cost of disasters. In closing, local government sustainability is not simply a question of financial management, it is a question of structural capacity, asset responsibility and intergovernmental funding design. For many regional communities, sustainability will require a funding system that better recognises the burden of large asset portfolios, supports renewal as strongly as new infrastructure, and invests in climate adaptation and resilience before disaster occurs. Further challenges such as grant co-contribution requirements for smaller councils, grant eligibility for joint authorities and similar entities, retention of skilled workers and improved benefit sharing arrangements from large infrastructure and industrial operations are articulated in both our recent submission and previous submission from May 2024. Thank you for the opportunity to appear and look forward to the questions.
Great, thank you. And now the Central Coast Council.
Thank you, Samantha Searle, Central Coast Council. Good morning and thank you for the opportunity to appear before the committee today. Myself and Vicky Brereton are here on behalf of the Central Coast Council to speak to the sustainability of local government funding and the practical consequences for the communities councils serve, and I guess with a particular lens on regional urban councils in Tasmania. Our central proposition is straightforward. Local government is being asked to deliver an increasingly broad range of infrastructure, services and community outcomes, but the funding framework has not kept pace with those expectations. Today we'll focus on the key issues that we raised in our submission: the adequacy of the financial assistance grants, the fairness of the distribution model, cost shifting between levels of government, changing infrastructure and service obligations, and the need to invest in resilience and workforce capability. We'll work through these points and finish with recommendations that we're asking the committee to support. Our central message is that councils are well placed to deliver locally, but sustainable delivery depends on a funding framework that matches the responsibilities councils are expected to carry. At the outset, it is also important to note that Central Coast Council broadly supports the inquiry's terms of reference and endorses the Local Government Association of Tasmania's previous and current submissions. In particular, we support the shared Tasmanian local government position on increasing untied and non-competitive funding and addressing the disadvantage Tasmania can face under population-based distribution. For Central Coast Council, there are three important characteristics of a sustainable system. First, funding needs to be predictable. councils plan infrastructure and services over long periods, so short-term and highly competitive funding makes sound long-term financial planning much harder. Second, the system needs to be fair. Funding arrangements should recognise the different circumstances and needs of communities rather than relying too heavily on population alone. And third, it needs to support resilience. Councils need the capacity to maintain assets, prepare for emergencies and natural disasters, and attract and retain people needed to deliver essential services. And those principles underpin the recommendations we've put to the committee. Our first recommendation concerns financial assistance grants. Council supports restoring the National Financial Assistance Grant Pool, returning it to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, and the significance of Council's 1% recommendation is the long-term decline in relative size of national funding pool. Our submission notes that financial assistance grants were around 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue in the mid-1990s and now are approximately half that level. For councils, that decline matters because financial assistance grants are untied. That flexibility allows councils to direct funding to the infrastructure and services that are most important locally. And in practice, major projects such as Dial Park and the Coastal Pathway depend on competitive grants, councils' co-contributions and funding carryovers, and this uncertainty makes sequencing and long-term planning of regional infrastructure much harder. Our second recommendation is to make the distribution fairer. So our request is not simply for more funding, it's for a more sustainable, efficient and flexible national funding base, together with a fair distribution of that funding to Tasmania and its councils. Our submission raises the disadvantage Tasmania can experience when distribution is driven primarily by population. Tasmania has, I think, around 2% of Australia's population, but receives about 3 or 4% of the GST pool. This GST system, therefore, provides a practical example of Tasmania's disadvantage being recognised within a national funding framework. It demonstrates that Commonwealth already recognises that Tasmania faces structural disadvantages that are not adequately reflected by population alone. And the GST model takes account of factors such as Tasmania's revenue raising capacity, population dispersion, socio-economic characteristics and the high cost of delivering services. So we're not suggesting that the GST methodology should simply be replicated for local government with the financial assistance grant allocation. Rather, it demonstrates an established principle, and an equitable funding outcome requires consideration of need and disadvantage of delivering services. Council's position is that the distribution of local government funding should similarly recognise the circumstances that affect the cost and capacity of delivering services in Tasmania, rather than relying so heavily on population. Population is relevant, but it does not tell the whole story about the cost of providing local government services. Smaller and dispersed communities still require roads, bridges, waste services, recreation facility, planning and all essential services. Those costs do not necessarily reduce in proportion to population alone. So in practice, Central Coast must maintain a broad network of roads, bridges, community facilities and services across dispersed towns and rural areas. The fixed costs remain even, where in practice the population base is quite small.
Vicky Bratton, CEO. The third issue is cost shifting. When another level of government withdraws a service, reduces its involvement or transfers an obligation, the underlying community need often does not disappear. The community still expects the service to be available, and local government is often the level of government expected to fill the gap. Our submission gives practical examples of where this can lead councils into non-core activities. Across local government, council balance sheets can end up carrying subsidies or responsibilities for aged accommodation, early childcare, youth programs, housing and community transport. These are important community services, but the issue is whether local government has the appropriate responsibility and sustainable revenue base to fund them. Central Coast provides 77 aged care housing units, extensive children's services, community programs and a community transport bus. None are core responsibilities of local government, but critical services that the community rely on. In practice, Council is also expected to respond to day-to-day community needs, extending well beyond roads and waste, including visitor services, temporary public amenities, dog management and wildlife-related concerns. That creates pressure on council finances and ultimately on ratepayers, particularly where the additional responsibility is not accompanied by an adequate and ongoing funding source. It can also pull councils away from their traditional responsibilities and create mixed financial outcomes. While councils are expected to lead recovery on the ground and restore damaged infrastructure quickly, much of the funding remains focused on post-event reimbursement. If councils are also required to fund 50% of recovery costs, a single disaster could significantly impact their ability to deliver planned capital works, renew assets and maintain service levels. Our submission therefore supports clearer delineation of the roles and responsibilities of the three levels of government, together with appropriate funding responsibilities. We also support a clear local government charter and independent oversight of mechanisms to identify and prevent structural cost shifting. The key point is that responsibility and resourcing should move together. Council should not be left carrying ongoing obligations without the revenue capacity needed to deliver them sustainably. Our fourth point is closely related, but it concerns changing infrastructure and service obligations. Councils operate in an environment where standards, regulations and technical specifications change over time. Those changes can be appropriate and necessary, but they can also materially increase the cost of delivering and maintaining infrastructure. Our submission refers, for example, to changing bridge and infrastructure requirements. For a council, this issue is not only the initial capital cost. Higher standards can flow through to inspection, renewal, maintenance and whole of asset life costs. Councils also face cumulative costs of changing legislation, regulatory and reporting requirements. Emergency management, asset standards, environmental compliance, accessibility and government's obligations may each be reasonable, but together they create significant ongoing costs that are rarely fully funded. In practice, a bridge, drainage or public facility upgrade can quickly become more complex and costly as design, safety, accessibility and compliance requirements change. That is why we support clearer roles and responsibilities and long-term planning that link sustainable finances, agreed service levels and the ongoing value and conditions of council assets. A particularly important point in council submission is that fiscal sustainability is a system-wide issue. Recommendations should address the underlying responsibilities, standards, funding decisions and behaviours across all levels of government, rather than focusing solely on what councils themselves should change. Local government cannot solve structural funding issues on its own when the drivers arise from decisions made elsewhere. Good governance requires clear accountability, including clarity about who creates an obligation, who is responsible for delivering it, and who is responsible for paying for it. Our fifth point is about investing before problems become crisis. On emergency management, disaster recovery and resilience, our submission identifies a funding environment that can be fragmented and unpredictable, with a strong emphasis on expenditure after a disaster has occurred. For council, that makes proactive planning difficult, even as financial consequences of climate-related events and natural disasters increase. Council supports a deliberate shift from reactive recovery toward proactive resilience investment, including dedicated and indexed funding, investing before an event can reduce community risk, strengthening long-term adaptation and help avoid larger recovery costs later. The other part of this issue is workforce capacity. Regional councils face persistent difficulty attracting and retaining professional, technical and trade staff. Our submission identifies barriers including regional isolation, ageing populations, housing shortages and competition from the private sector. This is not simply a recruiting issue. Workforce capacity is part of fiscal and service sustainability. Without the right people, councils cannot effectively plan projects, maintain assets, meet regulatory obligations, or deliver essential services. Regional councils also need specialist capability in emergency management, environmental regulation, planning, engineering, governance and project delivery. These skills are essential to meet growing statutory obligations, but councils compete with state government and the private sector for the same limited workforce. Funding arrangements should therefore recognise capability as well as physical infrastructure. Support for training, professional development and shared or regional workforce initiatives can help councils maintain the skills required to deliver services safely and effectively. In practice, regional collaboration, including shared approaches through the Mersey-Leven Strategic Alliance, is increasingly important where individual councils can efficiently maintain every specialist capability in-house. Resilience is ultimately about both assets and people. To conclude, there are 4 practical outcomes we seek and we ask the committee to support. First, restore the financial assistance grant to 1% of Commonwealth taxation revenue, providing local government with a stronger and more sustainable untied funding base. Second, move toward a fairer, needs-based approach to distributing the general purpose component so that funding better reflects the circumstances and costs faced by different communities. Third, address unfunded cost shifting by aligning responsibilities with adequate and ongoing resources, supported by clearer delineation and accountability between levels of government. Fourth, provide predictable support for resilience and the regional local government workforce and reject disaster funding arrangements that transfer an unsustainable share of cost recovery to councils. These recommendations are connected. Local government sustainability cannot be viewed solely through the lens of rates revenue. Councils are increasingly expected to manage disaster recovery, address complex community needs, meet expanding regulatory requirements, maintain existing ageing infrastructure and respond to growing expectations. Local government is where national and state policy decisions meet community expectations. Strong and financially sustainable councils are fundamental to resilient communities and to Australia as a whole. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Great. Thank you very much. I'd like to do a first question to the Cradle Coast Authority. In your view, how effective are current Commonwealth and state programs in supporting regional scale planning across multiple councils?
Thank you. Philip Reid, CEO of Cradle Coast Authority. I might reflect recently on work completed by the CCA in delivering regional land use strategy work on behalf of the state government, and that was in agreement with the government through a deed agreement and brought together the councils across the region, particularly the planning sections of the northwest. So the funding there was, in our view, fit for purpose for that particular piece of work. Where we're seeing probably, and pardon me, I should say that work has been completed on time, pending further review from the state government and exhibition process through the remainder of this year. However, we're probably seeing a lack of funding as it relates to regional economic development and regional development more broadly, and perhaps a shared funding arrangement between federal and state governments to be able to deliver those sorts of programs. So they have been delivered in the past, as I understand. Perhaps close to some 10 years ago, there were futures plans developed for both Northern Tas and Northwest Tasmania. I'm unsure exactly as to whether that was a federal, state, or just a state funding source. However, we're seeing a lack of opportunity for that being developed on a regional scale at the moment. There is, if you like, good intent from the state government, but as mentioned in my opening statement, the fiscal circumstances for the Tasmanian government at the moment mean that there's relatively little capacity, if you like, for what might otherwise be considered discretionary programs beyond what would be normal state government level service funding.
Thank you. And a question for Central Coast Council. You mentioned in your opening statement about cost shifting from state or Commonwealth, the government, and you mentioned some specific areas. I'm interested to know, has that changed over time? Like, how long has your council been involved, for example, in aged care, childcare, health, youth services and community transport?
Thank you. Samantha Searle, Central Coast Council. Council has delivered aged person housing for quite some time and childcare for quite some time. An area, some of the newer areas for us and new pressure points is homelessness and animal control and particularly cat management. We get, because we're the front line with the community, we often are faced with community expectations that are not being met in relation to housing, homelessness and animal control.
If I may, Vicky Brereton. If we speak about childcare, although Council has been in the business of childcare for some time, there are a lot of regulatory requirements now because of safeguarding children, and they actually do place an additional burden on the organisation and the workforce from their understanding of their requirements of looking after the children, reporting requirements and those types of activities, and we certainly support what is required because of that. However, those burdens are financial burdens to Council. They need to train their staff, they need to make sure that they're current in the requirements, so it actually does have an impact to Council to actually stay in the business of childcare. As a council, we did undertake a review before I started about 18 months ago to see whether we would actually stay in the business of childcare. Council deemed that it would, but because it is such an enabler for employment, particularly for women and families, that we did stay in there, but it doesn't come, it's not a profit business for us like other organisations that enter childcare. So we do it for the community outcome.
Great, thank you. Might go to Ms Jordan Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing for our community today. It's great to be in lovely Lonnie. We've heard from a number of regional councils that have all sort of raised concerns around admin burden, particularly when it comes to business cases and grant applications. My question is to sort of both councils. Do you think there could benefit in changing the funding arrangements to better support collaboration between councils rather than competition? And where do you see this working? For example, you both mentioned disaster preparedness and recovery. Obviously, disasters don't pay attention to LGA boundaries. Is that something that could potentially, work through that avenue? Do you have any other suggestions for the committee?
Vicky Brereton. Certainly, we work very closely with the Cradle Coast Authority. And when we do know that there are large grant applications coming up, we do work with Phil and his team to see whether that is something that might actually be better aligned from a regional funding application, or whether Council will look to address some of its own immediate needs. So there is a conversation and there is alignment between us and the Cradle Coast Authority and the councils in the region to make sure that we're addressing our own individual needs, if we have those, but also can they actually be packaged up to something better to deliver a broader outcome.
Philip Reid, CEO, Cradle Coast Authority. As Vicky mentioned, we do collaborate, particularly where there's opportunity for grants that are cross LGA boundaries. If I draw on a recent example, and perhaps less to do with disaster recovery, but the MLCIP grant program, which is, if you like, currently being finalised by way of grant agreements, we've been fortunate in receiving grant funding for upgrades to the existing shared coastal pathway, which is a fantastic opportunity for the region that covers 5 councils within Cradle Coast's area along the coastline there. There's great opportunity for that collaboration to work, and it does happen, and it has happened plenty of times in the past. However, we do see some issues with eligibility requirements of those grants. Recent, if you like, reinterpretation of grant eligibility means that it's, if you like, strictly councils that are the primary project deliverer. And it needs to be by partnership back to an organisation like Cradle Coast Authority as a regional organisation. So we outlined in our submission, we believe that there should be a relook at how regional organisations can access funding, particularly for opportunities where there's going to be greater efficiency of delivery of infrastructure or renewal of infrastructure across LGA boundaries.
Thank you. Thanks,
Great.
Chair.
I'll go to Ms Urquhart.
Oh, thank you. Both your submissions raise, and I think you both spoke about it a little bit, but about the complexity of competitive grants, co-contribution requirements and reporting obligations. And I know I've had this conversation with a lot of councils in my electorate. Can you talk to me about how much staff time and organisational capacity is diverted away from what you would see as service delivery? Probably not so much for you, Phil, but a little bit, but more for Vicky. And strategic planning, which probably fits under your area, to administer this funding programs. And what reforms do you think would improve efficiency? So do you want to kick off?
Yep, thank you, Vicky Burton, Central Coast Council. I think there's probably a large component of effort that does go into a competitive grant application. There's a lot of research that is required, and it does take staff away from their day-to-day activity. So I would estimate if there was a large application, say worth a couple of $1 million, for example, it would probably be, you know, at least a month's work, I think, by the time you're actually doing the research, liaising with other people, getting all the funding requirements, building all the evidence that you need to support the application. One of the things I think that we don't do well is that when we're actually putting a funding application together, and it may not be available, but I think we need to make sure that we're actually factoring in a project management element into any funding application request, because that still needs to occur as part of the project. So it's not the project management from a construction perspective, it's project management from a delivery perspective and managing all of the requirements of grants. So there certainly is, with any grant, there are milestones. Milestones need to be reported on. They actually need to be a strong demonstration of success, potentially to progress to the next funding milestone as well. So there is a considerable piece of work that needs to be done. We have at Central Coast started to consider how we manage grants much better, from even just who's applying, because they actually come from many levels of government. So it's a case of, you know, there are small, there are large. So where do we put our effort? We have been very fortunate in the last 12 months. We've actually developed an advocacy agenda, and that will actually help council focus its efforts, particularly for funding asks, so it aligns to that. So we've actually become a little bit more strategic in that realm.
Philip Roodsey, Cradle Coast Authority. We have somewhat of a purview across the 9 councils in our region as it relates to the amount of work that they apply to grant applications. It's probably unsurprising, but certainly for larger councils, they're able to afford resource to be able to pull together applications, often in-house, sometimes with sufficient budget to draw in expertise from outside of council, particularly for technical business case analyses or cost-benefit analyses, I should say. We do know, and I understand some of the smaller councils will be representing themselves later today, so I don't want to talk on behalf of them, but we do know that smaller councils frequently will be competing for the same grants through much lesser means, often developing their grant applications entirely in-house. I think the term off the side of the desk pops up quite frequently in local government in Tasmania as it relates to grant applications. There's no exception there. So I think when it comes to competitive grant applications, there is an inherent inequity, if you like, between councils in their ability to prepare grants that are likely to have the best chance of success. That's our observation.
And do you think there'd be any, what sort of reforms do you think could be implemented to improve efficiency in that area?
I'm not sure whether this has been raised in the past, and it's an example that's in fact been borne out of community benefit sharing frameworks and programs that industry have been delivering, and that is to provide some resource to councils to prepare their applications. I don't have a recommendation on how that can be done equitably, but I do know that it means that for organisations in the benefit sharing realm, where there may be programs that are equally as just for receiving funding, but simply the organisations putting those forward don't have the resources to pull together a competitive grant, that they're given the best chance by, if you like, call it seed funding or an equivalent, to be able to prepare that application. So I think that should be considered.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
And Deputy Chair.
Thank you. I would just like thank you for appearing today. I just want to go to Central Coast Council and some of the evidence you gave, particularly around cost shifting, and we've heard that a lot. But I'm intrigued from your perspective. Have you ever seen a document that is a sort of a tripartite agreement as to what each level of government does? We all, we all talk about roads, rates and rubbish. We talk about state government, federal, but have you ever seen something that actually, an agreement that spells out very clearly, just as a base to avoid this cost shifting that's obviously having such an impact?
Central Coast, the simple answer would be no. I think we all operate under our respective legislations, and that outlines, core responsibilities, particularly of local government. But from an agreement perspective for different tiers of government, no.
What could it look like?
What could it look like? That's a great question, isn't it?
Phil,
Yep.
Mrs. Reid, do you have a...
Thank you. Philip Reid, CEO of the Cradle Coast Authority, and I may speak a little bit from my experience in local government outside of Tasmania. An accord or something of that nature that, and in our submission we put forward the need for fair equalised funding for base level community services. And so the question then begs, what are those services? And I think it's fair to say, and we heard it I think from the session prior to us, there are some discretionary services that councils will deliver, certainly, some compared to others. But I agree, there is very little definition or understanding between levels of government around what each delivers, but in particular local government, and what those expectations are around local services would be. If that could be better defined through an accord or something of that nature, I think we would start to move away from what should be funded and what shouldn't be funded, and be able to land on what is simply just the base level service for communities across Australia as normalised as possible, whereby competitive grants then can be delivered for those things that align with federal or state policy, and for the things that are more discretionary for councils to apply for pending their needs.
Thank you.
Great. All right, we are out of time, but I know Dr Haynes has some questions that we're going to provide to you to get a written response from, if that's okay. So I'd really like to thank you on behalf of the committee for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Northern Midlands Council and the Central Highlands Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? Yep.
Okay, Marie Bricknell, Acting General Manager, Northern Midlands Council.
Mary Knowles, Mayor of the Northern Midlands Council.
Stephen Mackey, General Manager, Central Highlands Council.
Louise Triffett, Mayor of the Central Highlands Council.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good morning, my name's Helen Haynes, member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Good morning, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Morning, Anne Urquhart, Federal Member for Braddon, North West and West Coast of Tasmania and King Island.
Good morning, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Great, thank you. I now invite members of the committee, oh no, I've done that. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Mary Knowles, Mayor of Northern Midlands Council. Northern Midlands is geographically one of the larger municipal councils in Tasmania. We have around 14,500 people. But we have almost 1,000 kilometres of roading, so more roads than anybody else, and a significant amount of that is gravel roads. We have 7,500 properties, but because of our small rate base, we generate only about half of our revenue in rates, and our annual budget for last year was $35.5 million. That's for 25-26. We have 7 main towns, 10 small towns, lots of small locations that consider they're as important as towns, very historic villages, and we're committed to delivering good governance, economic development and environmental sustainability, as well as all the other things that we're sort of expected to do. There is no other services for childcare, so we provide that in our towns of Perth and Cressy. Perth, we've got 80 places and we're looking to have to double the size of that, and Cressy, we've just purchased land so we can double the size of their childcare because we have a lot of workers, the care is needed, and we would like our residents to be able to stay and work within our municipality, plus a lot of them head into Launceston, but we've got a lot of farms, a lot of berry growers, so we do, we've got a lot of work, and we've got the industrial precinct out by the airport. But what we'd like to provide is a lot more shared pathways, things for people's, mental health, physical health. We're a lot about health and wellbeing, looking after our communities. We'd particularly like to have a neighbourhood house to support our communities. We have not got one, and other smaller councils have actually got 2. We actually need one to be able to provide those services for our communities. And we're having to provide, we've got some doctors, but we need to provide doctors in other locations and the buildings that they're in. So we provide quite a lot of extra stuff that we perhaps shouldn't have to. Yes.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Louise Triffett, Mayor of the Central Highlands. The Central Highlands is a large landmass area with a very minimal rate base. Our council have a vital role in maintaining a strong and sustainable community with the essential services with health and wellbeing, GP services, transport, keeping rates as low as possible, employment. Central Highlands Council is the main employer for the Central Highlands itself, and we also have an ageing population which puts stress on council to provide independent living units as well. I would like to hand over to my General Manager, Stephen, to give further information on this, if it's okay.
Stephen Mackey. As the Mayor has just said, we're a large base rural council, predominantly 8,000 square kilometres. We've got a population of 2,603, which, as you can see, based on those numbers, there's a lot of land for each person that lives in the area. As the Mayor has also stated, we need to provide doctors, bus services, all of those that people expect in the cities. We used to have a bus service that was taken away about 6 months ago. A doctor left the OOS facility about 18 months ago, and in that period we've tried desperately to get one. There is only one way we can achieve that, and that is if council puts their hand in their pocket. To put it in context, our rate base is small. In fact, it's predominantly we get about 5.5 to 6 million in rate income. If we did a 1% rate increase, it only achieves $37,000. So, it makes it extremely difficult to do it even on based on the latest CPI. So basically, that's where we sit.
Great, thank you very much. Got a question for Northern Midlands Council first. How do freight, agricultural and regional transport needs affect your council's infrastructure costs?
Marie Britton. Yes, we've got a big challenge. We've got 1,000 kilometres of roads. We've got a little over 500 million assets, and to keep up with the renewal of that amount of assets and that big of a road base, we struggle every year. Similar to Central Highlands, our 1% of rate increase is about $150,000, and our long-term financial plan is to raise revenue above CPI a small amount to try and keep pace, but that doesn't keep pace. And due to big water irrigation schemes going through the Midlands and expanded, has made the properties more profitable, but it's also changed the infrastructure, or basically the Transport Association are going now to, instead of once per property for sheep and cattle, to pick up the goods for sheep and cattle in grazing agriculture. It's now become an intensive vegetable growing type agriculture. So our roads are being bashed every day from potato trucks and other vegetable carting infrastructure, and our roads are falling apart. Most of them were built for small 6-yard trucks. Now we're getting B doubles going through, and most of the roads were built 70 years ago, and they're starting to fall apart. But also, they don't any longer cater for the big trucks, and they need to be wider, they need to be stronger, the bases need to be changed so they can cope with that type of heavy, not only the actual trucks, but the tractors and the big machinery that's going to harvest these intensive crops. And the other thing is, because now the water is being pumped around the farms, the farmers are putting big pivot irrigators in and diverting water runoff to the roads, of course, and so we need bigger culverts and being able to cater for flash flooding and that sort of thing as well. So it's a real challenge. Roads recovery has been increased in recent years, which has helped a little bit, but nowhere near enough.
Thank you very much. And for Central Highlands Council, and just want to say thank you for all the work you do. Like, as smaller councils, it's just extraordinary amongst the challenges. And you talked about some of the challenges of maintaining infrastructure and services across a small population and in a really large geographical area. Can you tell us a bit more about some of those challenges? I know you mentioned some briefly in your opening statement, but if you could just expand on that.
Predominantly, we've got Myena, which is it's in the snow line, really. So basically, that causes us problems because people want to move around. So they've asked us now if we can put a snow plough in so that they can get in and out in winter time. That also causes us problems. Last year, we have emergency service type issues in regards to when we have fires that go through. But last year, our issue was the bulk of the people that were living up in the high country, their water froze, so they were unable to get water, they were unable to shower, so that meant we had to, in the end, we ended up transporting water so that they could actually provide some, get some of those services. We've now applied for emergency grants and we've received some funds and we've purchased some shower units and toilet units which we can cart around in those types of conditions. Really the issues are that doctors, bus services, education, all of those things, if anyone, once they go past year 12, they've got to go to Hobart. People, unfortunately, in these communities cannot afford to do the travelling. Either the parents work or if they don't work, they can't afford to take them down. There's a school bus that does it, and we tried to get a school bus service where we could get adults that could get at least some trips down to Hobart to actually see medical professionals. Unfortunately, you can't have adults on school buses, and they will not change the attitude, which I think is a bit poor. Northern Midlands made the comment in regards to their infrastructure and the problems they have there. We have, unfortunately, timber carted out of the high country because because of the rocky conditions on those plantations. It's easier for them to get the timber out in wintertime. That has actually now ruined two of our longest roads. So once the weather settles down, we'll have to go back in and do substantial work on those. We're probably $1.5 million down on what we need to actually provide reasonable roads in our, unsealed roads in our area. The main road through from the north to the south, which is the Highland Lakes Road, is not satisfactory for some of the carties that's going to be on it, specifically wind farms. The last time they had a blade fall over, which was on a 70-metre blade, the next ones that are going to come through are going to be 80, and the ones after that are going to be 90-metre blades. So it's going to be near impossible to get those through. But the state government are not prepared at this point to do anything on that road. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I might go to Dr. Haynes.
Thank you very much, everyone. I might just continue to pick up on the discussion we're having with roads, and so to all of you really. What do you receive per kilometre through the roads component of the financial assistance grants?
About 1.6, 1.7 million. About half of what our total grant is, which is about 3.4.
And maybe...
A little over $2 million.
Yeah. And what does it actually cost you to maintain a kilometre of road?
Thanks very much for the question. Can we take it on notice?
Yeah, very, very happy to take it on notice, because I'm just hearing loud and clear the massive constraints that's having to you. To the Northern Midlands Council, your submission discusses seeking a fair share of royalties and fees from major commercial and renewable energy developments. Could you speak to that a bit more, and what would be needed to support you in facilitating the energy transition on the ground and help deliver the legacy infrastructure projects, and roads is probably part of that your community wants?
Yes, Marie Britnell. I'll just start with, we've got proposals for a huge big solar farm at the back of Cressy on the O'Connor property. We've also got a battery storage facility application to go at Paltina. Obviously, you know, just the logistics of getting all that infrastructure to the sites, all the workers that we'll have to accommodate. And there's also the Mariners Link that will go through our municipality in the Palmerston area. So that's going to start fairly soon, and that will be a huge impost on our road infrastructure as well. So, yeah.
What are you getting from that?
We get nothing. At the moment, the energy, like the solar and the battery, there's no rateable because it's supplying energy, and that's not rated in Tasmania. So, so we don't get any compensation for those huge, big developments.
Have you had the opportunity, or are you able to create the opportunity to sit down at the table with these energy companies and discuss community benefit? And would there be advantage in having some federally consistent community benefit framework that would assist you to do that?
Yes, we have asked our local government association to lobby for that on our behalf. We've looked at the Victorian model and the South Australian model, where they have a community benefit contribution from those organisations, but at this stage Tasmania's got nothing, and we're not aware of anything coming in at this stage.
Would you see that as a potential new source of income if such a thing was established?
Yes, we'd be very appreciative if it was, but at this stage, and I'm sure Central Highlands would do the same thing with wind farms, with some consistent and fair, you know, revenue base for that type of industry.
Would you like to comment, Mr. Mackey, on that?
Yeah, thanks. We're currently going through a process with RecFit in regards to an MOU in regards to community benefits funding. We have one wind farm at the moment that is actually, they're going to contribute $125,000, but what they're going to do is $1,000 for each property within 125 properties for their power bill. So we're of the view that that's fine, but unfortunately we think that there's greater benefits can be achieved, and through RecFit the next wind farms that come on board are going to be making community benefit contributions. The solar farms are going to be the same. We're going to end up with about 5 wind and solar farms in our area. Currently the smallest one is up and running. We went through the process to try and bring in PILE, or payment in lieu of rates, which they do in Victoria, which is legislated in the National Energy Act. Unfortunately, Tasmania haven't brought it in and do not seem to be that enthused in doing so. On that basis, the property has been valued, but because the property is leased to the wind farm operator, the value of the assets that are on that site are not included. They're classed by the Valuer General as chattels. That meant that the income we were going to receive was absolutely, well, basically nothing over and above what it was currently valued at. Council took the view to put in a differential rating for this financial year, so under that process, as opposed to the normal rate we charge on properties, on that property we charged 99 cents in the dollar, so that subsequently brought us in $163,000. And that really shouldn't be the way we need to go about it. The legislation should be changed to bring in payment in lieu of rates. Wind farms should provide a community benefit, and that community benefit should not be one where they distribute it through a grant process, 2,000 here or 3,000 there. It should go into a pool that's administered by local government, state government and the wind farm operators themselves to get a proper benefit for those smaller communities.
And just finally on that, do you feel as local government that you have the capacity, the staff, the expertise to undertake such negotiations and achieve an outcome in this renewable space?
Look, the way it is at the moment, the ones that are in our area are more than happy to be in that space. They recognise that there is some downsides to them developing in our areas, and they're prepared to kick into a community-based fund to help the community out. They also recognise that there is a rate that they should pay like any other commercial business.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Great, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Oh, great, thank you. First of all, I just want to go to Northern Midlands Council and your submission. You called for councils to receive a share of royalties and fees from major commercial operations and renewable energy production. Just picking up on Dr Haynes's commentary, you've not been able to pick up any royalties, any payments whatsoever. What's the cost to your council then, in terms of the impact this is having on diverting funds to fix roads, etc., that you're not really being compensated for?
Yeah, basically, not so much with the energy stuff at this stage, because the projects are in their planning stage. So, but that will pick up in the next 2 or 3 years. But more so is our effect for other large businesses like the airport, which is on Crown land. Council would have, received probably, if it was rated like every other property in the business in the municipal area, we'd probably be receiving near to $1 million a year from that, from the airport, with all its car parks and its businesses on site. But council receive a donation. We have no say in the calculation. We receive a donation of $250,000 a year, and council, so council has no control of that source, and we'd urge the government to have some sort of structure on how these businesses on Crown land are rated, and so that we have some security and some revenue from those businesses on Crown land, on the airport property. We have the issue of car parks on private land paying rates, but car parks on the airport site not paying the equivalent rates.
Thank you. And to Central Highlands Council, has there been a recent state government inquiry into local government? Did we hear evidence earlier? And if not, what message would you like this committee to send to the state government? Because picking up on your evidence earlier, particularly around the impact of renewables projects and your lack of ability to rate them appropriately, what could this committee effectively say to try and send a very strong message to state government around, for a small council like yours, what you need from them?
How long have you got? Look, quite clearly, the legislation is in place in mainland states, predominantly Victoria, for payment in lieu of rates. Now, we applied for a supplementary to get the wind farm rated. It took 7 months and came out with the value that it came out at. Yes, I have lodged an objection to that valuation, and I've lodged it on the basis that they're classing it at 4% of the AAV. My view is that most commercial activities in our municipal area are at 8%. If I ran it at 8%, then I would get the rate income that I would get under pilot, or very close to it. But the other side of it is the grants that we receive, i.e. the federal grants, yes, they're appreciated, but if it was at 1%, it would be substantially better. I've done some calculations of where we would sit, and it's blatantly obvious we'd be double on what we are now. But I've worked it on the basis that I think it should, in the first instance, the 1% should increase, but it should go to the rural communities in the first instance to give them greater benefit in quick time. Yeah, but we have, like Northern Midlands, we have Crown properties, we have commercial activities on Crown land that are not rated. They're exempt from rates, and they have been for... Council requested a change 15 years ago, and with a lack of courtesy received nothing from the Liberal government then, even as a response to the letter that was received. So first off, the real issue is to convince the government payment in lieu of rates is the methodology to be used for wind and solar farms.
Can I just ask one last question to both councils? I mean, we've got obviously financial assistance grants as a federal form of untied grant funding, but yet you're a creature of the state government. This is always intriguing me. What sort of untied grant funding do you get, you know, irrespective of who's in government, from the Tasmanian government, given that, you know, you were created under statute by the state parliament?
Yeah, look, yes, there are grants out there, there's no doubt. The simple fact is there's co-contributions, and as I've already mentioned, for us to do something serious, a 1% rate increase brings in $37,000. My humble opinion is that the grants that are done should be based on, okay, for the cities, this is the portion you can apply for. A council our size, this is a portion that you can apply for, so that it gives us all an opportunity not to have to compete with larger cities, which we can't do. And the fact being, as is already mentioned with the ones that were here previously, the cost to actually put these applications together.
But there are no untied grant funding from the state government to you? Untied? Competitive, you've answered, but untied and...
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yeah.
Only the FAGS grants, which is...
But state government, I want to focus on the state government.
No.
What do there are no untied grant funding from the state government, and only any block funding for roads?
The only thing we get is, it was called the old timber toll funding, and we get $74,000 a year for that,
right,
towards roads.
That's it. So that's all you get from the state government, other than ad hoc competitive programs?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Urquhart. Thank you. I just want to go, both of your submissions talked about councils increasingly delivering services that were traditionally the responsibility of other levels of government. Can you talk to me about examples of cost shifting that are creating the greatest financial pressure in your municipalities, and what mechanisms do you think could be introduced to ensure that councils are compensated when responsibilities are transferred? And I give some examples. I think Central Highlands put in was things like medical services, ambulance accommodation, SES resources. So can you talk to me about what do you think how should you be compensated, or should you just say it's the state government or another government's responsibility?
It'd be nice to be able to say that it's just give it to the state government. Unfortunately, we currently pay out $250,000 just for the provision of doctors in our area, and that is on the basis that we get another doctor at Ouse. And quite clearly, we've budgeted to do that, and we hope we can get a doctor in place. The argument we're getting at the moment is that that may take some of the patients away from other services in other locations as well as ours. Our argument to that is it will put more capacity into the system as opposed to taking it out. But we're not having a lot of joy in regards to that. Bus service, there used to be a bus service which was 4 days a week. That was subsequently dropped back to 1 day a fortnight. That's not satisfactory when people elderly cannot get to see doctors. Some will not drive because they're not happy to do so. They're quite comfortable to get on a bus, but now they can't do that, or they can't time their visits how it sits. We asked how much it would cost us to actually provide that service and go back to what it was, and $400,000 was just out of the question.
Northern
Midlands. I guess it's more, for us, it's more what our community is missing out on that we can't afford and that the state government doesn't provide. And our Mayor mentioned the neighbourhood house.
Yeah.
I guess when COVID came 4 years ago, we were unable to, our area didn't receive the services that other areas did. And that highlighted to us that we needed a neighbourhood house, we needed somewhere to provide services to the community. People were homeless, were flooded and that sort of thing in floods, and we've got nowhere for people to go. We have high cases of like homelessness, youth outreach services. None of those services are provided to our communities. We have high vandalism because there's no services provided.
And so Northern Midlands doesn't provide them, but the state won't provide them. What are the services that you provide?
Yeah.
That maybe has been cost shifted to you rather than state or federal?
Okay. Well, obviously we do provide buildings for doctors.
Yep.
Because we obviously need those in our rural area. So we do provide that. We provide support for transport, volunteer transport, to go to medical services into the city. Mary, help me out.
Well, we've actually had to purchase a block of land simply to bury people because there's not enough, there wasn't, the cemeteries in Campbelltown, there was no land left.
Right.
So they needed it.
Yep.
There was no other way of them getting it other than us purchasing a block of land.
So council took
Yes. And we provide, like I said before, significant childcare.
Who would normally do that? Is that normally a state government responsibility?
That or churches.
Yes.
But churches have got no money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Churches have they've sold all their assets, obviously, now because of the redress issues, and that's fallen back on council.
Yeah. And just in relation to workforce challenges, and I think both of you would probably have some workforce challenges, an issue for your council. Can you talk to me about what sort of steps that you've taken to address those challenges, and what reforms do you think would better support small rural councils with limited staffing and revenue capacity? And I asked this of the previous witnesses, particularly in putting together grants, but are there other areas that you think you could be supported, particularly as small rural councils, to assist with that sort of process?
Right, but North Midlands. I guess a good example for us is that we received a feasibility funding. We put in an application for, to go back one step further, we actually put up a project for a regional project and was supported by all councils to put in a application for that through NDTC, which is Northern Tasmanian Regional Corporation. And we applied for council to put in for a TransLink intermodal site because we thought that would benefit Tasmania and the northern region. So we were supported by the northern region, and we put in for an application for a feasibility study. Right. None of us would have been able to or had the resources to put in an application for that. Yep. So we put in for a feasibility study and was successful in getting that far. And then if that feasibility study, that's actually happening now, and if that feasibility study comes that it's worth, it stacks up basically, then we will get funding, be able to apply for extra funding to actually get enabling infrastructure. Right. So that's a large-scale project, but that was the only way we would have been able to. It was something you couldn't do as a council. On your own. We wouldn't have. We do have an economic development officer, a former economic development officer that we've employed 2 or 3 days a week to look at grants, but the grants are getting more complicated. Yeah. And we're struggling to have the resources to be able to put in for a lot of grants. And it's getting to the stage where you almost need like a small-scale feasibility study to be able to put in for grant funding. for most projects these days.
Yep.
It may come as no great surprise in rural communities, the bulk of our workforce are ageing, and unfortunately, we had a person retire who did our building and plumbing control. To try and get someone on board was basically a mere impossibility, and so in the end we resource shared, as we did with our planning with our next door neighbour. We'll be talking with another council in the not too distant future over other issues in regards to community and economic development. And really, as I said, we've got an ageing workforce, and yeah, it is going to cause us some problems in the not too distant future.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Jordan-Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. It's great to have you here. Both of you, your councils, sort of mentioned the extensive asset base and road networks that you have in your LGA. And noting your suggestions for the financial assistance grants to one side, what changes would you suggest to the committee that would give council greater certainty to plan and deliver long-term asset renewal?
Yeah, look, I think that Marie sort of touched on it a minute ago, and that's i.e. the strategies and the plans that needed to be developed into the future. We've all got economic development and we've all got asset management plans. But quite clearly, to put a plan together without having any structure behind it, real serious structure behind it, i.e. that this is where the funds are going to come from, is just a plan. What really needs to happen is the governments need to get down and really start to think seriously about the infrastructure that we all have and how we work together to sort of sort these things out. Marie made the comment in regards to applying for grants. Well, rec grants and things like these, they actually need strategies behind them. They actually need council to have a plan to develop those. So it's the same in regards to our roads. We do, look at our infrastructure, what the long-term objective is, but quite clearly, unless we stop doing something in this area, is the only way we're going to be able to put funding into another area to cover our roads.
Ms Bricknell, would you care to comment as well?
Mary Knowles here, Northern Midlands Council. One thing that the Northern Tasmanian Development Corporation, which is the 8 northern councils, has done extremely well is look at like our sporting facilities and the types of sports that we're offering, as one example of what the infrastructure is that is there, what's needed and what should we have less of, so that we actually can put a regional plan together. And they've done that really well under our population growth, ageing population, all those issues. So we work really, really well together, the 8 northern councils, on lots of those sorts of strategies. Sorry, Marie.
Yeah, no, you're right. The other problem is that our service levels are getting higher and higher. People are expecting better and better facilities. Obviously, just as a recent example, where AFL in Tasmania has gained momentum with the Tasmanian team, and all of a sudden our recreation grounds are being overused, we need upgrades for all our recreation grounds. Just an example, we've got 19 junior teams on one ground, and then we've got the seniors and the women's and that on top of that, and it becomes a mud bowl. So we need $1 million for each ground to upgrade the surfaces, because no longer with just the normal grounds, they can't cope anymore. So,
and we've got 7 grounds.
And so that's just an example. So the levels of service and the expectations of the public is higher now. And council haven't got that level of funding to be able to cope and lift the levels of service. We just haven't got it without getting extra grant funding, and that's where the community infrastructure funding that we had a few years ago was really beneficial, because it was a little bit of a top-up to lift not just keep the level of service at the one level, but it was actually a top up. We could lift it. Sorry?
Local roads and community infrastructure.
Yeah, that one. Yes, that was really beneficial because we was able to lift a few things. That was where we could, upgrade our change rooms to cater for women and those sort of things. We're now, without that funding, local government is really hurting. So in our long-term financial plans, obviously we've got renewal funding there, but and our council's an example with the over time with costs increasing and that sort of stuff, we can't keep our rate revenue in pace with our replacement costs, and we're now going. We've always had a surplus, budgeted for a surplus, but we're actually tipped over now, and we just can't meet the rising costs. So, council will be going further and further into deficit without having to increase our rates, a lot more than CPI. So, we're advocating for extra grant funding if we can. That's where, through ALGA, we're lobbying for increased financial assistance grants because most councils are the same. The replacement costs are just outpacing our revenue. So.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
All right, well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. It's been very helpful for our committee. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward that to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Tasman Council and the King Island Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? So we might start with the Tasman Council.
Thank you, Chair. My name's Rod McDonald, the Mayor of Tasman Council.
I'm Blake Reepheim, the CEO of the Tasman Council.
Thank you. And joining us on teleconference today, King Island Council.
Yes, Marcus Blakey, Mayor of King Island.
Great. Thank
Brian.
you. Oh, sorry.
Manager.
Were there more people?
It's Brian Nicholson, General Manager from King.
Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good morning. Helen Haynes. I represent the electorate of Indi in North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Anne Urquhart, Federal Member for Braddon, which is the northwest and west coast of Tasmania, and of course King Island.
Good morning, I'm Alice Jordan-Baird, Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we'll start with Tasman Council.
Thank you, Chair. So Chair, Deputy Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for inviting Tasman Council to contribute further to this important inquiry. While we do refer to our own situation, we're also providing analysis on the local government sector generally. We'd also like to introduce some new information which is additional to what we provided in our initial submission. So we have that here in hard copy format, which we're happy to provide now or at the end if you so choose.
Yep, at the end's fine. Yep, thank you.
Just to begin, to outline the situation of Tasman, we're a small rural municipality in southeast Tasmania. We have a permanent population of approximately 2,700 people. We're a proud community and we're proud of both our community and our record of responsible local government. So from the outset, I'd just like to make clear that Tasman Council is not appearing before you because we're financially distressed. We have a strong balance sheet, low liabilities and prudent reserves. We've worked hard to manage our finances responsibly and to invest carefully in our community. But that is also why we believe Tasman's experience is important to this inquiry. Our concern is not simply about our financial position today, it is about whether the funding architecture supporting rural and remote local government is sustainable over the long term. Tasman demonstrates the difference between being financially resilient today and structurally exposed tomorrow. Our municipality has a permanent population of around 2,700, but that number tells only a small part of the story. During summer, our population increases significantly, and during peak periods we can experience daily visitor numbers of around 30,000 to 35,000 people. Across the year, approximately 1 million people visit the Tasman region. So perhaps I should have added at the beginning, our municipality is on the Tasman Peninsula, which is in the area surrounding Port Arthur historic site, so hence a large number of visitors. Those visitors are extremely important to our economy and we welcome them, but visitors also use our roads, waste facilities, public spaces, toilets, community infrastructure and other services. The infrastructure does not distinguish between a ratepayer and a visitor, yet much of the responsibility for maintaining that infrastructure ultimately sits with the council, whose permanent population is only around 2,700 people. Our revenue base is further constrained by the characteristics of a municipality. approximately 35.8% of the land within Tasman is non-rateable, predominantly because it's national park and other public land. Those areas include some of Tasmania's most significant natural tourism assets. They attract visitors and generate substantial economic activity, but they do not contribute rates to council. We face a similar issue with marine farming. Tasman supports significant agriculture activity, but the productive marine farming lease areas are located on state-owned waters and cannot be rated by council. Again, substantial economic activity can occur within our municipality without creating an equivalent local government revenue base. At the same time, state agencies and state-owned entities appear to generate approximately $26 million to $29 million in gross annual revenue from visitor activities and assets located within the Tasman region, including the Three Capes Track and Port Arthur Historic Site. We're not suggesting this revenue should simply be transferred to council. The point is more fundamental. Economic activity occurring within a municipality is not the same thing as local government revenue capacity. That distinction matters when governments assess rural councils' capacity to fund infrastructure and services. It also matters when Commonwealth funding programs use population thresholds or statistical classifications to determine eligibility. Tasman is classified as an ABS statistical area level 2 region. That classification serves an important statistical purposes, but it does not tell government whether a municipality has a major urban centre, a substantial commercial rate base, extensive non-rateable land, a dispersed population, or unusually high visitor demand. For that reason, we believe Commonwealth funding policy needs a more sophisticated understanding of structural capacity. Tasman Council is proposing that the Australian Government investigate the development of a local government structural capacity index. We're not presenting that index as a finished model. However, we are proposing it as a framework for further development and independent valuation, one that could consider factors such as effective service population, population density, infrastructure responsibility, non-rateable land, revenue capacity, geographic dispersion, workforce constraints and visitor demand. We believe this could complement existing ABS classifications and provide government with a better understanding of the actual structural circumstances facing councils across Australia. There is also an important infrastructure issue. Commonwealth and state capital grants have enabled councils like ours to deliver projects that our communities could never fund alone. We strongly support those programs. But when an asset is built, council inherits it for decades. We inherit the maintenance, insurance, inspection, depreciation, rehabilitation, renewal and eventually replacement of that asset. That is why one of the principles we would like the committee to consider is very simple: fund the life of the asset, not just the ribbon cutting. This inquiry provides an opportunity to look beyond individual grant programs and consider the architecture of local government funding as a whole. We believe that architects should better recognise effective service population, the minimum capability required to operate a council, infrastructure stewardship, the structural differences between rural and metropolitan councils, and the limitations on the revenue that some councils can realistically raise themselves. Most importantly, we're not asking the committee to design a system specifically for Tasman. The circumstances I've described today are experienced in different forms by rural, regional, remote, coastal, tourism and national park gateway councils across Australia. Our proposition is therefore straightforward. A well-managed council should not have to become financially distressed before the funding system recognises that it has a structural problem. Tasman Council wants to remain financially strong. We want other rural and remote councils to remain financially strong as well. And we believe the Commonwealth has an opportunity through this inquiry to create a better funding framework that better aligns revenue, responsibility, capability and long-term stewardship. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before the committee. The CEO and I welcome your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll hear from opening statement from King Island Council.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mayor Marcus Blackie here. Nice to have the opportunity to give you evidence today. Sorry we can't be there in person. We're certainly there in spirit, and it's nice to see our Tasman colleagues there today. We're in good company all round as far as we're concerned. Just very, very quickly, not to double up on what Tasman have just presented, King Island Council, we are the third smallest of 29 in Tasmania. We're 120 years old, population of about 1,700 and growing. Because of our isolation, we've always we've developed pretty much complete autonomy and self-sufficiency, and we certainly punch above our weight. For those that are not familiar with King Island, Tasmania, like Anne Urquhart is, we certainly have lots to brag about. We have the world's freshest air, the world's cleanest rainwater, Australia's best grass-fed beef, Australia's best cheese, Australia's best kelp, Australia's best golf courses, Australia's best lobster. We have Australia's best tungsten, Australia's best hub facility. We have Australia's oldest music licence, and you're always number one in the queue at our hospital emergency department. We are cool climate country heaven, and a bit of a time warp. We like it that way. We are blessed to have a diverse economy, a legendary brand, and we punch well above our weight for our small population. But with that, like Tasman mentioned, we carry disproportionately the burdens. We are in many ways similar to Norfolk and Lord Howe Island in that we rely completely and utterly on our aviation for people to come in and out. It's the only way packs can come and go from King Island, like Norfolk and Lord Howe. So in that respect, we are very exposed to the inadequacies of freight and the high cost of regional airfares and all those sorts of things. In spite of that, our economy and our population continue to grow. The big issue and the best example for us, not to harp on too much of the council, is our airport. Some councils say poverty is owning a swimming pool, and I'm sure that's true. Well, try owning and operating a large municipal airport. We were never designed to own and operate a very large municipal airport. We inherited our airport from the federal government in 1992 when they divested all of those assets around Australia. Our airport is owned and operated exclusively by our council. It has to be. No one else is going to buy it from us, certainly no hedge fund or anything like that, and has to operate 7 days a week. Passenger numbers are very exciting at 40,000 plus a year. So much air freight and everything comes in. Certain days of the week, our airport is the second busiest airport in Tasmania, particularly with the influx of golfers during our summer. And aircraft movements remain high. And that all bodes very well for the future. And our newish airport terminal is the only thing our council still owes money for. But in spite of all of that, our council loses $600,000 a year owning and operating our airport because of the incredible compliance requirements and also the running it as a 24/7 operation. So losing $600,000 a year on our airport, and we're only about a $12 million a year council, so there you can see the burden. Unlike the examples I used, Norfolk and Lord Howe Island, we don't receive any direct funding for our airport, any local fare schemes or anything of that nature. So we desperately need some upgrade improvements to the Tasmania Freight Equalisation Scheme soon to help air freight. And moreover, recently we have developed a community service obligation business plan for our airport to try and to try and obtain some traction in getting some sort of supplementary funding, be it either federal or state or a combination, to help us with our airport to at least cover our deficit. Because our ratepayers at the moment have to cover that deficit, and we think that's patently unfair when we are on the realm of a $400 million a year economy, massively export-oriented, and we really do punch above our weight, but we receive very little back for all of the export earnings that we produce and all the tax revenue we produce, and we'd like to see that balanced out. I'll just quickly throw to my GM and then we're done. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, everyone. It's Brian Nicholson, General Manager here at King Island. We're not here simply to tell the committee what the problems facing local government are. You already know them and you've heard considerable evidence about them. We are here because King Island has begun a different journey from describing the problem to developing and testing a possible solution. The structural gap we are trying to address is not theoretical. King Island supports an economy generating more than 150 million in GRP and about 300 to 400 million in annual industry output. Yet Council receives approximately $700,000 in base grant funding. Our airport, the island's essential highway and the infrastructure enabling much of that economic activity operates at an annual deficit of more than $600,000. In practical terms, one essential asset consumes the equivalent of council's entire base grant before we get the opportunity to renew other assets, address drainage issues, maintain community facilities, or undertake other essential improvements. Meanwhile, councils with only moderately larger populations may receive materially more funding despite not owning and operating an airport or carrying the strategic responsibilities. This is not a criticism of those councils. It does, however, demonstrate that the existing system does not consistently connect funding with the responsibilities a council actually carries. This is the responsibility capacity gap. We're under no illusion that a small council has all the answers to a national public policy challenge. But small councils often see policy gaps most clearly because we experience their consequences directly. King Island is a small enough system to understand in detail, but complex enough to expose a much larger question. What happens when a community's contribution and responsibilities extend far beyond its population and financial capacity? We have taken that lived experience and converted it into a structured body of work, a doctrine, evidence-based, assessment framework, economic contribution and capacity model, white paper and practical airport community service obligation business case. It is grounded in official evidence, built around measurable criteria and designed to be applied beyond King Island. We believe the work is sufficiently developed to move from concept to formal testing. We're inviting the committee to examine it, challenge it and help establish a pilot that will demonstrate how the model can be applied across different Australian communities. We believe the model could benefit all levels of government by supporting earlier, more consistent and better informed decisions. Most importantly, it could benefit the communities we all serve by recognising their true contribution and addressing structural problems before infrastructure decline becomes infrastructure failure. Our invitation is to explore the work with us, challenge it, independently test it through a diverse pilot and determine whether it can become a useful national policy tool. We may be a small council, but the gap we've identified and the question it raises are not small. King Island is ready to help test the answer. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I've got a question for both councils, and I know you've touched on it in your opening statements as well, but can you give us a sense of how tourism, the seasonal visitation and road use affects councils' infrastructure and service costs, like some tangible examples, and where do you see cost shifting or unclear responsibility between the Tasmanian government and council, and what changes would reduce administrative burden and improve delivery certainty for small councils? I might start with Tasman Council. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Look, there is a significant connection, and we've got one road in particular which has around 400,000 vehicle movements per year, yet it remains a council road, which is a significant cost, and that's around near the Blowhole, Tasman's Arch, Devil's Kitchen, a very highly visited area. But the impacts, I think, I might ask the General CEO for any further comment on that.
Yeah, so with that road, Chair, in particular, the 400,000 vehicles, about 15% of those are dual axle and above buses, very large trucks pulling large boats, things like that. That is still classified as a rural council road by the state. We're having to do quite a bit of maintenance. When we recently resealed the road, we actually had to widen it and go to a higher standard because of the amount of traffic that's on it. It's no longer a rural council road anymore. And they're using that road only to access. They're coming off the Arthur Highway, which is a state road, using a council road, and they're only accessing state-owned assets such as the Tasman Arch and the Blowhole, which are all, again, state assets. So that puts extra, and there's a number of roads like that around the region. Three Capes Track, for example, the highway ends before you get there. The state gets about $6 to $8 million a year in revenue just off of walkers for that, but they're using council roads to access that facility again coming off the highway using council roads, and there's quite a bit of traffic. The other experience that we've been having recently is the state has been closing infrastructure, 2 toilet blocks within the Tasman region, closing it with no plans to rebuild, repair, and that's basically due to a lack of planning for infrastructure renewal on their part. They're also trying to force local businesses operating in one of their park areas that's been there for 27 years, closing their, terminating their lease and kicking them out, closing the business. That's the owners plus 10 jobs that'll go as well, with no real justification or reason why. And they're also wanting to close the toilet block in that area too, and that's the same at the blowhole there. We said indicates about 1 million visitors a year, and they want to shut that. Their first call was to council and say, if you want to build a toilet block there, we'll allow you to do it. Again, they want us to take ratepayer money to build their infrastructure and maintain their infrastructure on their land.
So a significant effect, Chair. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And King Island Council?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, tourism is a growing industry here on King Island, thanks to the success in particular of golf. That's been a huge hit here, and we're kind of victims of our success as a result of that. We need more of everything, but they're good problems to have. They're growing pains. But over and above, before tourism, we're a giant and very productive farm. Agriculture and mining, increasingly mining, remain our economic mainstays. Grass-fed beef in particular, as I mentioned before, and tungsten, they're our economic mainstays. They're export earners for our state and our country. And tourism is growing, but also tourism is somewhat discretionary. And in tough economic times like we're enduring at the moment, we expect numbers to be down this year, but beef prices are high and tungsten prices are in record territory. So again, we're blessed to have a diverse economy. Just regarding our airport and our roads, regarding our airport, we think that it's our opinion that the federal government has primacy in aviation in that space, and having been the previous owner of our airport, as well as supporting lots of other regional airports around the country and also in our Asia Pacific region, I might add. That we think the federal government should step up first and foremost and support some of our airport requirements, particularly because they underpin growth, and any investment in King Island will be returned to the taxpayer many times over. Our roads, we do receive some state funding for state road corridor roads on King Island, which it's a good symbiosis where the state government will sub it to us and we'll do the work and we benefit from that. And then we maintain the rest of the roads network ourselves as best we can as a small council, which is about 80%, a lot of them unsealed roads. And also, as I mentioned before, the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme is critically important to us because we're exposed to the terrible inadequacies of freight and reliance upon air freight as well. We don't have the proclaimed national highway that's supposed to extending to us at the moment. Improvements to the Tasmanian Freight Equalisation Scheme are hopefully about to change that, and that is a federally funded program and scheme, which we're very grateful recipients of. And again, with improvements to that scheme, which will cost the federal government more, no doubt about it, but I'm confident that we will return that investment many times up, and we'll be able to, economically speaking, being an export-driven economy, an isolated economy as we are, we'll really be able to get out of fourth gear and into overdrive, so to speak.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. I'll go to Tasman Council first. I think you talked about, and a few councils have talked about life cycle costs for infrastructure. What would that look like if the Commonwealth was to consider funding a project and include life cycle costs? How could that be metriced in term when an application's put in? Do you have any views on that?
I think, Deputy Chair, I guess going beyond that, instead of having to look at, are you going to fund depreciation, are you going to fund, maintenance or anything like that, it's looking at the general funding in particular. And that's where we've actually proposed in our updated evidence a local government structural capacity index. We've made 8 recommendations in our updated evidence that we're providing today. One of them is in line with ALGA's policy right now, asking the federal government to take the federal assistance grants up to 1%. But that's where ALGA falls short. They have a weak policy beyond that and how it's distributed. and that's where we want that metric updated. The reason why they won't approach it is because they feel like, well, some councils will be disadvantaged, and I can use that in air quotes. Those councils that would be disadvantaged would be your metro councils and your councils that, of course, your councils that get multi-million dollars a year from this, and more money will actually flow to the rural and remote councils by changing those metrics. So once ALGA actually made that position that they wouldn't approach changing any of the metrics, myself and a handful of other people established something called the Center for Rural Local Government, and one of the things that we've been working on is this issue. So I've proposed in here just a concept around this, and it's actually been vetted by some economists and researchers from the Center for Local Government at the University of New England, and that looks at metrics such as community, revenue capacity, infrastructure, geography, economic structure, workforce, and governance, and it creates all this into a formula that will spit out a number, and of course that will change. It will actually flow more funding to the rural and remote councils, and it will take some away from the metro councils, and I think that having that metric in there, the more money that we can actually spend more money on that infrastructure in order to renewal and maintain it. But also too, it's some of it is behavioral change too. That a nice piece of infrastructure brings in votes around an election, but it's a lifetime of giving from that piece of infrastructure. So we can't just fund new infrastructure all the time. We need to focus on what we already have and making sure it's maintained to a high standard before we go out and actually start building new infrastructure. So.
Sorry, because we're short of time, and I just want to, and I'm sorry, King Olin, I won't get to you today, just to be fair to other colleagues here. Are you proposing that grants commissions around the country use that measure to allocate funding? Because that's the cold hard reality here. Is that what your proposal?
Either, not necessarily this measure, but something like this. So like I said, it is a conceptual proposal. The State Grants Commission changed a little bit around their formula this year, and they're actually giving more money to councils that aren't being well managed, and they're taking away from us. So ours is actually reduced. It's not a lot. It's only about $5,000, but that's gone to another council. So we're redistributing scarcity at that point. So we're not actually equalizing. So this provides more equalization around all those factors and takes more factors into account.
Thank you. I might go to King Island because I want to just explore the strategic community doctrine that I've actually provided that to the committee, so it will be in the papers. But I think that talks about how communities can create public value beyond what would be expected given their size and resource base. Can you just talk a little bit about how you would translate the strategic community principle into practical funding arrangements for local government, and what criteria do you think governments should use to identify a strategic community?
Thanks for the question. Yeah, it's definitely something we've been working on through there. So there needs to be an evidence-based approach to it. So actually here on King Island we have created that evidence. So it is looking at all of our industries, and there's about 6 main industries that all contribute significantly. And as you said, they add value beyond our own boundaries. So first of all, you've got to establish whether or not they are a strategic community, and we have created a formula or a paper around that as well, where it does look at your economic contribution index and your local capacity index in terms of what you should be or what is expected to be produced at a population or a community our size. So there is statistics and there is a formula-based system that determines that. And then in terms of how that converts into funding, well, that at this stage is something that we're really keen to sit down with the committee and work through. I think once the strategic community has been identified, what does that actually transfer into dollars on the ground? And we've deliberately not gone down that path yet. I think what we've done is identified that there is an issue here. We've then created the evidence that identifies the strategic community, and then we've identified formulas that can be put in place to prove or disprove that fact. And then I think the next step is saying, how does that translate into a funding model? Another document we've created is the King Island White Paper, and it's about where it goes is actually a partnership approach. So what we're saying is, rather than King Island create a long-term plan, rather than the state doing a plan for King Island and the feds, we're saying, look, let's get together and actually look at a sustainable model, looking at all of the enabling infrastructure across the island and connect it rather than doing it in isolation. So a big part of this is breaking down those silos between governments and working together to create a long-term sustainable process or policy that actually benefits the community. And we believe that it'll actually benefit all forms of government as well. So and Tasman mentioned this earlier, it is about stewardship, but it's shared stewardship. So let's get together and understand what that means and do it in a partnership, a meaningful partnership.
Great, thank you. And I might just throw this to both, but if you could just keep your answers succinct, that would be great, because I know there's other colleagues that want to ask questions. I know that many smaller councils have workforce challenges, depending on their location, where they are, what skills they've got in their community. Can you talk about and I might throw to Tasman first and then come to King Island. So can you tell me what steps you've taken to address those challenges in terms of workforce? But also, can you talk about what reforms you think would be better to support small rural councils with limited staffing and revenue capacity? What are the sort of things that we as government could assist with in terms of maybe grant assistance, grant writing assistance, or other areas that you think we could be of assistance to you?
I'll let if CEO could address the council staffing directly. However, I would like to raise one point, and we have been to the Immigration Department for this with this ask. It comes back to the statistical area, all the analysis that are used, and there's lots of circles and areas that we're put into and we're just completely removed from the reality of the location. For example, the visa extensions, working visa extensions, are extremely important area because we have a lot of seasonal work. There's farms or places like Port Arthur where they need temporary staff over summer, etc. Yet, because there's a circle put around Hobart and we're inside that circle, even though we're geographically isolated because we're surrounded by water, and we can't have the visa extensions. We've gone to them and asked for that to be reviewed, and I'm not sure where that's at, but it's one of the issues we face.
So for the Tasman Council, we have a 97% retention rate. It's only because one person retired after 30 some odd years this year at council, so he ruined 100%. That's okay. But we have every position filled that we need. It's not through shared services. We have 8 specialist contractors. Our biggest challenge is we operate very lean, so our salaries are 24% of our operating budget every year, which for councils it's about 30 to 35% is the sweet spot. Operating very lean, we need to be very efficient within our processes. So as we've implemented a lot of AI within our processes to run things. That challenge though is a lot of roles are single person dependencies. So we've been looking at how do we address that. Sometimes there's no solution really, depending on what the specialty is. The other thing is it's difficult to attract staff whenever there's no place for them to live. So the housing shortage is something that we're working with the state and federal government on as well. But as far as skills retention, I think you can find those skills out there, but you have to have a good culture in order to retain them. I think it's incredibly important. If we were to go, I believe that there's a lot of reform that can be achieved within the local government sector without ever moving a boundary. A lot of it was presented in local government reforms here in the state a couple of years ago. And a lot of that would be around those shared services. But if we were to create a body for rural and remote councils, for example, to have shared services, it would potentially require additional funding because there would be some additional costs that might not be incurred if they were sitting in the council.
Right, thank you.
Can I just add one final thing? Just on, again, it comes back to measures of and the magic numbers that various industries have. In today's world, there's a couple of things that are essential to create business and opportunity and growth, and one of them obviously is electricity, and there's communications, internet communications. It's an example down in our region because of the low population. However, there is an above average GDP output from our region. from business, but it is really hamstrung at the moment. A lot of people want to work from home. They have to move, is to stand over NBN services because we're a small rural council. They see it on the map. We get very limited services and it restricts the ability, if a business can't go online and get good connectivity, do good video conferencing, etc., you don't get a look in. And just as an example, and this is really sad, councils moved to a Starlink service because our NBN service doesn't cut it. And we've spoken with the Communications Minister and we tend to keep going, and we've had quotes for fibre services, but to us, we should shift back to where we were in the 60s, where everyone got rolled out what was the accepted copper service in those days. We need fibre, and we're 20 k's or less from a fibre service, but we're considered, because we're small, we don't get that consideration, and that's a real travesty of justice, not being able to get that service.
King Island?
In terms of the workforce, we certainly have challenges here on the island. Recruitment can be an issue, and it's a big commitment for someone to move onto the island for a role. So we do focus or try and recruit on island, and that does limit the skill sets that are available, unless they are quite senior roles. We haven't been doing too bad lately. We carry a workforce of about 40 staff, so that does equate to about 30% of our, or even a little bit higher of our total budgets. However, we don't have large contract budgets either, as most of our workforce is in-house. When we do need to contract out a service, those costs are exceptionally high because we lack both the economies of scale to reduce those costs, but also that competition where you might get multiple contractors on mainland Tassie or mainland Australia, where multiple companies are bidding for work. We don't have that here. So fixing a road here on King Island could be 3 to 4 times more expensive than doing it elsewhere in areas not quite as remote to us. So obviously we have all the other costs associated with that with shipping. So these are some of the things that aren't really well recognised in the current funding, cost contributors or whatever they're called. A lot of those we see as benefiting more mainland councils, those councils that have shared work markets, shared labour forces. We don't have that. Yet the isolation part of that seems to go unnoticed. We've only 700,000 in our base grant funding. As I said earlier, it only actually covers the airport. So most of our, if you come to King Island, it's a beautiful island. It has some of the awesome natural beauties around the country, I think. But if you look at our infrastructure that supports all of that, it's substandard. I've been here for a year now, and one of the big takeaways is that we've got streets without footpaths. Our roads are not quite third world, but a lot of them aren't too far away from that. And then it's frustrating when we look at the total economic output that the island's producing, and residents have to walk on the road because we don't have footpaths. So we want to turn that around, because that type of thing needs to be recognised, and there needs to be a better model. But the policy settings need to change. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
And final question from Dr. Haynes.
You may need to take these on notice because we're pretty much at time. To the Tasman Council, you outlined receiving about $953,000 in capital grants against a $93.8 million asset base and $2.46 million in annual depreciation. Have you ever declined or hesitated to pursue a grant because of the resulting asset would create life cycle costs that you simply can't sustain?
Not at this point.
So you'd still go for them? King Island, just in regard to the airport, which you've spoken at length about, what is the operating deficit? What capital works are outstanding? And can Council meet the co-contribution required by Commonwealth aviation programs?
Thanks for the question. That's very important to us. Look, the airport having to operate as a 24/7 operation, our only council operation that's essentially 24/7 with call out 7 days a week, meeting all the increasing compliance requirements, etc., is obviously hard on our small revenue, our small budget, etc. So I lost my train of thought. Jean will help me here.
Yeah. So yeah. We run at a deficit of $600,000 per year, and that's increasing every year. We believe over the next couple of years that will increase to $800,000. In terms of our capital, this year we could only invest in about $1.9 million. We had to reduce our total capital budgets across the island, so we're well behind what we should be doing in terms of that investment. The airport will require significant work in the coming years. At the moment, the most critical work equates to about $2.2 million. That's largely around drainage systems to preserve the runway for another 7 years. If we don't do that quickly, we are going to be left with a $15 million bill to fund that. Co-contribution for us is just out of the question. I think what they've tried to do with that co-contribution is create an equal system, but it's actually created an equity issue, whereas those that can afford co-contribution pick up more of the funding. Those of us that can't afford co-contribution miss out, and that just makes our funding go backwards. And the other point we would just quickly like to make regarding that is also when you hear this talk around shovel ready. Shovel ready are usually for councils that can afford to be shovel ready. Because you're not shovel ready doesn't mean it's not needed. It just means you don't have the financial ability to fund to get shovel ready. I've seen that on the island a number of times where we just don't bother because there's this big talk about shovel ready. We need help, and I'm sure Tasman and all the other smaller councils need help to be shovel ready. And that's a big part that's missing in terms of a lot of these funding schemes. But co-contribution, just by way of example, $2.5 million roughly is what we need for urgent works at the airport. If we have to co-fund $1.25 million or whatever that is, that would be around 20 to 30% rates increase. 1% rates on the island equates to about $30,000. So do the maths when we need to find another $1.2 million.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And I think Mr McDonald and Mr Repine want to respond as well.
Thanks, Dr. Haynes. As CEO, would like to add to it.
Yeah, Dr. Haynes, just to clarify, the Tasman Council has only done one new infrastructure project for new infrastructure in the last 3 years. So that's what that grant would be a part of. It's a footpath. Our annual revenue is around $10 million, and we have about $12 to $14 million in the bank at the moment. So we have enough money to co-contribute to some of these grants, but we don't want new infrastructure. We're focusing on infrastructure renewal.
Thank you. That's really helpful. Chair, I've got a further question, which if you wouldn't mind, I can send that through. It's on emergency services funding.
Yeah, great. Thank you. So thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. Hearing. I now call on representatives from the Local Government Association of Tasmania to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good afternoon. It's Michael Tucker, President of the Local Government Association of Tasmania. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to address this inquiry into local government sustainability.
I might just stop you there. I've just got to go through a few formalities, and then I'll come back to you. That's all right. Thank you. Is there Mr. Lester there as well?
Yes, I have Dion Lester here, the CEO of Tasmania's ELGAT, and I have Lee Gray, who is the Vice President.
If I could just get each of the witnesses to say their name and the capacity that they're here and to say each separately, that would be great.
Fantastic. So you've got Dion Lester. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Local Government Association of Tasmania. And you've got Lee Gray, Vice President of the Local Government Association of Tasmania.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you.
I'm the member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Anne Urquhart, member for Braddon on the North West Coast and King Island of Tasmania.
And Alice Jordan-Baird, federal member for Gorton from Melbourne's western suburbs.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thank you. Well, look, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity and the invitation to address the inquiry into local government sustainability. I'd also like to start by acknowledging the importance of this inquiry into local government sector in Tasmania. Tasmania's councils are the custodians of more than 11.8 billion of infrastructure, and that includes roads and footpaths, community buildings, recreational parks and facilities, and it underpins our way of life and stretches across every corner of Tasmania. In fact, Tasmania Council manages 80% of all the roads in our state. They do this with a total revenue of around $1.2 billion per year. But as the committee knows, the role of councils have changed over the years, and we no longer just about significant infrastructure council owns and manages. Local government also delivers a whole range of services to support our people in our communities. Things like the community engagement, health, wellbeing services, economic development, youth and support programs, building community resilience, responding and recovering from natural disasters. The list goes on. But while councils have evolved and adapted to meet the changing community needs, they are constrained by a funding framework that is no longer fit for purpose. The current approach of competitive and tied grant funding just doesn't work. It is leading to more sustainability challenges for councils and their communities. These grants require councils to divert resources towards seeking and then reporting and acquitting these funds. They disadvantage councils in regional or remote areas, as they often just do not have the resources to prepare competitive grant applications, often despite these are the communities that are the most in need. The principle of providing a level playing field across all communities needs to be reinforced, and this can only be achieved with untied funding. Like many others, our submission outlines the need for increase in funding to local government via recurring, predictable and untied funding streams. This should be based on need. An increase of this type via a lift in financial assistance grants will empower local decision-making that supports individual community goals, And this need is particularly acute in Tasmania, as on average, our councils are smaller than the mainland counterparts. But at the same time, they have to service an older and a more dispersed population. For example, our state has 38% of the population living in outer, regional and remote areas where the service costs are a lot higher. The national average is 10%. Increasing both the federal and the state governments are relying on local government to deliver many of their priorities. That actually makes good sense as council are the level of government closest to the community. But this responsibility often comes with limited or no funding at all. Our current systems means many councils are unable to meet the increasing complex community needs. And in part, this is because of the funding mechanisms of our sector have not kept pace with the growing expectations of communities on their local council. There is a broad agreement in the sector and the wider community what councils need to be able to do well and what it looks like when they're succeeding. They just need the funding to support to achieve this. Every Tasmanian has a high-performing, sustainable, efficient local government system. But we're actually seeing more financial cost shifting by the federal government to local councils. And as an example, Flinders Island Council has approximately 950 residents, and they've had to fund over $750,000 to get a new upgraded telecommunication tower to their island. An upgrade is what they really need, but it was to a commercial entity. And they actually committed nearly 1/3 of their entire revenue base to be able to do that. That is cost shifting and it's unsustainable. Thank you for the opportunity to bring this forward and any questions that we can answer between us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to start off with a question. Would you like to highlight for the committee some of the key recommendations you have for reform when it comes to improving financial sustainability for local councils in Tasmania? And also from a sector-wide perspective, what are the most significant fiscal sustainability risks for Tasmanian councils?
Well, the most obvious is the financial cost shifting that is occurring from the Commonwealth and the state to local councils with, in many, many cases, they set up a new program and they fund it for 2 or 3 years and then the funding drops out and the community wants it. But the biggest thing that we can do is to increase our financial assistance grants. Then the people in the communities, the councils, can spend it where it's needed. One of the big barriers that we have is when we have to go for a competitive grant, the big councils have financial grant positions in that council who do, in a lot of cases, nothing else except apply for grants. A lot of cases, it's dollar for dollar. Some of our small regional, rural and remote councils are not financially able to do that. And they are, in a lot of cases, the council is the most financially in need of that type of assistance.
So what reforms do you want to see?
We need the financial assistance grants to be reformed and be increased so that local governments can deal with the issues within their sector, in their council, where the money is needed the most.
Okay. Anything other than financial assistance grants?
No, look, that is our number one priority. Untied financial assistance grants is definitely the number one. We have limited options and competitive grants is not an option for many, many councils. So untied financial assistance grants, it's not the be-all to end-all, but it's the number one that we have at the moment.
Okay, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Just on the same issue, in your submission, which was an interesting point that you made, was that the GST and the distribution between councils recognises lower revenue capacity and higher service costs, but the allocation of financial assistance grants between states does not. Isn't that also, would you like to see reform in that space as well, not just the 1%, but also that the true horizontal equalisation exists in terms of the allocation between states?
Yes, look, it will, and I'm going to pass this over to Dion, our CEO, to answer this one and respond for you.
Yeah, so this is Dion Lester, the CEO. So you're right, for some reason, and look, to be honest, we're not sure why, but there is based on the numbers in, I think it was 2024, there was a gap of kind of 1.7% between the GST allocation for Tasmania versus the FA grants the councils received, despite the fact that both of them are operating on the principles of horizontal fiscal equalisation. What I don't have in front of me, unfortunately, is data from 2025, but certainly when we had a look at it, this gap was broadly consistent, I guess. It wasn't a one-off year, if that makes sense.
Do you have any line of sight on potentially what of the GST allocation that comes to Tasmania would flow to local government?
Oh, well, Dion Lester, CEO again. Look, we don't have those numbers, but what I can say in general terms is there's no consistent untied funding source or needs-based source. So the money that does flow to local government from Tasmania's GST comes in the form of either grants for specific purposes or service delivery activities, predominantly the former of the two of those, so various grant programs. There is, I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and one of the things that's intriguing me is that local government is a creature of state parliaments, yet there is no, here in Tasmania and I think elsewhere, there's actually no untied grants or block funding coming any substantial amount from state governments. Wouldn't that be a reform area as well, given many of the cost-shifting examples that we've heard have come from state governments? I'm just trying to explore more the reform because it's a key, ask of this committee. And 1%, just increasing financial assistance grants by 1%, just makes richer councils, some of whom 1%, FAG grants make up 1% of their total revenue. They just get a lot more money, and we're trying to resolve, and we hear very clearly, the impact on remote rural councils. So, is there any? Has your organisation spoken or argued, advocated for a different funding model from state governments?
So at this point, our focus is on the scope of the committee inquiries, and that's an existing funding mechanism that runs from the Commonwealth through to via the state grants commissions, the various state grants commissions, but it's a reasonably direct form of funding. Our view is it is administratively far administratively simpler for there to be an uplift in that funding source. Would we accept and do we support the idea of untied funding sources from state government? Yes, we do, but our advocacy focus at this point is looking at a fairer share of the Commonwealth taxation take for local government, given the enormous asset base that we manage, maintain and upgrade.
And final question, if I may, Chair. In terms of the formula, the horizontal equalisation formula, what changes could be made to it to make the distribution to councils who many of we've heard from today are really strapped for cash and not feeling like they're getting a fair share? Do you have any views on that?
Sorry, so I'm not sure of the question. So, I mean, what we'd like to see is an uplift in untied and needs-based funding in broad terms around it, alongside frankly, a fairer share for Tasmanian councils, given that deviation between the GST distribution and the FA grants distribution. So, I guess there's two pieces to that. We think it's meritorious that an FA grant is the best example that's currently out there of untied needs-based funding. So we use that as an example because it's there, but I guess in broad terms we'd like to see that form of supporting councils is the most advantageous frankly for all councils, particularly for rural regional councils. They can determine then how they deploy that funding based on local priorities. They can invest it in maintenance rather than upgrades, for example, or new infrastructure. Because we have a compounding effect with grant funding that it tends to be, one, hard to apply for our smaller rural regional councils, which is most of Tasmania's councils. But secondly, then when they get that funding, it generally involves creating new assets. Those new assets come with depreciation, maintenance, and a range of ongoing costs. So there's a compounding effect there. Untied and needs-based funding supports those councils most in need to determine it and deliver the services that their local communities most desire, as opposed to trying to fit into a sort of election cycles or priorities that sit kind of often outside the municipality.
Thank you.
Ms Jordan Baird.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today via teleconference. In our last budget, the federal Labor government announced $2 billion local infrastructure fund under the Housing Support Program. As you may be aware, it's available for infrastructure that enables new housing, things like roads, water infrastructure, stormwater drainage, etc. Do you think that Commonwealth investment is important in enabling infrastructure if councils are to support increased housing supply in growth communities?
This is Lee Gray. I'm also the mayor of a local government entity called Brighton Council in Tasmania. We are one of the recipients of some of this particular grant funding, and I think it is exceptionally important that this type of funding comes through to our local council, where we can implement and assist developers to put infrastructure in. The first mover mentality in regards to developers is probably the most difficult thing to get developments up and running. The first mover is the one who needs to assist the sewage and water infrastructure being put in place, the telecommunications infrastructure, the power infrastructure and the roads. The federal government's now grants that are available, and we are one of the recipients, have enabled us to move forward probably between 5 and 10 years earlier on particular developments within our municipality, to put 470 new building blocks and 470 houses available and linked to first home buyers on the ground.
That's great, thank you. Thank you.
So I might, if it's Dion Lester, he is CEO of LGAT, and while it's a really important funding stream, but it does illustrate one of the key points around this, and that there was a significant amount of work involved by Brighton Council and other stakeholders to reach the point where they could put a compelling grant application in that would be successful. That capacity that rests within Brighton Council and the ability to undertake that work does not sit in 50 or more % of councils in Tasmania. So while that's a welcome funding stream, frankly, there's only a third, or give or take, of our councils that would have the capacity to pull the sort of sophisticated data and information required to support that application so that it was successful.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Dr Haynes.
Thank you very much for your evidence today. I'm curious about a couple of things. Firstly, you're one of only 2 state associations to argue that horizontal fiscal equalisation should apply to the interstate distribution of the general purpose pool itself. I realise that's a bit of a mouthful. That distribution is set by the Local Government Financial Assistance Act itself, not by the national principles. So I'm wondering, do you think the Act itself needs amending, and would LGAT support a statutory review of the Act with terms of reference covering both the interstate distribution and the national principles?
So, look, I think the short answer is yes around that. I mean, because there's an anomaly there, I guess, as far as we're concerned with that deviation between GST revenue and the FA grants revenue. But we do strongly support the principle. Having said that, we strongly support the principle that through any changes that are made, we don't believe any council should be worse off. So, like that's very important, because there's a range of councils with a range of circumstances, and so any review that then looks at, I guess, some of the broader distribution of FA grants, minimum grants and those sort of things, we don't have a policy position in support of that.
Okay, thank you. You've recommended dedicated untied resilience funding and indexation of all emergency and disaster recovery grants. The new disaster recovery funding framework proposes a resilient infrastructure scheme funded up to 15% and cost shared with jurisdictions. Does that meet your recommendation, and should preparedness funding instead be formula-based and untied within the financial assistance grants?
Look, we fully support the first part of it. We think that's a really big tick for that moving forward. The rest of the question is a little bit ambiguous, as we don't know the full design and of that policy as yet to be able to make for a formal decision on that. We need to really have the opportunity to delve into what it's going to mean to us. The resilience funding and everything sounds extremely good. We've just got to make sure that the wording of the disaster management funding, no council is worse off, and that actually happens that way.
Look, it's Dion here, the CEO. I mean, the suggestion does support the policy principles that are has informed our submission and our perspectives. So, again, I don't want to kind of labour the point, but some of our smallest councils are those that are most exposed to natural hazards. And so there needs to be a framework in place that allows those councils to be able to access funding sources to build community resilience and not be disadvantaged because of, them just having workforce and other capacity challenged by the basis of their scales, because those communities really deserve to be just as protected as the well-resourced communities. But again, if we talk about competitive-based grants and funding streams, it automatically disadvantages our rural, regional, remote councils and those with limited scale. And look, we just don't think that's fair.
Thank you. Just finally, your case studies show project costs escalating by around a third between grant approval and tender, with councils carrying that shortfall. Should indexation between funding commitment and final deed be a standard condition of Commonwealth grants? And
this is Dion, the CEO. Yes, we've got some examples in the submission, and there are others in our sector where the councils have either had to carry the can for that indexation of costs, or they've had to reduce the project scope. And sometimes the timeframe between the securing the grant announcement and just receiving the project documentations, the deeds and so on and so forth, can be many, many months. And then, of course, you've got to go through the project delivery phases. So it's not a quick process to get this grant money from the Commonwealth in these programs. And so having some form of recognition around the actual project costs and some form of indexation would be of significant benefit to our councils.
Great. Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Urquhart.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask about you mentioned the financial assistance grants, I think, Mayor Tucker, in your first opening statement. The Albanese government has lifted the funding in those grants by 5% on the last year. They were frozen by the previous government between 2014 and 2017. Are you able to explain what has that meant for councils? And obviously there's been a long-term impact on that. And what would certainty of index funding mean for local councils?
Look, the reality is our financial assistance grants have not kept up with the costs. We are seeing smaller regional, rural, remote councils in Tasmania who cannot compete with competitive grants. The indexation of the increase that you're mentioning, I also look at the 1% is now 0.49 9%. So it's a long way down from what we're looking for. The problem that we have, and we keep saying it, small regional remote councils do not have a competitive grants officer on their roll. They do things off the side of their desk. And they find it extremely hard when it's competitive. In many, many cases, it's a dollar for dollar. And the smaller regional councils who need that help the most are the ones who get the least. I'm going to hand this over to Lee.
Yeah, Lee Gray again. I think your comment really brings it back to providing certainty for councils moving forward. We as one of your members indicated we exist because of state government legislation. As part of that legislation, we're required to have a 10-year asset management plan, a 10-year financial management plan. We find it really, really difficult to put those plans in place when we haven't got certainty of funding. So something like that you've suggested would be absolutely fantastic, because we can then provide the 10-year asset management, the 10-year financial management plan, and be certain that the funding is going to be there at the end of the day.
And the freezing of the indexation, are councils still sort of playing catch up from that?
We certainly are.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I might just ask a question around housing. So the government has announced a $2 billion local infrastructure fund under the Housing Support Program. How important is Commonwealth investment in enabling infrastructure if councils are to support increased housing supply in growing communities?
It's Lee Gray. The very simple answer to that question is the only way that we're going to get houses on the grounds is through those cooperative arrangements between both federal, state and local government. The federal government is obviously the prime funder, and the state government is on board with that as well. We are about providing more houses. That's what a local government wants to do, is provide residents with beautiful houses on blocks of land. But without federal and state funding to assist us in regards to that, as I said before, that first mover is absolutely essential.
Okay, thank you. Are there other questions? Yeah, Deputy Chair.
Yeah, I've got. We haven't really talked about disaster recovery funding. Are you okay if I ask some questions around that?
Yes, it's Michael Tucker here.
Yeah, great. So in your submission, you say that every dollar invested in resilience can save at least $2 in recovery, which is, but we note from other submissions that we're not getting betterment funding under the current model. Do you have any views on this particular issue and examples in Tasmania where councils have wanted to improve and make infrastructure more resilient but have had to replace like for like?
Yes, it's Dion Lester, CEO here. So you're correct. Under the DRFA funding as it currently sits, betterment funding is not available, or betterment support is not available to Tasmanian councils. So that's nonsensical, frankly. We will say that one of the positives out of the proposed reforms that are currently being consulted on around the DRFA is a simplification and improvement around the betterment arrangements. And so that certainly looks more positive from our state's perspective. But the cost to the community of disasters and recovery from disasters is only increasing. And so it's essential that the funding profile shifts over time to investment in building resilience and capacity within both infrastructure and the community, because with the changing climate, we're just not going to be able to afford to pay for recovery at some point in the near future, based on the sort of projections that are there. So we do need to invest a lot more upfront. And the betterment funding proposal within DRFA is a very, very small step towards that alongside the resilience funding stream that was discussed earlier on. Is it enough? Probably not. We like it, but we'd certainly like to see more money invested around that resilience piece.
So is just back on betterment, in my experience, whilst there's been a capacity for betterment in the federal funding, unless the states put up projects for betterment and willing to make the co-contribution, we don't get it. Is that the same experience in Tasmania? I mean, what has been the block? Given that we've had we had the federal agency appear, and they certainly said it's available, but betterment's available. But my experience, we've not been able to get it locally. So yeah, what's your view?
No, that's exactly right. Dion here again. It is available on the current funding stream, but our state has not availed itself of it, which means it's not available to Tasmanian councils. And we understand that's because it's been told to us that it's administratively burdensome and complex. And so, whereas what is being proposed with the changes simplifies that quite significantly. And while we don't have a final policy position from our state government, the indications are that the current proposal around betterment funding is something that they're far more likely to support. So this does rest, but I believe some jurisdictions do, under the current arrangements, utilise betterment funding.
Any other questions? No other questions? Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026? You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. Resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Flinders Council and the West Tamar Council to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? And we'll start with Flinders Council.
Rachel Summers, Mayor, Flinders Council.
Warren Groves, General Manager, Flinders Council.
Christina Homdale, Mayor of the West Tamar Council.
Kristen Desmond, CEO, West Tamar Council.
Great, thank you very much. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves
Good afternoon. My name's Helen Haynes. I'm the member for Indi in North East Victoria.
Hello, Alison Penfold, member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, the federal member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Anne Urquhart, member for Braddon in Tasmania and North West, West and King Island.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Jordan-Baird, federal member for Gorton in Melbourne's western suburbs.
Great. I don't think I've asked. I haven't asked the... They haven't introduced themselves yet.
No.
Must have missed that. I'll just get each of you to please introduce yourselves and what...
They did do that.
Oh, they did do
Yes.
that? Sorry, I'm getting confused.
We just need an opening statement now.
Oh, sorry. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Okay. Yep. Chair and committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. Flinders Council is one of Australia's smallest local governments. We serve a population of around 1,000 people across a remote municipality comprising 52 islands in Bass Strait. While our population is small, our responsibilities are not. We maintain roads, bridges, 3 waste facilities, community and sporting infrastructure, boating facilities. We are the funeral director and also own an airport that is critical to our community's health, economy and connection to the rest of Australia. We also meet the same fundamental governance, planning, compliance and emergency management obligations as much larger councils. Unlike many small mainland communities, our residents cannot cross into a neighbouring municipality to access infrastructure or services that we do not provide. There is no neighbouring council. If our community needs essential local infrastructure, in many cases we have to provide it and maintain it on the island. Those costs do not disappear because our population is small. We believe the funding system needs to focus on financial equity rather than equality. This means asking not only how many people live in a municipality, but what that council reasonably needs to provide, what it costs to provide, and what that community can realistically raise itself. Small councils don't simply have fewer ratepayers. We also have fewer opportunities to generate income. We don't have the large commercial and industrial rate bases, major developments, or other revenue opportunities available to many larger councils. Nevertheless, we have increased our own revenue and actively pursue efficiencies. Our budgeted rates revenue has increased from around $2.27 million in 22-23 to $3.14 million this year. We use shared services, external specialists and joint procurement. We re-scope and stage projects and coordinate works with the state government to reduce costs. But there is a point beyond which efficiency cannot compensate for a lack of scale. A 1% increase in our rates only raises $31,000. The reconstruction of our airport runway is estimated at approximately $23 million. That is more than 7 years of our entire annual rates revenue before we employ anyone, maintain a road, manage waste, or provide any other service. Grants are therefore essential, but they cannot substitute for adequate recurrent funding, particularly when they require significant co-contributions and create infrastructure that councils must ultimately maintain and renew. No amount of prudent management can manufacture economies of scale or revenue opportunities that do not exist. My own research into the capacity crisis of local government is showing that sustainability is shaped by the interaction between a council's revenue capacity, infrastructure burden, remoteness, workforce, institutional capacity, and the services the community reasonably needs. Flinders Municipality is one example, but it is not the only one. The question is whether Australia's smallest and most remote councils have the financial capacity to deliver what governments and communities can reasonably expect. We recommend the following: the development of a funding system that better recognises what councils can realistically raise against what they reasonably have to provide, including the unavoidable costs of remoteness and the fixed costs of essential services. Make Commonwealth grant co-contributions capacity-based. Grant programs recognise the practical capacity of small and remote councils to prepare, co-fund, maintain and ultimately renew essential infrastructure, including the provision for 100% funding of critical infrastructure, where small remote councils demonstrably cannot contribute. Establish predictable long-term funding for essential council-owned infrastructure, including regional and remote airports based on life cycle costs rather than occasional capital grants. That the Commonwealth, state and territory governments and local government develop a formal tripartite framework that clearly identifies the responsibilities of each level of government, where responsibilities are shared and overlapped, which level of government has primary funding responsibility, how cost shifting to local government will be identified and addressed, how governments will jointly fund and deliver infrastructure and services of rural, regional or national significance, and a practical mechanism for resolving responsibility and funding disputes without leaving councils or communities caught between levels of government. Recognise workforce and housing constraints as part of local government capacity in remote communities. Recognise remoteness, islands, service populations and the minimum institutional costs of national local government funding policy. And if local government is expected to be a genuine partner in delivering national priorities, then perhaps it is time that all levels of government formally recognise that we exist. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we'll go to opening statements from West Tamar Council.
Thank you very much. And we thank you for the opportunity to present to you today. West Tamar Council comes before committee as a financially responsible and growing regional council. Our published plans show a strong balance sheet, low debt and disciplined long-term planning. They also show the practical limit of relying on rates and annual competitive grants to fund infrastructure that serves current residents, supports growth and meets modern safety, accessibility and resilience expectations. In 26-27, we are budgeting nearly $20 million in capital works while maintaining only a modest underlying surplus and drawing down cash. Commonwealth support is instrumental to major projects. We therefore ask the committee to recommend a more predictable, indexed and multi-year funding framework with simpler administration, proportionate co-contributions and recognition of asset renewal and whole-of-life costs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So my first question is, how do remoteness, freight costs and limited economies of scale affect your budgets and service delivery? And would collaboration and flexibility in the funding arrangements under programs such as Roads to Recovery help you address some of those sustainability issues? I don't know if you'd like to. So.
Could I have the first part of the question again, please?
Yeah, sure. So how do remoteness, freight costs and limited economies of scale affect your budget and service delivery? That's the first part of the question. And then would collaboration and flexibility in the funding arrangements, for example, under programs such as Roads to Recovery, help you address some of those sustainability issues?
So from the service delivery perspective, it is extremely difficult and costly to get goods and services to the island. If the services don't exist, they have to come across, so then you've got accommodation, the cost of travel, meals and those associated costs. Freight is extremely expensive. It adds up to 40% on top of any item that you could purchase here in Launceston or on the Tasmanian mainland. So that has to be brought into account. So that's an ongoing reality of being very remote. How do we address that? We look at efficiencies in every way that we can, whether it's shared services, whether it's using government procurement services, Some examples of that, when State Roads comes across to do resealing, we wait for that, share costs and halve mobilisation and demobilisation costs. That can save us anywhere between $150,000 and $200,000 per a project. So that's really important. Last 2 years, State Growth hasn't come across, so we've had to defer our sealing program 2 times. This year, given that there's no strong indication either way of whether State Growth will be coming over or not, we have to go out on our own, and so we'll have to absorb that $300,000 plus mobilisation, demobilisation cost, which of course reduces our capacity to reseal greater lengths of the road.
Yep, excellent. And Ms Tamerlan?
Thank you very much. I think that Roads to Recovery is obviously a great benefit. We're a council that has nearly 800 kilometres of country roads to deal with, so that sort of funding comes in handy, and I will let my CEO also have a say on this one. But I think what we're really looking for, because of the unforeseen circumstances that turn up, there's very little funding available to be able to address those, especially when they're an emergency. And the only other way that we can deal with it is to increase our rates. So if there was more untied funding to give us more flexibility, I think we could probably manage the problems that come up to us a lot better. And Kristen, you might like to add to that.
Yes, thank you. We certainly don't have the same size of problem as Flinders do. However, that being said, we've got limited contractors who provide the same services for all councils in the region that need that service. So again, for them, the business model works well if those who'll have the biggest amount being contributed to them will always get top billing versus other regional councils that may not have the same size. We're lucky in terms of Northern Tasmania, we're one of the larger councils, so we benefit from that. That being said, you know, we do collaborate really well, but flexibility in funding becomes really important in terms of us being able to deliver. So for us, it's not so much freight, it's more around competition for service delivery. When you've got a limited pool of contractors, it doesn't matter how big capital is, there's only so much that they can actually provide, and that's where it becomes an issue, because then it puts a cost inflation onto contracts that you wouldn't normally have, or depending on the size of the contract, sometimes we see contractors opting out. We can see that either by not tendering for work or for tendering unrealistic expectations in terms of dollars, and they know that there's no way councils are going to be able to provide that. And often we're not only competing with other councils, we can be competing with state and federal projects as well. And so being on the island makes it very difficult in terms of that. We do, in the north of the state, I think we collaborate really well, but again, it becomes flexibility. We've got, for example, a pedestrian bridge that's now failed that we now have to try and fix, and that comes with health and wellbeing and other issues for our community, as there's no other way to get through. If we had flexibility on things like Roads to Recovery, so that we could pivot and actually use that funding to fix issues like that, it would be hugely appreciated from our point of view. Now we need to go into active grant competition rounds and draw on our reserves in order to be able to make those make that rectification. That being said, that is predicated on the fact that we'll have a contractor available to do it that isn't already somewhere else. So what you find in this part of the state is it's very competitive early on in the financial year to try and get tenders out as quickly as possible to try and get that capital works done. If something happens later in the year, it's really difficult to get contractors because we're all using the same pool.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you. If I can go to Flinders Council, because I think, and the White Mark Airport, because I think it's a really interesting case study for the committee. I guess my first question is, do you think that fiscal equalisation should apply to grant eligibility, not just to the way that financial assistance grants are distributed, given that It's a $23 million project. It's 7 years of your budget, I think you said. And most programs will require you to have a 50-50, right? How does that work? So should it apply to grant programs?
Yes. If you want.
Thank you. The 50-50 makes it extremely difficult for us. The most recent, once removed application that we could make required 50% unless we were in an Aboriginal organisation. So with very strong connections to the Aboriginal community in our municipality. However, that didn't qualify us. So 50% was untenable for us. It effectively excluded us from the round that was a potential partial solution to our what's effectively rectification of a safety finding at the airport there. So it makes it, I can't put it any other way than it excludes us, and that makes it extremely difficult. We obviously talk with state, but in the case of the sort of rectification works we're talking about, it's pretty difficult for them as well in their current circumstances. So, the percentage contribution required is critical, and in fact, even if we could get 90-10 for the 23 million, it would still be cost prohibitive. So we'd be looking to partner with state as well for that, if there was a Commonwealth grant capable of fulfilling that requirement, which at this stage I don't believe there is.
So essentially some flexibility to recognise your fiscal operating environment would be something that you'd like the committee to consider.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Now,
the capacity of our council to be able to contribute needs to be taken into consideration.
Yes, and I assume that I understand the operating cost of the airport is about what, 600,000. Do you make any profit at all, or is it no profit?
Not from the airport, no.
The capacity to borrow to fund is non-existent.
And we've had people say, why don't you just sell the airport?
Yeah.
But there's not too many people out there who are going to want to take on an airport running at a $600,000 loss every year and requiring $20 million of upgrading.
Very true. Do you have just now to this whole of life cycle cost, because it's come up about grant funding is only like the capital costs, not the life cycle. Do you have a sense of what the whole of life cycle cost of the airport asset is? Have you done any analysis of what that might be?
Not really in depth around that.
Yeah, you don't. If you want to take it on notice, I appreciate if you don't. If you don't have, has any? I guess do you know of any models that apply in Tasmania where funding is provided with a whole of life cycle asset?
No.
No, not the. There's something called the roads preservation. Is that still operate in Tasmania?
It's not something I'm aware of. No.
Right, okay, no, that's fine.
We have to look at every potential grant opportunity, but a lot of them, the conditions exclude us as well. So they're particularly specific in the grant requirements, which we read very carefully and often excludes us irrespective of the financial requirements.
But again, the committee was able to look at this whole of life cycle asset funding so that it's not just a capital one-off sugar hit, but you can manage the maintenance costs over, annualised.
Yeah, I think
that's something we'd like us to look at.
Absolutely, way to do it, because we're in the position where we have to go for the grant to replace the particular asset, but we actually can't afford it.
Yeah, West Tamer, do you want to comment on that too, and then I'll hand over. Do you want to take that one?
Look, if we could have something that looked at whole of life, it would absolutely be something that we would hope the committee could look at. So in our situation, we're one of the fastest growing municipalities in the north. So we've got population that's increasing, and that population expects a level of services, expects a level of infrastructure. We have Lagana, which is one of the most highly populating towns, if you like, in northern Tasmania, and it's growing at a rate of knots, but they don't have the community infrastructure and other infrastructure there. And whilst council may well be able to work with governments around grants and other things and actually input the 50-50 contribution, it's not building it, as you put it, that is actually the problem. It's then operating it into the future. And without any funding that goes to the operation of these things, then the infrastructure cannot meet the needs of the community at the pace at which they want it, because we've got to take into consideration where we're going to raise the money to deal with those operational issues moving forward. So anything that can help whole of life, particularly for new infrastructure, when we're talking about trails and community centres and those sorts of things that are really important to our community. As I said, we're probably in a better position to be able to do the co-contribution, but we still have significant issues in terms of the long-term costs of these assets as they grow.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
If I just make one point as well, my colleague mentioned Lagana. One of the problems that we have is that we are reliant on Tas Water, which is a Tasmanian government identity. We are part shareholders in it, but they actually hold back us from our suburb of Lagana going ahead because of the low capacity of the sewage treatment plant that they manage. And it is actually stifling us from progressing the growth in that area, because the problem that we have is that our sewage treatment plant, as one example, is operating at 150% capacity, and we've been told that that won't be restored until 2035. So,
okay,
again, that's the sort of issue that we face.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Oakar.
Thank you. The co-contribution for funding has come up a lot in my normal life, but also in this hearing, I think. So that's and the capacity for smaller, particularly smaller councils to be able to fund that. I've had councils that have said we're not even going to apply because we can't afford to take that out of our budget. So understood that. The one thing I wanted to talk about was you raised the issue about having clearly identified the three levels of government, clearly identified, and I think we heard evidence earlier today from a question that that's not really clear. It's like it's a bit of a blurred line between the three. And we've heard about duplication of services, compliance burden and pressures on councils from state and federal governments. Can you tell me, where do the unclear responsibilities between levels of government create costs for councils? So clearly you've raised the issue about having the three levels clearly outlined, but where is that costing you, do you think, particularly? And I'll come to West Tamar in a moment. But
the first thing that comes to my mind is in our advocacy. We go to Canberra to advocate to various ministers and elected reps. Oh, go back to state. They should look. So we go down to Hobart.
Yeah.
We go and see the people down in Hobart. They say go to federal.
Yeah.
It is an incredible amount of toing and froing, and all the while project costs are going up, expectations are going up. Then they say, right, there's a grant coming out. Keep an eye out for it. So we wait and we wait and we wait. And then the grant comes out. We have 6 weeks maybe to apply, which means sometimes we need to completely change the project so that it fits within the criteria of the grant. And that's if we can afford the contribution that's required.
Yeah.
We then have to wait potentially 6 months to hear back if we've been successful on that grant. And then all the while prices are going up every single day. So that's one of the biggest costs, is just having to find out who actually has that responsibility for what we're trying to do.
Yeah, I think it's a really relevant point, yeah.
And they like to see well-costed proposals. Yep. So when you think something's coming out, you go out and you convince large contractors to do a significant piece of work to provide the the quote for you, which by the time the grant comes out is out of date, so you've got to get them to do it again. So there's significant costs there. Just a point of efficiency that I would like to highlight, if I may. I recently completed a project of about $4.8 million. It was a long-term community project. I had the job admittedly for about 4 years, but during that time I had an excess of 7 liaison officers to change and get used to, and for us to, so that you lose track, or you lose time every time getting them up to date and the like, and it was quite a revolving door for a while there, which I guess I was bemused by.
Yeah, and can I just ask before I go to West Tamar, being a smaller council, do you have the capacity within your council to actually put together grants and do that sort of stuff, or do you have to sort of, send that off to have someone else do it at a cost to council?
We do that off the side of our desks. Yep. So I did an exercise a while ago, and our managers, most of them have 8 functional areas, where you'd expect in a larger council they might have 3, maybe 4 functional areas. And when I say functional, they're doing the role with no other staff to assist them in that particular role. An example would be our Development Services Manager, who's also our EHO, and has a raft of other significant organisational responsibilities. Emergency management is another. We all do emergency management off the side of the desk. I'm the emergency coordinator for the island, or for the municipality, and that's not that usual that a GM fulfils that role, but that's how we spread the tasks, I guess, across the organisation to make sure that we're at least in the game.
And we simply just can't afford to be paying for consultants to be writing grant applications that we might not even be able to apply for.
Or even receive.
And then you've got to get someone to project management, which is always who do I put this impost on?
West Tamar?
Yes, look, we, like Flinders as well, most of the really big projects that we do, even though we're a well-resourced council, we still need that input from both the federal and state governments. And unless that comes through, it doesn't matter how good our request is for the project. We do find that there are some things that we sometimes have to put off. And one example I can give you is recently in the fast-growing area of Lagana that we talked about, we've got a plan to build we had a plan to build a $20 million community and sports amenity. We were very fortunate that the federal government gave us $5 million, and I thank Senator Helen Polly very much for that. We were prepared, we were hoping for $5 million from the state government, and we were going to throw in $10 million, so it was a dollar for dollar thing. Unfortunately, the state government funding didn't come through in the budget, so that basically means that we either have to shelve that project, so when we bring it back it's going to cost a lot more, or we have to downsize it and then the community doesn't benefit. And if we want to do the whole thing, the only other avenue we've got is ratepayers. So. Do you want to add anything?
If I may. We talk about well-resourced councils. I guess I just want to put in context. West Tamar Council has an FTE level of 119. So when we're talking about well-resourced, we're nowhere near our neighbours in Launceston, for example, 600.
I can see Flinders Island looking at me.
Going, I wish I had that many. I know.
I just want a few of them, I think.
But it is about that context because we have a $40 million budget, but we don't have huge numbers of staff. We certainly don't have anyone who's dedicated to grant applications. Again, we're doing that off the side of our desk where we can. Election cycles, unfortunately, are one of the key cycles for us because that's how you can try and get some funding that doesn't always have a co-contribution. But in terms of the separation, I guess for us, where I would be looking at is regulation. in particular, because often local government are the people who are enforcing the regulations. We're not making it. And housing is probably the best example of that. I think planners sometimes get a really poor gig around the fact that they're stopping things from happening, but in fact all they're doing is applying, whether it be state law or federal law, to make it happen. So it gets really frustrating at a local government level when you've got two levels of government going, we're going to build X number of houses, but they don't have the planning laws around or the building construction codes around that actually allow that to become a reality. And the government that gets blamed for not having the houses built actually is local government. So from my point of view, it is around about having those clear understanding and where housing is critically important, but we've got to make sure that everything aligns so that the people at the end of the day who are making the decisions, our planning authorities are making the decisions that actually enable that to happen. So understanding everybody's role, councils spend a lot of time doing structure plans and growth plans. We've certainly spent a lot of time doing strategic growth plans and making sure it works. But if the infrastructure settings aren't right or the planning settings aren't right and they're not clearly delineated, then that becomes a hamstring and a break on what everybody is actually trying to achieve.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Dr. Haynes.
Thank you very much. West Tamar and Flinders. I might stick with West Tamar for the beginning. Are you able to tell me what the council's revenue split is between own source revenue grants and the financial assistance grant?
I'll hand that over to you.
No problem if you can take it on notice.
I may take that on notice, but of our recurrent funding, which is about $40 million, of that, we are raising $30 million.
Own source funding?
Own source funding.
Yeah.
We get about, give or take, around about, I think it's around $5.5 million or thereabouts from financial assistance grants, and the rest of it is grant source. So the majority of our funding is own sourced.
You mentioned a grant before around the sport and recreation facility that unfortunately you're not able to continue with at this point. Was that a competitive grants round?
No, so we will be progressing, but with a smaller scale. So that was done through an election campaign. So that was an election promise.
Right.
That being said, it still is effectively a grant. So there still is the whole process that goes with getting a grant. And I think sometimes people don't understand that. So we have spent the last 12 months, going through the process, which is a normal grant process. The only difference is it's not a competitive grant. We do get other grants from time to time, but again, for us, we are competing against larger rural councils, often who have grant writers on their staff, and we don't have that capacity to do it. So again, we sometimes are excluded from grants because it doesn't fit the priority of the day, or we simply can't have the manpower to actually be able to resource it, because that's the other issue for us in terms of constraints. There's only so many people you have to deliver projects, and whilst a grant opportunity might be there and it's great, if you don't actually have the people who can deliver it, then it becomes a problem for us having to self-exclude out of those potential grants at the time.
Or in this case, as you pointed out, it was an invitation-only election promise and the state government weren't on board.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're still working on it though.
Never give up.
I presume Flinders Council hasn't received such election commitments in recent times for...
We've received some election commitments, but certainly not around $5 million worth.
Yeah. Could I ask also, you've talked about being on Launceston's fringe, you're a growing area, talked about enabling infrastructure. I'm curious, have you applied for grant funding through the Commonwealth Housing Support Program for that enabling infrastructure?
We haven't as yet, because it's one of those interesting ones where we've been talking to different people about different things, because the enabling infrastructure is really around sewerage in particular, and that's owned by TAS Water. So this becomes really difficult for us because it's got to be grant funding that goes to them, not to us. And so what we've been doing is working really hard with those TAS Water and others around trying to get them to lobby for the infrastructure upgrades that need to occur. Because the reality is, for us, it is a $600 to $700 million upgrade that needs to happen at Tea Tree Bend, which is actually in the city of Launceston.
Mhm.
It's not what's going to happen within our municipality. We need $40 million for the pipe work for the infrastructure to go from our municipality across under the estuary across. But without that initial big grant, that's not going to happen. So our difficulty is we are interrelated, interreliant on other entities to try and get the enabling infrastructure. We actually need to be able to progress things at a rate with the type of infrastructure that community would expect us to have. The reality is TAS Water will continue to say yes to housing, but we know that infrastructure is just insufficient. So what we're actually doing is pushing the problem down the road, and it's going to become a bigger infrastructure problem later on.
Is there any impediment from those Commonwealth grant programs, whether it be the Housing Support Program or the NIF is the other one, the Housing Infrastructure Facility, to work together in the way that you need to with City of Launceston and your water utility?
We are working together,
Yeah.
and we continue. I think the Mayor and I have been to Canberra many a time
Yeah.
on this particular issue, and all of the regional councils, because it will also, Meander Valley Council has an impact as well. We are all working critically together to make it happen. It becomes frustrating when you know you're not the entity that can control it. We certainly are going to lobby for it the best we can, but unfortunately we're not going to be the grant recipient because we don't own the infrastructure.
Thank you. Flinders Council, gosh, I think you're the first people who've told us that you're actually the funeral directors. We've heard from another council this morning they had to purchase a cemetery. So many things that you need to do, and one of the areas you mentioned, Mr. Groves, was around emergency disaster recovery, emergency services funding. Are you able to speak to how your experiences of the disaster recovery funding grants and betterment? Are you able to build back better when infrastructure is destroyed in natural disasters?
Short answer is no.
Tell me why.
We had a storm event
18 months ago, 2 years ago?
and it destroyed one of our boat ramps and significantly damaged another one. They weren't eligible at all because the disaster funding was around road infrastructure and the like. I was able to successfully argue that boat ramps were essential infrastructure for an island, which seems fairly logical, but still was a process. And so we did receive some funding through DRFA, but no betterment at all. So
Did you apply for betterment through the state government?
Yes, absolutely. We believed we were getting it, and then a consultant was brought through to assess the application and determined that the betterment wasn't applicable because they believed the sum of the damage, not the damage caused, was pre-existing, which was disappointing. So we'll have to, as well as the shortfall between what the funding body will cover and the actual costs, we'll also have to fund the betterment.
And have you got an idea how much that will cost you?
160?
In
the order of 150, 160,000.
Right.
Which doesn't sound like much, but it certainly is to us.
If that was agreed to by the state government, that would be a significant help to you. Yeah, it's very, very frustrating, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you. I think I'm curious to hear from you more broadly in regards to disaster recovery. Are there other comments that you have? Have you got any other recommendations for the committee? Or disaster resilience?
I would love to have an emergency management officer. It's partially my background and was partially funded in Victoria when I was in local government there. That would certainly help us. and I mentioned earlier that I was the emergency management coordinator, which I do off the side of the desk, and it rankles that I'm not able to give it more attention than it's provided. One of the managers with their 7 or more responsibilities is the recovery coordinator, and she does it off the side of the desk and isn't able to give it the attention it requires. So how that manifests itself, we're reactive rather than proactive in our plans. We've got the basic things done, everything else is a scramble to play catch up. So if there was ability for some funding around emergency management officers, I would certainly be very interested in that.
And Chair, if I might finally just telecommunications, how are you off for telecommunications? If a disaster hits, what happens?
It's not great, for sure.
Doesn't even need a disaster. We were without usable communications only within the last week or two, month or two, for well over a week.
And Telstra even refused to acknowledge there was an issue for probably 3 or 4 days of that. And the biggest issue was that we put the question to Telstra about dialling 000 in case someone was having an emergency. It took them 24 hours to come back with a response, to the point that I actually, and apparently it's against the law, rang 000 myself, wouldn't connect. Some people who had tried contacting Telstra directly were told, maybe go and get your neighbour to ring if you are having an emergency. It's like their phone's not working either.
No. Is Telstra the only provider out there?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And the response was you'd have to use Wi-Fi calling or something like that. That 000 doesn't exist when the communications are down on Flinders.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Ms. Jordan-Beck. Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. My question is sort of around core services, and we've heard a bit throughout our inquiry and today about the shift of responsibilities of other levels of government onto local councils. What have traditionally been your core services, and can you provide some examples to the committee of where your councils have been required to deliver services or maintain assets beyond its core local government role? Like, for example, I feel like funeral directing might fall in that category. Do you have any other examples like that you'd like to share with the committee?
We have in the past ran the childcare centre. Fortunately, we were able to find a not-for-profit organisation to take that on. Yes, funeral. When there's not a market for a business to step in there, council often does. With funding through the state government, we've now built a vet clinic, and we're looking to run a vet service on Flinders Island. We have tried with the State Grants Commission. Additional funding is available for councils that run medical clinics, so we're trying to say, well, a vet clinic is kind of medical, to see if we can get some sort of assistance with the costs associated for that. We are looking at having to subsidise a vet to come over to the tune of $90,000 a year, so 3% rate rise for that. What are some other services that we're...
The airport was actually gifted to us by the federal government. I'll do gifted, and it is a gift that keeps on giving. So that's probably the best example that we've got. That, as we've stated earlier, that costs us between $500,000 and $600,000 a year that we lose running that, providing that essential connectivity to the community.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing. West Tamer, do you have any examples you'd like to share with the committee?
Yes, from time to time we do see the government trying to cost shift their responsibilities onto local government. It's a smaller issue, but it's an important one, is that we have, in one of our national parks, we have a terrible feral cat problem. And it is the responsibility of the state government to take care of feral cats. Unfortunately, we've had no support, so we as a council actually support a local land care group. Every year it's in our budget so that they can cull feral cats in our national park, and we are starting to see results. The native animals are coming back because a part of that project was setting up cameras that monitored what was happening over a 2 or 3 year period. That's one particular issue, but also we found lately in the area of aged care that we are seeing more and more people turning to us with their aged care problems, which aren't a part of our remit. One of the biggest problems lately is we have had a lot of people saying that they qualify for all of the services that they're entitled to, especially in home care and that area, to be told that, yes, you certainly are very eligible for that particular service, but we can't get it. And that's coming back to us through our positive ageing committee that we have in our council, and it is becoming a problem.
Yeah. And I guess,
so
I guess what I'd be saying is that those community services that we once wouldn't have been providing are now becoming more core services for councils, whether it be youth groups or we've got a youth advisory council and a positive ageing committee, and it is about what kind of services are we not providing that we should be. And often I say that we should be, but it actually shouldn't be us who are doing it. But we are part of our community. We are the last resort. And if we see an issue, then we try and mobilise to assist people, whether it be feral cats, youth groups, making sure that we are as best we can providing or assisting community access through providing funding for community access cars. For us, we have only in the last 2 years started with some small business grants. Those sorts of things are not usually our core business, but having small businesses in our community that are thriving is critically important to our community, and to ensure that, again, we have a rates base and we have other bases that make us sustainable long term. So we are starting to do some of those programs that normally wouldn't be our core business, that's starting to become part and parcel of who we are, because that's how we can make sure that we're sustainable into the future.
But also, with regards, getting back to the aged care issue, what we're asking for is a clear definition of who's responsible for what. Because the problem comes to us, we try and fix it. Oh no, that's a federal government problem. So we go to the federal government. No, we gave the funding to the state government. So and in the end you end up doing it yourself, running around and trying to help as much as you can.
Thanks all.
All right, we might finish there, but thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. The public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Greater Hobart Strategic Partnership and the City of Hobart to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
My name's Lisa Bonetto. I'm the Executive Officer of the Greater Hobart Council's Partnership. Change of name there.
Laura Eaton, Head of Executive Services at the City of Hobart.
Michelle Wickham, Chief Financial Officer, City of Hobart.
Thank you. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. Helen Haynes, Member for Indi, North East Victoria.
Hi, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyne, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
And Fiona Phillips, Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Anne Urquhart, Member for Braddon in Tasmania, North West, West and King Island.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion, and we'll start with the Greater Hobart Strategic Partnership.
Okay. Chair, committee members, thank you for the opportunity to appear. I'm appearing for the Greater Hobart Council's Partnership, which is the four councils of Clarence, Glenorchy, Hobart and Kingborough, working together through a statutory body established under the Greater Hobart Act 2019. We support the evidence you've heard from LGAT and ALGA about the size of the funding pool, and we won't repeat it. We're here to raise something that evidence doesn't cover, which is what happens to a capital city inside that distribution methodology. Our concern is that even a correctly sized pool would keep misallocating to Greater Hobart. Tasmania needs strong regions and a strong capital city, and the funding system should support both. Hobart's Australia's second smallest capital. As an urban area, it's smaller than 6 Australian cities that are not capitals, being the Gold Coast, Newcastle, Sunshine Coast, Central Coast, Wollongong and Geelong. But not any of those 6 host a parliament, a state administration, a tertiary teaching hospital, a university's principal campus or an international Antarctic gateway. Current funding formulas weight residential population, road length and geographical dispersion. They do not adequately fund functional population, employment concentration, visitor demand and capital city service demand. The result is a structural gap that has persisted across a decade, multiple governments and multiple election cycles. Greater Hobart is seeking a more transparent and effective funding system that takes into account population service demand, economic contribution and infrastructure needs. It's also seeking longer-term place-based investment that allows governments and councils to plan and deliver major regional priorities in partnership rather than competing project by project. Without this reform, the infrastructure, services and amenities that all Tasmanians rely on when they come to the capital will not keep pace with demand. Fixing the system is in interests of all Tasmanians. All 4 of our councils receive the statutory minimum general purpose grant of $26.14 a head. What that tells you is that our grants are not the product of an assessment of our needs. They are the product of the minimum grant principle, the flaw that applies when equalisation assessment concludes that no equalisation is warranted. We're funded by a flaw, not by an assessment. So this is not only a matter for the State Grants Commission. The national principles that govern those assessments are made by the Commonwealth Minister under Section 6 of the Local Government Financial Assistance Act. The state applies them, but the Commonwealth writes them. Nothing in those principles refers to functional population, employment concentration or non-resident service use, which are the 3 things that define a capital city's cost structure. So our recommendation is a narrow one. We ask the committee to recommend that the Minister review the national principles to make explicit that the differences in expenditure required includes functional population and non-resident service use, and to examine whether the 30% minimum is operating as a substitute for assessment in capital city councils. That recommendation takes nothing away from regional councils. It's about how need is assessed within the pool, not about the size of the pool. So we need strong regions and a strong capital, and we think the funding system should be capable of supporting both.
Thank you. And now City of Hobart.
Thank you, Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today on behalf of the City of Hobart. The City of Hobart welcomes this inquiry because local government is at a critical turning point. Across Australia, councils are experiencing a growing disconnect between the responsibilities they are expected to perform and the resources available to fund them. The recent Gallup Local Government at a Turning Point report describes this challenge as a financial capacity crisis, where councils are increasingly relied upon to deliver services and manage infrastructure beyond their traditional remit, while operating within constrained revenue frameworks. The report concludes that there is a fundamental mismatch between community expectations, government requirements and local government's capacity to deliver. This challenge is not unique to Hobart, it is being experienced across the country. As Tasmania's capital city, Hobart experiences these pressures acutely. While home to approximately 56,000 residents, Hobart delivers infrastructure, facilities and services that support a much larger functional population from across Greater Hobart and Tasmania. The city maintains regionally significant assets, including Kunyani Mount Wellington, the Doon Kennedy Hobart Aquatic Centre, Salamanca Market, waste management infrastructure and significant civic spaces that contribute to Tasmania's economic, cultural and social wellbeing. The ongoing costs of maintaining and renewing these assets continue to grow. It is worth noting that Tasmania's most visited natural attraction, Kunyani, is funded and managed entirely by the City of Hobart, despite its status as a state significant asset. Unlike comparable parks managed by the Tasmanian Government, ratepayers alone carry an annual cost of approximately $5 million. This arrangement is inequitable and unsustainable, particularly as visitation to this important site continues to grow. The City of Hobart is taking its responsibility for financial sustainability seriously. We are currently reviewing our strategic asset management plan and long-term financial management plan, undertaking service reviews and identifying operational efficiencies to ensure our services remain financially sustainable and align with community expectations. We also acknowledge that we are a well-resourced council, but often the cost is with the ratepayer. And I think I will finish there.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My first question is for the Greater Hobart Strategic Partnership. Can you explain to the committee some of the main pressures that are facing your local councils within the partnership, and what are some of the best practice or reforms that councils have put in place to address those challenges?
So some of the pressures that we have are around longer term planning, coordinating around transport infrastructure, infill housing, encouraging that across the region, and economic development opportunities is what the partnership is focusing on. And the way that we're looking to address those is by getting better evidence right across the region and looking for what the priorities are across the region so that we can be more efficient in the way that we address them. Difficulties are that information is often not readily available or fragmented, so pulling it together so that we can be as efficient as possible comes at some cost and time for our region. If that answers.
All right, thank you. And for the City of Hobart, what are the major fiscal sustainability pressures facing the City of Hobart, particularly in relation to infrastructure, housing and city services? And can you talk to us about some of your successful projects, noting your advocacy around housing, community infrastructure and active transport?
Yeah. So in terms of our fiscal sustainability, we as Laura mentioned, we are a well-resourced council. However, what we're starting to find, and we benchmark this regularly, is that we are a high-rating council, and we're starting to get a lot of pressure that we need to start to reduce our rates. Now, our rates make up about 65% of our overall revenue, so we can't continue to keep increasing that. So that is one of our big challenges. And the other thing that we're doing a lot of work at the moment on our 10-year strategic asset management plan, and we do have a really significant asset base, and it's maintaining and keeping all our assets up to date that is going to be pretty challenging for us over the coming years.
I can do the next part.
Yep.
So advocacy is an interesting one. For us, we don't tend to get a lot of grant funding because we're a capital city and we're seen to be quite rich, if you like. We're fortunate enough to have an in-house grants person that prepares all our grants, so unlike the other two councils that appeared before. But the problem with grants is that it's a very quick turnaround and a lot of our projects aren't quite at that shovel-ready sort of stage. So we acknowledge that, and we're sort of looking at the moment on how we can improve that to make sure that we are shovel-ready. In terms of successful advocacy projects, a few come to mind. We received some funding through the Urban Planning and Precincts Partnerships Program, $3.2 million for master planning of Hall Saddle, so then we can apply for stage 2. We got $20 million in money for the ferry network, so the Greater Hobart Ferry Network. That was money that we didn't ask for. It was an election commitment, which is often the case. Elected members come to us and say, what do you want? We also received $2 million for some rivulet restoration work. They're probably the top 3 that I can think of in the last 3 to 4 years that we've received. Little bits and pieces here and there, but not certainly to the extent of other capital cities, say, or other councils in, say, Bass or Lyons, which arguably tend to receive the greater share of funding. Yep.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for appearing today. Again, as we noted earlier, an all-female panel on both sides. To the City of Hobart, can you, and you can put this on notice if you don't have the figure, what percentage is FAG grants of your total revenue?
So our FAGs grants is 2.5% of our total operating revenue.
2.5%, yep. Okay. All right, and your own source revenue would be rates. Is it parking fines?
Yes, user charges, so parking, we have waste charges, yep. Any of the statutory fees and things that we can raise, yeah.
Yeah, and what's your total operating budget?
Our operating budget for last year was $180.6 million.
Right, okay, thank you. And this can be a question to both of you, just to the point around changing the distribution formula. So if we move away from population as the principal measure, how do we fairly recognise both the 1,000-kilometre road network of a rural council and the functional population that you've spoken about of non-resident users of a capital city council? And what are the variables that should be considered? Because we've had a lot of evidence from remote rural councils about the unfairness of the distribution formula. You've come as well saying there's an unfairness because we're getting the functional population. So what are the variables that you think should be considered? Because we've got to weigh up both.
So, first of all, the underlying thing is that we agree that the funding pool needs to be elevated, like what everyone's saying. But then I think there is a cost that we could apply to what we're delivering for non-residents as a city, just like there's a cost for maintaining roads and a cost in rural areas, and it would just be argued that it's assessed on a fair basis. So if putting the kind of cost implications forward, that they be equally assessed.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the other way, would you consider if instead of that sort of weighting, where life cycle costs were considered for an asset to obviously in that way probably the functional population might be more acutely assessed rather than sort of through a distribution formula change?
Especially to do with some of the funding that we have got through the Greater Hobart City deal, for example, the 10-year deal. There's been a kind of capital funding but no operational funding for maintaining things throughout that, and over a 10-year period that's a huge kind of cost. So yes, there needs to be that kind of assessment as well.
From City of Hobart's perspective, what's your depreciation schedule look like? I mean, what sort of asset and have you got a lot that are at end of life and need upgrading. So can you give us some sense of what's happening there, please?
Yeah, so our depreciation expense for last year was $29.7 million. We have an asset base of over close to $3 billion. A lot of that is land under roads, which is non-depreciable, but that's about half of it. But most of our assets are falling below the 50% of remaining life left.
Right.
Yeah.
And your 2.5%, sorry, my last question, Chair, the 2% of your operating, of your revenue, what is the dollar figure of that?
It was 4.6 million.
So even a 1% increase in financial assistance grants, so doubling what you got, would get nowhere near what you're carrying in terms of the depreciation costs.
That's correct.
Yep. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
I might go to Ms. Zucker.
Oh, thank you. I might throw this same question to both. Can you tell me what reforms would make it easier for both Greater Hobart but also for Hobart councils to deliver shared priorities such as housing, transport and urban infrastructure? You go.
So the recommendations that I was made before, those would make a big difference, but also recognition of collaborations between councils. There's at the moment no mechanism for us to be able to apply for funding or as a group of councils. And really when that's...
So break that down a little bit. How do you see that could work?
If collaborations like the Greater Hobart Council's partnership, and I know there's a number of them around, were recognised from a federal government point of view, then there would be, I think, more encouragement to look at things from a regional perspective and gather priorities around that way. So I think it would encourage that kind of collaboration, and then longer term funding opportunities create more strategic outcomes than reactive funding applications from individual councils. So where we're finding at the moment between the four councils of the partnership, there will often be competitive grant funding. Okay. If we can look at it, there's always going to be an amount of that, but there's also opportunity for finding like needs and prioritising around a region, which is going to be much more effective and efficient.
Yeah. So on the North West Coast, we have a body called Cradle Coast Authority, which is 9 councils.
Yep.
So is that the sort of thing?
The same kind of thing, yes. So I'm aware of a number of them that exist around Australia.
Yes.
There's no way for us to kind of formally interact with federal government, only as individual councils or through the state government.
Yeah.
So there might be something in recognising those groupings as well.
Yep. Okay.
I think if I can just add to that, Lisa, from a sort of tangible example perspective, the Hobart City Deal is a really good example of coming together as a collaboration and advocating for shared priorities. So you look at the Bridgewater Bridge, you look at, help me out here, Lisa, what are some of the other projects?
There's the Antarctic Gateway initiatives, lots of transport initiatives, infill housing, community housing.
So that's coming to an end in 2-3 years, I think. So looking at how that program's worked and how it's benefited the Greater Hobart as a collective would be a good sort of example of what's worked well and how that could be continued potentially.
Yeah.
Hobart City Deal 2.0 perhaps.
And also looking at the things that didn't work, not only in the Hobart City Deal but in others. And I'd put that down to a lot of the things are about the fact that it's a 10-year deal and there's really no support for governance and ongoing reporting throughout, especially when governments change and so forth throughout the process. So a bit of thought around how to do that more effectively.
For the life of the...
Exactly.
For the project.
But the longer term is really useful for us to be able to do strategic planning, strategic projects that are going to make a real difference in communities, but we need that support as well for being able to implement over that kind of period when governments change. Because you've got, in some cases, for the Hobart City Deal, very few of the original people who were involved in it are still there.
Right, And we've heard a lot from smaller councils, particularly around the sort of understanding of what the responsibility of state, local and federal government is and where, so you don't get pushed back between them? Is that something that you find a problem for the councils that you represent and Hobart as well?
Role definition, definitely. I think there's a lot of, with every best intention, a federal or a state government kind of pronouncement for a region, whether that's a grant offering or whatever it may be, and then we react to it rather than it being fed up the other way, so that we're informing those things, kind of proactive, which is more like the kind of city deal model where we can say this is what we actually need, would be much more useful. And then defining the roles with, understanding that they're recognising the different things that the different levels are supposed to be doing, and working out how we can help without moving into kind of cost-shifting territory as well. So it's a delicate balance, but I think we could do it much better than we are at the moment.
Yeah. Hobart?
I think, I'd probably share what Lisa said from a City of Hobart perspective. We're constantly being asked to deliver more with less. We're stepping outside of our core services, so we're doing, climate adaptation, climate resilience, housing, economic development. As I touched on, we fully fund Kunyani, which is a state asset and the only asset that's funded by local government, whereas Tasmanian government fund Ben Lomond and the like.
Is that historical, or
yes, it's always
handed over? Or?
Well, there is a strategic review into the mountains, so I will just preface that is being considered whether the ownership is transferred elsewhere, which will then give us that $5 million a year back to put back into core services. Okay. We have a council that, and it would be experienced right across your hearings and local government, is elected members just want to deliver every single thing, and we cannot possibly do that. So I think just more broadly there needs to be a conversation on what are the core services of local government. Have we moved beyond the roads, rates, rubbish? I'd say arguably yes, but we really need to be disciplined on landing what that is, so that we all understand that this is our area, this is yours, stay in your lane type thing. Yeah. And the more that local government take on from a state or federal government perspective, the greater the expectation is. Yeah. Which means that we need to deliver a service, but at what cost to what we're already delivering.
It's quite interesting, because if someone comes into my office and asks me a question about a particular issue, I can define very clearly whether I need to send them to a state office or whether I send them to the local government. Yeah. Why is it so difficult the other way round? Why is that not clear? Do you have any idea, maybe?
Right. I feel like I have worked in state government, but I feel like local government is the provider of last resort. So when all else fails, people come to council and expect answers.
Your local.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. But there's still a bit of a delineation, isn't there, about what local, what state and what federal do?
Yes, but we're the front door.
Yes. Yeah, you're the ones that everyone knocks down.
Government to the community.
So do you need that really clear sort of delineation because you need to pass that on to people that knock on your door, or is it about what that makes your operation easier?
At the end of the day, you've got to deliver for the people, because they are at your front door and they're the community. We have to deliver one way or another. It's not kind of okay to flick them off to somebody else when it's actually a person in front of you. So it's a bit different, I think, when you're looking at local government.
We heard from, I think it was Flinders Council a minute ago, that sort of indicated that, when they're putting in for a project or whatever and they want to query something, they go somewhere and they're told, no, you've got to go to state or you've got to go back to federal or whatever. Do you sort of get a lot of that or are you able to work it out?
I think we're sort of able to work it out before it gets to that point. Like Michelle, I've worked in state and federal government, so I know who's who in the zoo, and are able to filter that through the organisation. So it's not really a problem for us.
No, and it may be because you're a bigger council and more resources.
Absolutely.
That sort of capacity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Great, thank you. Dr. Haynes.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe to you, Ms. Spinetto. The Greater Hobart Act 2019 created a statutory intergovernmental partnership What has it delivered for the four councils that four councils acting independently could not have achieved?
Well, primarily it delivered the city deal. That was its function initially. And now what it's delivering is consistency of priorities between local government, between the four councils and the state government in regard to Greater Hobart. So that gives us opportunity to focus at two levels of government on exactly what the priorities are and implement them in a way together with consistent measures. So I think that's quite unique. I'm fairly new to the position, and I think this is a really strong mechanism that we've got available to us, and which we're planning to use even more as we grow. I think it's going to be particularly important over the next few years because, as Laura alluded to before about it being a kind of critical point for Greater Hobart, we've got a number of infrastructure things that are happening, including stadiums and airport renewals and a ferry network that's happening through the ferry network is happening through the partnership and the city and the councils. This is going to, well, it's designed to help the city grow. So it's a question of how we do that in a way that retains what's valuable about Hobart for the country as a national asset, but also makes it grow in a way that's going to be, that retains its value for people to live in. And that's difficult to do without that kind of coordination that we have at a state government level and for Greater Hobart, recognising it as a capital city and thinking about it from both levels of government, but how we shape that.
Could you talk a bit more? You've just a couple of times mentioned that interface with the state government. How is state government contributing to your strategic endeavours? Are they directly funding some of your priorities?
They're contributing to some of the projects. So, for example, they are contributing to the ferry network, some of the terminal upgrades. They'll be contributing the service, the ferry services, as we're doing the terminals. We're working together on things like strategic planning. So there's a strategic planners working group that's part of this, which means that we've got Building Tasmania, Homes Tasmania and the councils working together to look at how we can target particular areas. And so I guess where they're not necessarily funding directly, they are having conversations with us to better understand what they need to do, where the opportunities are and what things need to change within state government to reduce barriers for us. So,
why do you think they don't do that for individual councils?
I couldn't speak for them. I don't know. Yeah. Look, I think it's difficult because the state government is so, in Tasmania, as I say, because I'm new, incredibly under-resourced compared to the Victorian local government, which is, state government, which is where I've come from. So that's my kind of first observation. And then trying to work with individual councils who might have differing opinions. It can often be, you just don't have the time, or they don't have the time to be able to kind of manage different opinions. Whereas if we can come to them with a consistent priority, consistent needs, define those really well, that makes it much easier for the state government to support that across the city. And then I'd argue when the state government and the four councils agree on it, theoretically, it should make it easier for the federal government to see this is what needs to be done. So that's what we're aiming to do together.
This morning we had Regional Development Australia Tasmania put to us a regional hubs investment framework. Is that the same thing as what you're doing?
A regional hubs investment framework. I haven't heard of that.
Haven't heard of it?
The same as the state's economic diversification and investment strategy, which is kind of based on regional attributes. So if that's the same thing, then we're supportive of that because we think that that's exactly what we're trying to do for Greater Hobart. And we'd be looking at, so it's not just about for Greater Hobart, it's actually about Greater Hobart's role for the rest of the state as well as a capital. So it's
Do you have much contact with RDA, TAS?
Yep.
Yep.
Working on how we're going to work together with them more productively, because they're based here. We're still kind of working out what their role is, and I would observe that the RDA network's diverse. I've done a lot of work with them in Victoria, and in every other state except the Northern Territory, there's a capital city RDA, and we don't have a capital city RDA in Tasmania. I'm not quite sure why. In Victoria, they've got capital city RDA and then 5 regional RDAs that work together in different ways, working with RDV as they're in collaboration with RDV. I know in South Australia it's a totally different model. They've got kind of charity status as RDAs. So it's I think that the RDA network and intent, even though there is a charter, it's interpreted really differently everywhere from what I can see. And I'm not sure exactly what our relationship it will be with them. It's developing.
Thank you. City of Hobart, just on a completely different topic. You face coastal inundation and you're a significant bushfire interface. Is there any Commonwealth funding available for adaptation works before a disaster occurs rather than reconstruction afterwards? And if there is that funding sufficient?
Thank you for your question. At the top of my head, I'm going to say yes, we have received funding for adaptation work. Is it enough? I would say no, given the coastal issue that you just mentioned and also our extreme bushfire risk. We have received disaster-ready funding in the past, but we could always do with more. And I think it's that whole being asked to do more with less kind of mentality, particularly in the climate change space. So I would encourage a greater share to the capital cities and the ones that do have that extreme bushfire risk and the adaptation. But we have been successful in funding, and it has been that, the mitigation measures as opposed to the response. So, yeah.
Yes, sure. Yes, thank you.
Especially in speaking about how the state governments work with us, the state government have received disaster-ready funding for a portal for information about risk for disasters, and they've been working on it for a couple of years. They're about to release the version that for statewide for flood risk, including sea level rise, including landslip, all of those kind of things, which is a really rich data set. We've just started working with them, the partnership, to look at what this means so it gives us data to enable us to see what are the regional priorities for the capital city rather than looking at it from individual data sets. They're ingesting data from private sector partners as well as government layers, so it's a really interesting opportunity. And what we'll be doing is looking at then how do we prioritise, how do we use that data as evidence for future disaster-ready funding grants, but also using it to recognise not only emergency management risks, but also economic development, planning. There's just so much that we can do with that. And it's a
asset management going forward.
Absolutely. So it's a great example of what we lack in most other areas, which is that really holistic, rich data that we can all share across levels of government between councils. That's something that's a big gap for us.
Would it be something that you would be recommending when you talk about a multifactorial assessment pathway for the federal assistance grants? Would climate risk, disaster management be something that you think should be included in that assessment?
Well, yes, but I think also what I was saying before about it being better access to evidence. If we had better data, we would be able to self-help and prioritise more, and we'd be able to kind of provide better evidence to the federal government and state government about what needs to happen in our region. Where we lack that data or where it's fragmented, it's really difficult to do a collaborative initiative.
Thank you. Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Ms. Ben.
Thank you so much for appearing before our committee today. It's great to have you here. My question is for Ms. Bonetto, and potentially City of Hobart. You could build on it as well. It goes to Ms. Urquhart's line of questioning around responsibilities of levels of government. Where do overlapping responsibilities between councils and the Tasmanian government create cost pressures or delivery gaps? I note that you mentioned a number of examples around climate adaptation, state significant assets like Kunani, I'm probably saying that wrong. Could you provide us some other examples of where you're seeing this with the Tasmanian government?
Do you want to take that?
I was going to look at Michelle, actually. Do you have any thoughts?
Oh.
Top of your head?
Specific examples are hard.
Or
but
examples of cost shifting that you're now wearing a responsibility that usually sits with the state government that you've had to pick up.
Not from a partnership perspective, I don't think. No, I can't really. I could come back to you on that.
Okay. Well, one that springs to mind might be homelessness services. And there's sort of that confusion in the community around who is responsible for homelessness services. We do provide some funding to organisations to deliver their services, but arguably, is that the role of local government or is it state government? So I guess you could argue that that's a cost shift from federal and state government to local government. Another one would be...
I'm not sure if it's cost shifting, but our community safety officers, our liaison officers that we've put in place.
Yeah, so we've initiated a what we're calling community safety officers, just to walk through the mall and sort of act as non-police, but just make people aware that they're there and it's safe to walk around and stuff. Is that the role of local government? I'm not sure.
That's really interesting because the two examples you used are very much state government. I'm from Victoria, and they're very clearly defined as state government issues around homelessness and
community safety. Yeah,
protective services officers that patrol some of our major centres. So that's very interesting.
That's probably
it's a different thing in Tassie as well. Is that although cost shifting might be an issue, it's also we need to work together. Like the state government has less resourcing than Victorian state government does. So it's necessary for us to, if we want to work through barriers, we need to work together more efficiently. If we take a really hard stand on who's doing what, sometimes things aren't going to happen unless we pitch in, lean in where it's necessary.
Which just sounds like that's what's happening. You are leaning in.
Yep.
I can think of another one. You've got me thinking now. Funding for major events. We're often asked to top up the likes of Dark Mofo or Taste of Summer, or those major city activating events. So is that the role of local government to be paying for those events? Not sure, but it could be another example of cost shifting. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks all.
No problem.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the public hearing. resume the public hearing. I now call on representatives from the Australian Services Union, Victorian and Tasmanian Authorities and Services Branch to give evidence. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee? You might start.
Yep, Samantha Batchelor, the ASU Tasmanian Coordinator.
Melanie Gent, ASU Member and ASU Victoria and Tasmania Branch President.
Misha Pringle, ASU Delegate at the City of Hobart.
Claire Henning, ASU Delegate at West Coast Council.
Nikita Richards, ASU Delegate, Central Coast Council.
And Lisa Bramich, ASU Delegate at Waratah Wynyard Council.
Great, thank you very much. Do we have Dr. Douglas on the line?
I haven't had a text back, but
No,
I'm
that's
sure
okay.
she will join.
She might join as we go. That's absolutely fine. Yeah, great. Right. Although the committee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and therefore has the same standing as proceedings of the respective houses. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege and is being broadcast live. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before responding to each question. I now invite members of the committee to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name's Helen Haynes. I'm the Federal Member for Indi, which is Regional North East Victoria.
Hi, Alison Penfold, Member for Lyde, Mid-North Coast and Hunter Region of New South Wales.
Fiona Phillips, the Federal Member for Gilmore on the New South Wales South Coast.
Good afternoon. I'm Alice Jordan-Baird. I'm the Federal Member for Gorton from Melbourne's Western Suburbs.
Great, thank you. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Well, thank you, committee, and thanks for having us today. So my role as the Tasmanian Coordinator, in our coverage we have a very significant membership across local government in Tasmania, so covering 29 councils. It's a privilege to be able to speak to you today about the importance of the announcement to address the funding issues for local government. I think it can't be any clearer in Tasmania in terms of the need for funding. We have an ageing demographic in many senses. We have issues with, a big geographically dispersed population, with high and in areas complex needs, and an ever-increasing demand on councils as that local voice to the community to come up with creative solutions for their communities. So I'm really pleased, and I'm not going to speak a lot today. I had the privilege of coming to the previous Senate inquiry, but to really let our delegates tell you about the work that they do and the importance of addressing the funding issues, but also ensuring that we really focus in this on ensuring that we have good quality, secure jobs in council. We have a real attraction and retention issue in Tasmania. We're seeing, high vacancy rates, high turnover of staff, and that's really critical to ensuring that we can deliver the services not only that are needed now, but are needed into the future for local government. So it's my pleasure to introduce Mel, who's already on transcript, our branch president, and at the City of Hobart.
Thank you. My name is Melanie Gent. I've been employed in local government for 15 years at the City of Hobart, where I work with the Fire and Biodiversity team, managing the city's large bushland reserve network, caring for biodiversity values and managing bushfire risk. I'm an ASU member and lead delegate in my workplace, and am also ASU branch president for the Victorian and Tasmanian Authorities and Services branch. I have 21 years experience in natural areas management and fire management in southern Tasmania. As the City of Hobart's bushfire mitigation coordinator, I am responsible for managing and treating bushfire risk across almost 5,000 hectares of bushland reserves in one of the most bushfire-prone locations on the planet. This is no small task. Our stunning natural landscape forms the instantly recognisable picturesque backdrop of Hobart, but comes with a significant risk. Due to the responsibilities of my job role, I'm thinking about bushfire every single day of the year. I've spent many years working on the bushland-urban interface, designing and implementing bushfire fuel breaks, planning and implementing landscape-scale mechanical thinning programs to treat bushfire risk and improve biodiversity values, planning and implementing vegetation controls along safe routes and emergency evacuation routes, planning and conducting fuel reduction burning and ecological burning, and running our 25-person in-house fire crew. This work is conducted in extremely challenging terrain, requires a lot of technical skill, and is definitely not for the faint-hearted. I collaborate closely with state fire management agencies and my counterparts at neighbouring councils to ensure a coordinated approach to bushfire risk management across the region. This includes risk modelling, treatment prioritisation, management of nearby safer places, bushfire places of last resort, vegetation treatments, and fire trail classification and management. And while we conduct our own burning in-house, we also regularly join state fire management agencies implementing multi-tenure, multi-agency planned burns. These joint fire management activities have allowed us to build very strong, trusted working relationships across organisations and agencies, which is of great benefit when a major bushfire event occurs requiring all hands on deck. While we have developed skilled on-ground workers in the fire space, there is a massive industry-wide skilled shortage in technical and strategic roles such as fire planning, mitigation planning, prescribed burn planning, and prescribed burning incident control. Like many other councils, we are also struggling to fund important mitigation works such as tree inspections and elevated vegetation treatment along our safe routes and emergency evacuation routes. The inability to fund and implement this work on the scale needed greatly impacts communities in the event of a bushfire where evacuation through bushfire-prone landscapes comes with a significant risk of entrapment and death. During bushfire season, I'm responsible for managing fire hazards on private property within bushfire-prone areas. This work involves property inspections and assessments, hazard identification, designing mitigation measures, and issuing fire hazard abatement compliance notices to property owners. Unfortunately, like most other councils, funding and resourcing constraints means we are forced to operate this as a reactive program only, which means we only inspect properties when a complaint is received. This leaves thousands of bushfire-prone properties uninspected, potentially presenting a huge risk to our communities. Proper funding and resourcing in this space would allow councils to undertake proactive fire hazard abatement inspection programs, treating risk year-round and increasing the safety and resilience of our communities. I also work closely with community members and neighbourhoods, providing tailored household bushfire preparedness information and education through workshops, presentations, community events and panel discussions. This education work is highly valued by the community. However, we are limited in what we can deliver due to the funding and resourcing constraints. I know that most households are not yet adequately prepared for bushfire, and I know the devastating impact this will have when a major bushfire event occurs. More funding and resourcing dedicated to delivering household education would help empower our communities with the knowledge and confidence they need to adequately prepare their properties and neighbourhoods for bushfire, which reduces bushfire impact and reduces recovery costs and community trauma following a bushfire event. Councils everywhere are getting smashed by climate change impacts. In Tasmania, we are seeing increasing severe wind events, increased storm events, increased dry periods, increased significant heavy rainfall events, increasing temperatures, and ever-changing bushfire risks. As council workers, we are the level of government that is closest to the community. We are there before a disaster, we are there during a disaster, and we are there after a disaster. We are working every day to support our communities despite ever-increasing and complex challenges. Mitigating climate impacts and disaster events is a crucial aspect of the responsibility councils have to their communities. Yes, it is challenging, yes, it costs money, but it is not insurmountable with the appropriate support. Investment in mitigation saves a huge amount of money in disaster recovery, and to be perfectly blunt, what price is a life? While my work continues to increase in complexity, and it is a heavy weight of responsibility on my shoulders, I'm dedicated to my work role because I know how important it is for improving the safety and survivability of our communities. As a council worker, I care deeply for my communities. This is the same for my co-workers. As president of the ASU VicTAS branch, I hear every day the increasing complexity of the work undertaken by our members. Work across local government is under-resourced, while specialty skills and roles within local government are in demand. The need for appropriate funding is to provide the necessary care for our communities is crucial. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today and thank you for your interest and consideration of these important matters.
Thank you.
So my name is Mr Pringle. I'm a project manager in the Capital Works delivery area at the City of Hobart. I just wanted to touch on today the constant threat of outsourcing of our civil works jobs that sort of hangs over everything we do in the delivery of our, particularly the sort of delivery of roads and stormwater projects at council. So about $11 million of the council's annual $30 million capital works program falls under that sort of civil and stormwater roles, and that's delivered by internal crews. So those are crews that have been, in a lot of instances, been working there for a long time, a lot of internal knowledge and expertise that resides within council. Over the years, the level of service that those crews provide has been constantly increasing. There's always a higher expectation from the public that the service that the city offers gets better every year, and those crews are sort of integral in delivering that and doing it as internal council employed staff. But at the same time, over the years, we've seen this constant whittling away, I suppose, of that internal capacity to deliver those works. And so within our civil and stormwater and maintenance areas, we've seen an ongoing level of attrition, just general staff attrition as people leave, not being replaced, or through management decisions or cuts to the budget, whether they're ongoing operational budgets or reductions in capital works budgets for particular projects or the program as a whole. So those crews are now understaffed, heavily understaffed, with constant sort of pressure that doesn't lessen at all. In fact, it's increased to deliver this capital works program that rolls around every year and that keeps the city moving and improving and stops it from sort of falling apart. And also just generally maintaining our assets in that time as well. We see things like low staff numbers contributing to reductions on a day-to-day basis of those staff members, people on sick leave, having to take mental health leave more often. That then compounds the sort of pressure on the staff who do show up. Crew numbers are reduced, the work increases, and as a result we see a sort of high staff turnover rate that impacts the staff who do remain quite significantly. In turn, recruitment becomes quite difficult. We're in an environment now where there was a time where a council job was a long-term job. It was a 30-year, 40-year job. You'd come in, you'd do your apprenticeship or your traineeship at council, and that would set you up for life. You might start as a junior, work your way through, you'd gain that experience, work up into a team leader, supervisor role, or even if you didn't, you'd sort of have a job that was there and that was able to provide for your family, and you could see it out through until retirement if you so wished. But now we're seeing a situation where council pay just doesn't reflect the work that the staff do and the skills that they have. It's very easy to move into private industry and contractors and get far better pay. For a long time we had better conditions at council. The pay might be a little bit lower, but that job permanency and the sort of other conditions that came along with your employment made it a more attractive prospect, but along with the staff numbers, that's sort of been whittled away over the time and those conditions are slipping. It also in turn makes it difficult to attract those experienced staff who you need to maintain those high levels of service. and to just deliver the program in a way that's safe and sustainable and can properly service the city. So we see that lack of, or that difficulty in attracting experienced staff, and then that trickles down to those staff who don't have the experience and who may be doing a traineeship or an apprenticeship or just sort of finding their way in that civil work space and coming into the workforce. And for them, they no longer have as many of those sort of experienced hands, whether it's operating machinery next to them or whether it's in their supervisors and team leaders. So there's this real sort of, I suppose, difficulty for them and higher pressure situation for them in delivering their roles. And into that environment, we have this sort of constant, I suppose, threat of outsourcing, and we do service reviews that are underway at council that happen across the council and review the work that particular areas do and make sure that it's sort of meeting council needs and that it's that we want to keep that work internal. So this sort of constant underlying pressure on the staff to make sure that they're justifying their jobs, and those then become an excuse to cut those staff and restructure work crews and increase the pressure, but maintain the output. So this is the sort of environment they're working in, and yet the staff still deliver fantastic quality work. They're up there with the quality that any contracting group can produce, and they can do it at a cost that far exceeds or undercuts any of the civil contractors. I mean, there's not that sort of need to make a profit on top of it, and there's not that constant sort of commercial element that comes into it. Those staff and those workers have an ownership over the work that they do. They often live or they commute in the city. They're local. They have a deep knowledge of place. They understand. If they've been working there a long time, they've probably undertaken the renewal projects or the upgrades that they're then going on and working and maintaining. And they care for the community, and they present a good face to the people whose driveways they're blocking while they're doing the work, or whose streets the traffic management impacts, or the people whose services have to be put on pause. They have a connection and a buy-in to that. To the community that you can't replicate with contractor crews, and they happily deliver that despite this sort of constant sort of threat of this outsourcing. And I guess just wanted to speak to that because I think really highlights a reason that council workers and the community need these council jobs. They need them to be safe, and they need them to be secure, and they need them to be backed by reliable and predictable funding, so that they know that they're going to be there year in, year out as we deliver this capital works program, or our general maintenance and our operational sort of things. And so I guess a settled and a well-resourced and a well-supported workforce then can better support the community and in turn create a better environment for everyone who lives and works in the city. Thanks.
Great. Thank you. Mrs Henning.
My name is Claire Henning. I'm an Operations Officer employed by West Coast Council, and I'm an ASU member and union delegate. I'm speaking today from my own experience as a local government employee and from what I see and hear in my role as a union delegate. My contribution is particularly focused on staff turnover and retention, workplace safety, and the importance of supporting the people who continue to deliver essential services to our communities. Lost my spot. In my role as an operations officer, I provide administrative and operational support across a broad range of council services. My work includes supporting operational teams, coordinating and allocating community service requests, fleet and asset administration, waste and landfill reporting, procurement, purchase orders and invoices, contractor and tender processes, compliance and qualification records, and supporting projects and day-to-day service delivery. This gives me contact with employees across different areas of council and a practical understanding of the demands placed on a relatively small workforce. West Coast Council covers approximately 9,575 square kilometres. Council describes the West Coast municipality as the largest local government area by land area in Tasmania. Our employees provide services across communities including Queenstown, Strawn, Zann, Rosebery, Tulla, Gormanston, Linda and surrounding areas. That geographic size matters. Even routine local government services can involve long travel distances, dispersed assets, multiple townships and significant coordination. When staffing levels are stretched, the impact is not confined to one office or one worksite. It can affect service delivery across a very large region. Staff retention is one of the biggest workforce issues I believe local government needs to address. At West Coast Council, 21 employees have left during 2026 to date. For an organisation of our size, that is significant. This is also not a new or isolated issue. Public reporting in November 25 stated that 21 employees had left West Coast Council during 25 from a workforce of around 75 people. In April 26, the ASU publicly referred to 27 resignations over the preceding year. Those reporting periods overlap, so the figures should not simply be added together, but they demonstrate that high turnover has been an ongoing issue rather than a one-off event. When we talk about turnover, it is easy to focus on only the number of people who have left, but every experienced employee who leaves can also take with them years of organisational knowledge of our community, council infrastructure, systems, previous decisions, local conditions, and the practical ways that services are delivered. In a small regional community, this is particularly difficult. Employees do not simply disappear into another suburb when they finish work. We live in these communities together, our families know each other, and many employees have spent years building their careers and lives on the West Coast. A healthy workplace should welcome employees raising concerns, because identifying the issue early gives an organisation an opportunity to address it before it becomes a much bigger problem. Pay and employment conditions matter. Adequate staffing matters, training and career development matter, but people also need to want to stay. Employees are more likely to remain in an organisation when they feel their experience is valued, their workload is reasonable, they are genuinely consulted about decisions affecting their work, and they feel safe speaking up when there is a problem. In a small regional council, losing experienced people can have an enormous effect, because there may not be another employee sitting beside them with the same knowledge or ability to immediately take over that function. This becomes even more significant when a relatively small workforce is responsible for delivering services across approximately 9,575 square kilometres. For me, sustainable funding for local government is therefore not only about roads, buildings, waste services or physical infrastructure. It is also about investing in the people who are required to deliver these services. Council needs sufficient resources to properly staff positions, develop employees, retain skills and experience, and create workplaces where employees can have a sustainable career. As an ASU delegate, I believe employees deserve to have a genuine voice in decisions that affect them. I want workers to feel that they can raise concerns, ask questions, and advocate for improvements while still feeling valued and respected for the contribution that they make to their community. If there is one thing I would like the inquiry to take from my evidence, is that local government sustainability and workforce sustainability are the same issue. We cannot continue to lose experienced employees and simply assume that their knowledge and capability can always be replaced. Councils need the resources not just to recruit people, but to retain them. And retention requires more than a pay packet. It requires adequate staffing, reasonable workloads, investment in employees, genuine consultation, respectful workplaces, and an environment where people feel both physically and psychologically safe. If we look after the people delivering local government services, we are also protecting the services our communities rely upon. Thank you for taking the time to hear the perspective of local government workers.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Richards.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Nikita Richards, and for the past 9 years I've worked in early childhood education and outside school hours care, supporting children from babies through to grade 6. I am a proud member of the Australian Services Union in North West Tasmania and the recently elected delegate for my workplace. Every day I help children, keep them safe, supported and ready to learn. I build trusted relationships with children's families, schools and colleagues while carrying serious responsibilities for children's wellbeing, development and safety. Northwest Tasmania is classified as a childcare desert, with too few places for the children who need them to have care. We need more services and we need more of them delivered by local councils. Currently, 16 educators have left our service. I work in a centre run by a local council, public and not-for-profit services. They're driven by children's education and wellbeing, not financial profit. That focus matters and it should be supported. Over the past 9 years, I have seen demand on our sector grow. Families rely on us more than ever and children's needs are becoming more complex, but funding and resources have not kept pace with what educators are expected to deliver. When services are understaffed or underfunded, educators are asked to do more with less, while still providing high-quality care and education. We do it because we care deeply about the children and families we support, but care alone cannot sustain a workplace. There are many days when I leave home for work at 6:30 in the morning and arrive back home at 6:30 at night. Those long hours mean missing precious time with my own family. Like many educators, I make I make that sacrifice because I believe every child deserves a safe, nurturing and high-quality environment. I have stayed in this profession because I know the difference educators make. There is nothing more rewarding than seeing a child gain confidence, developing new skills, build skills through new experiences, or simply know they are safe, secure and valued. We do not just care for children, we help shape their future, and we provide an essential public service to our local community. Quality early childhood education and outside school hours cares are essential community infrastructures. They support children, enable families to work, study and strengthen local communities. That is why we are asking for secure employment, sustainable funding and proper recognition of the essential work educators do every day. While I have shared my own experience, I am not speaking only for myself. I'm speaking for the 42 educators I work alongside every day. They are dedicated, compassionate professionals who show up, work long hours, make personal sacrifices and give their best to the children and families in our community. These 42 educators are at the heart of our service. They deserve recognition, they deserve respect and they deserve the support they need to keep doing this essential work. Because when we invest in educators, we invest in every child whose lives they touch and in the future of every community they help build. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms Bramish.
Hi. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lisa Bromwich. I'm an ASU member and delegate, and I've worked as an Asset Services Officer for Waratah Wynyard Council for more than 7 years now, which has included completing an IPWA professional certificates in both asset management planning and in infrastructure financial management. I'm part of a two-person asset management team that works across Waratah Wynyard Council and Circular Head Council through a service sharing arrangement. Asset management is essentially the understanding of the condition, cost and life cycle of council-owned assets and making sure we're planning responsibly for their future. This includes infrastructure in our transport and urban stormwater networks, buildings and parks, reserves and recreation infrastructure. Because our team is small, my role covers both operational and strategic asset management, and we work closely with all departments across both councils. As small regional councils with limited resources, we operate a 4-year rolling program, completing a full review of one major asset management plan each year, as well as an annual review of our strategic asset management plan. This work helps our councillors make informed decisions about when assets should be renewed, upgraded, acquired or disposed of. One of the things I see through my work is that there are opportunities to achieve better long-term outcomes and efficiencies, but sometimes we simply don't have the upfront funding to make that happen. Roads are a really good example. Circular Head Council maintains around 762 kilometres of road, with approximately 459 kilometres being unsealed gravel road. That's about 60% of their network. Some of these gravel roads receive significant use, particularly from heavy trucks, and require major maintenance at least once a year, whereas a gravel road should last around 6 to 10 years with minor maintenance. In some cases, sealing these roads would reduce ongoing maintenance and provide better value over the longer term. Through asset management, we can identify those opportunities. The problem is finding the upfront capital to actually do the work. For small regional councils, that cost can be prohibitive, even when we know the investment would save money in the long term. Additionally, we need to ensure that we have trained and directly employed crews of workers who are paid fairly to do their work. Contracting often costs council more and means we don't have good, secure jobs in our community that we need to make sure our community assets, our roads and spaces, are the best that they can be. We need to offer and incentivise more pathways and training into local government, particularly given our ageing workforce. I feel fortunate to work across 2 councils that recognised the importance of asset management some years ago and who continue to improve their management of community assets. I can see firsthand the benefits that this work brings to our communities. I'm also fortunate to have supportive managers and to be part of a small team that works extremely well together. But good people and good planning can only take us so far. Councils need adequate, sustainable funding and a secure workforce to turn those plans into real outcomes. That's why, for me, secure employment and better funding for local government is so important. They directly affect our ability to look after the infrastructure our communities rely on and to make responsible long-term decisions with public monies. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience today. I appreciate your time.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, what an extraordinary amount of passion and dedication across a broad diversity of roles. So I really want to thank you for appearing today and probably more importantly for the work that you do and your members do. We've been fortunate to hear from other members, ASU members, during this hearing and it's been really valuable for us as a committee. I think it's difficult to work out where to start with the questions. So I just want to touch on something that you said, Mr. Pringle, about that trend that councils are starting to contract more work out. Like, what advice would and anybody can answer this. What advice would you have for this committee? Like, how do we turn around that trend? Like, what would you recommend to us? And not just at the federal level, it could be state or anything that would help.
Look, it's a good question. I mean, I think there's a constant focus on the bottom line and trying to, from a sort of management executive kind of level of trying to reduce the percentage of labour costs that sit in the annual report sort of thing. There seems to be this sort of perception that is a negative thing when that gets too high sort of thing. So I think there's definitely a perception issue there, and when you can take that labour cost and turn it into a capital works cost instead and have it sitting in that budget, then it sort of tends to look a little bit better on the in front of the councillors. I think that consistent funding part of it for me seems to be a big piece, because those costs do increase every year, and so if the funding is a bit more of a known entity going forward, and there is a complementary increase in funding or at least a consistency in it, then it gets a lot easier to do that sort of longer term planning around asset management and to incorporate that I suppose, the wages and the labour costs and material costs and those general council sort of operating costs into it. So, yeah, I do think that the pool of, as basic as it is, the pool of money to draw on for councils. I mean, we see this constant sort of shift in responsibility, particularly like in that sort of more civil space where local government takes on more and more of that responsibility from state governments. There's more roads that we look after. There's more assets that we sort of take under our control. Subdivisions happen and new assets come on board. There's just this sort of constant increase there. So I think there just needs to be a corresponding sort of increase in money available to do that, and not this sort of this need to sort of, I suppose, shift things around within the books and feel that for the executive leadership team to feel that they always need to be sort of trying to cover their tracks essentially in terms of where those costs are going and where those ratepayers, where the rates are going. I think it's a big question. Yeah, it's a cultural thing in a lot of ways as well. So.
Yeah, Ms. Deb. Yep.
Yeah. I was just going to add to that, to what Misha said, is there's not much value placed on the knowledge of these council crews, the local knowledge that they know these patches really well and are committed to the patches because they're coming back over and over and over. And when you have, at times when a contractor comes in, they're not connected to the place and they're just there to get the job done, like get in and get out as quickly as they can for usually the lowest price. And that's not necessarily giving long-term value, whereas the workers that are coming back put in a much bigger effort because they can see the long-term benefit, because they're going to be the ones that are going to have to come back and fix it if they don't do it properly. So it's sort of in some ways a non-monetary cost that's not really sort of taken into account. Yeah, is that knowledge, that local knowledge.
Did anyone else want to comment on that?
I'd just say that, yes, in certainly what the federal government can do, and state governments to that degree, we would say, is support and recognise that there is, no better worker than a local government worker who's directly employed by councils. And I think governments can do that in terms of when you are giving funding, by also setting some principles around having really good quality secure jobs. And what that looks like is encouraging direct employment or mandating direct employment, and looking to regulate or limit labour hire and outsourcing that's occurring in councils, because what we're seeing there is excessive costs given, to contractors that obviously often have a third-tier layer of administrative costs and aren't benefiting into that knowledge pool that goes and stays and maintains a career long-term with council.
Great, thank you. I go to Deputy Chair.
Thank you, and thank you all for appearing today. I just want to go to this point around contracting and labour hire, because we've heard from sort of a number of quite remote councils where they just can't attract a workforce. As much as they have said they would love to have their own crews, they can't attract it. So how do we strike the balance around your point being to have some sort of framework which attaches to funding to local government? How do we strike the right balance that we don't put in a framework that locks those councils out from taking on an engineer that might be contracted because they just can't get somebody to move to Wilcannia in New South Wales, vis-a-vis what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm happy to make some comments on it, and during the Tasmanian Future of Local Government review, this was an issue that we really identified. I think we lack workforce planning, and governments can have a role in ensuring that councils do have adequate workforce plans. That not only means that there's a measurable, framework for looking at how we attract people in, and whether that's through apprenticeships or through traineeships, but by having a workforce planning component that's, potentially mandated by state or federal governments, provides the opportunity to look at that whole of sector approach too. What are the trends? Where are the issues? If we know we can't get planners across councils everywhere, why is that? Is it an access to TAFE issue? Is it an access to university issue? Is it an access to housing in those regional communities issues? Planners are just one example. We see that across a range of different roles across council. But I think that workforce planning component is important, and if we were to look at something like what the ASU have called for in terms of a fair jobs code, I think building in some parameters around supporting councils with their workforce plans would help address where we're seeing those sector-wide trends so that we can build the pathways we need. You know, we don't have the apprentices or traineeships that we once had in local government, and I think incentivising, you know, schemes to bring in apprentices and traineeships where we know their skill shortages is a huge opportunity.
Okay.
But is there any other comments the delegates want to make?
And just one other question, because I know we're tight on time. I'm just, given the underfunding of local government, which we hear time and time again, are you getting feedback from members about, you know, being abused because a pothole hasn't been filled or something like that? Are you seeing that increasing as a problem for your members? And maybe some of the delegates might want to respond.
I know some of our outdoor workforce definitely get that. I mean, council, as much as it can, helps prepare them from that. Our workers have cards that they can hand out to the public and say, well, if you've got some issues, please go and, talk to, here's some numbers for you to ring or people for you to talk to. But it is increasing, and the guys, you know, we do try and give them as much training as we can to ensure that they've got ways to deal with that. But it is an ongoing problem.
Yeah. Same in the West Coast. They're abused, if not daily, every second day, and it's in person, social media. It comes to the girls in reception, and the outdoor crew, they are not trained in how to deal with that. They have not received any training to help assist with how best to respond to that. So I know the indoor staff have, and mainly the girls on reception, they've received some training on how to deal with unhappy customers, but they get it all the time. It is constant.
The online abuse, as you
Online
abuse is really, really ramped
Yeah.
up, but we're seeing it to the point where there's some elected members also throwing council staff under the bus too, which is really disappointing to see, sort of around the state. But yeah, the online abuse is huge. The in-person stuff has definitely been increasing over the last few years as well. It just seems to be that, you know, somehow we've managed to normalise just that abusing people is fine. We really have to claw that back.
I think what we find often is that the moment you have a logo and potentially a bit of high-vis kit on and you're on someone's street, you might be the first person from council that they've actually seen in person in however long it might be, and maybe they're feeding off the political side of things that they're reading on Facebook, or maybe it is the pothole that's been at the end of the street for the last 5 years or whatever it might be, but those people very quickly become a high-vis target. And I guess sort of back to one of my points earlier is that the benefit of having those staff, and like Mel mentioned, the knowledge of how council works and why something may not have been fixed or why it has been fixed in the past, or what's happening next in the program or whatever it might be, provides a foundation for those staff who aren't necessarily trained to deal with it, but they have that connection and that understanding and that sort of history with the place that can often help them deal with it a bit better. And I mean, I have nothing but praise for so many of our guys who are often employed on an asphalting crew, not a customer service role. Like, probably got into it because they didn't like the customer service side of things, and they then all of a sudden find themselves on the front line of as the face of council, effectively, maybe knocking on someone's door because, hey, we have to block your driveway for the next 3 hours or whatever it might be. And so they end up at the receiving end of it a lot of the time, and that sort of, it's someone's outlet is the guy who's just shown up at their door, and it shouldn't be the case.
All right, thank you, Chair.
Great, thank you, Dr. Haynes.
Thank you to each of you, and your evidence today tells a very compelling story. Your submission asks that additional procurement conditions apply to Commonwealth funding to local government, and the sector is simultaneously asking for that funding to be untied. So I'm just wondering how you would reconcile those two things.
Yeah, I mean, I think certainly, and our delegates might provide some additional comments to this, I think there's certainly an element, and this is perhaps what you're hearing a lot from, you know, ALGA and LGAT, there is just so much work being done increasingly by councils, you know, that might fall within the provider of last resort or just the immediate solution that a council have had to find to a community need, whether that's disaster recovery, you know, climate change, responding to some sort of complex mental health issues, running GP practices, post offices, airports, and Richard couldn't join us today, funeral services, you know, these absolute sort of just responses because they're the provider of last resort. And I think there are certainly elements there where that untied funding is really important to allow councils the flexibility to capture some of that. But I do think there is a role of government still to be ensuring that councils really are accountable to make sure there are measures to have jobs in-house, because unfortunately, you know, what we see as the union is there are jobs that are being delivered, you know, in major city councils here in Tasmania that absolutely could be a good directly secure job, and the sort of jobs I'm referencing are, you know, cleaners at the City of Hobart. If I think off the top of my head, they could absolutely be directly employed and it would give them better job security than the contracting arrangements they're in. Similarly to those who are maintaining some of the parks, you know, cleaning barbecues, dealing with the toilet facilities. Similarly, some of the roads work, we would be much better to have established crews, and we've seen a degradation in those numbers over the years. So I think there is a level 4 importance of some untied funding, but there is also a role of government to make sure that we're supporting councils to look at the value of good quality jobs and providing that as a #1 preference wherever they can, not falling into the ease of perhaps thinking that they can sort of contract out and often actually paying a hell of a lot more and a much worse outcome for the worker in the middle.
Thank you. Question from Ms Jordan Baird.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, thank you so much for appearing for our committee today and for the ASU's advocacy and for all the work you do in our communities to represent local government workers. So thank you so much for that. I think those reports that you mentioned about sort of worker safety incidents, thank you for sharing. Obviously, they're deeply concerning. They kind of go to the heart of this very inquiry in terms of resourcing local governments as well. My questions are just around workforce pressures. In your view, what workforce pressures are local government workers experiencing as councils take on broader service delivery responsibilities? And do you feel like there is a bit of a shift? We've heard from a number of councils today about local governments taking on responsibilities from state governments. Do you have any examples you'd like to highlight to the committee?
Some of the examples definitely are the ones sort of I've touched on, where I think there's that gap in the community and the council, you know, as closest to the community members end up finding a solution. And that's, for example, we've got 6 councils, or sorry, 5, one private provider has come in, so 5 councils who are delivering early years. And that's because if they don't, you know, members of their community won't have access to care. And that's the same with GP practices. It's the same where, you know, we've got islands who are delivering the funeral and mortuary services and GP and post office services. You know, councils will be doing all sorts of innovative things in those spaces. Yeah.
I think also, I mean, a really direct one that we notice at the City of Hobart at the moment is line marking on roads. So it used to be, or it should be, a state government sort of handled undertaking, but over time that's just sort of disappeared and there's just doesn't really get done. And then I think, I don't know the politics of it directly, but it's effectively been said that a council needs to start doing that, but there's no corresponding funding that then comes with that. There's no corresponding resourcing that comes along with it. It's just sort of, oh, we're not doing that anymore. You guys are going to have to look after it. So we definitely see that. And then it's also even things like just somewhere like Tassie, where in comparison to Victoria or New South Wales, maybe we don't have as high a demand for certain types of civil work. So I think it's our slurry seal program that we do, where we rely on contractors coming in from interstate in order to do that, and all the councils are relying on it. Without those interstate contractors, that work couldn't get done, and there's just no opportunity to increase that capacity locally or internally in the council. So, yeah, it becomes quite an issue, and we become really beholden to the availability of people in a completely different state, which is not ideal when we're on an island. Sort of thing. It's difficult to get here.
That's where that workforce planning stuff's really important, because what we hear is so many examples like Misha's just touched on, and councils know it about their own councils and their management know it about their own councils, but we lack sort of that lens that sees that, you know, that's happening in maybe 25 of the 29 councils, and that, you know, if that was looked at by a state or federal government, there could actually be a solution to say, well, that's an issue for us. What's the training pathway that we need to support through our TAFE programs and out of our schools to make sure we can find those local workers? Because we know, you know, in parts of Tasmania, we've got that example, but we've got youth unemployment sitting at, you know, 16, 17% in corners of the state. So where we know those things are happening, I think state and federal governments can play an important role in looking at that broader piece and supporting communities to address those issues.
And that would help address that kind of workload pressure as well, because we see it's not across the board, but there's pockets that would be in every council where individuals or teams are forced to take on a much greater workload because they've either lost staff or lost skills, and councils either haven't replaced those with the correct sort of skilled workers, or they've diverted the funds elsewhere because they've got some other fancy whiz-bang idea. And that gets funded at the expense of core services. So it means that there's individuals and teams with massive workload pressures, but they know what the outcome will be on the community if they don't deliver whatever their area of expertise and work is, and they put in the extra mile. But people are like severely burnt out from doing that. But they're trying to do it for the community because they know what impacts it will be if they don't get it done.
And just on that, one last question, if I may, Chair. Do you think short-term funding streams and competitive grants affect things like job security, skills retention and workforce planning on councils?
Short-term grants and competitive funding? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's really clear, you know, workers, if they don't have job security, will be looking at other opportunities in the market. I think increasingly people are doing that either way. If we can't, you know, guarantee direct employment and create career pathways, then we lose people from local government, and we're seeing that at really high rates in Tassie. I mean, even the City of Launceston just locally recently had vacancy rates up to 25%. You know, the stats that Claire's touched on, if we look up at the east coast of Glamorgan, Spring Bay, I think they've had about 40% of their workforce turnover. So we have got an issue there where I think, you know, potentially that is one aspect, but I think it goes broader than that about how do we actually make local government a more attractive place to work like it used to be in the community. And I think that comes down to good wages and conditions, career pathways, you know, a lot of the principles our members have talked about today.
Great, thank you all.
Great.
Well, thank you very much for your attendance here today. If you have been asked to provide any additional information, would you please forward it to the Secretariat by the 18th of September 2026. You will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence and will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now declare this public hearing closed.